to this committee. You are no doubt on familiar ground. This is a committee on appointments to engage you, to assess your suitability for the office to which His Excellency the President has nominated you as Cabinet Secretary for Public Service, Performance and Delivery Management. Honorable members, before we do anything, I'll declare my interest. The nominee was my classmate, was my roommate at the University of Nairobi. And Posing, you better understand, the University of Nairobi, not Nairobi University.
The University of Nairobi?
Yes.
Alumni?
That will not in any way prejudice my ability to chair this committee, to vet my classmate, roommate, and friend. I have not said this of any other nominee, because this is the only nominee I have that relationship with. Honorable nominee Muturi, you will take an oath. You have sat where I'm sitting before. You are of the faith, either Bible, is it called Gita, or Quran? Which one? Bible. So be upstanding, take the Bible in your right hand, and recite the oath.
I, Justin Bidan Joka Muturi, swear that the evidence I shall give before this committee on the matter under its consideration shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. You may sit and sign to the oath. Although you are Speaker Emeritus, for purposes of these proceedings, you will be referred to as nominee. Nominee, we want to start by, for the record, introductions. I'm the Speaker of the National Assembly, Chairman of this committee. On my right is my deputy, the Deputy Speaker, Gladys Boss. On my left is Sarah Kyoko, our Deputy Clerk. I'll invite all members to introduce themselves for the record.
Naisula Lesuda, MP Samburu West.
Kimani Shogo.
Junet Mohammed.
The two speakers, Nelson Koech.
Kosi.
Karia David.
Mary.
Mase Mary, Teso South.
Abdul Rahim Dawood, North Imenti Meru.
George Gitonga Murugara, Member Tharaka.
Owen Bayer, Member Kilifi North.
Robert Mbui, MP Kadhiani.
Stephen Mule, MP Matungulu.
Dido Raso, MP Saku.
Abdi Shurie, Balambala.
Rehab Mukami, Nyeri.
Caleb Mrs. Sabuti.
We'll start in earnest. Before we ask you any questions, if you have your documents, give them to the sergeant to pass on to the clerk to verify the same. I'll ask you to introduce yourself, even as we know you, your name, your educational background, your work experience, and your key competencies that make you suitable for appointment as Cabinet Secretary in less than 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and honorable members. My name is Justin Muturi, Cabinet nominee for the docket of Public Service and Human Capital Management, according to the letter that I received. My education background, I may start by saying that I went through local primary schools in the village where I was born in Embu. Left the village, went to Kangaroo School, and for 6 years, and thereafter to the University of Nairobi, where after completion, I joined the Kenya School of Law for a diploma in law. Straight from the School of Law, I was employed as a magistrate, and I served in various parts, including but not limited to Bungoma, and all the courts within Bungoma and Busia, then districts, now counties. Moved to Kiambu in Githunguri and Thika, moving on to Machakos, and finally in Nairobi, where after a period spanning about slightly over 15 years, I resigned to go to venture into politics. At my first attempt in 1997, I did not succeed, but soon thereafter, the vacancy fell, the seat fell vacant through death, and I was elected as Member of Parliament for Siakago constituency, as it then was known, after which I joined Parliament, and in 2002, December, I successfully defended my seat and returned back to Parliament, where I served as opposition chief whip then, because the party on which I had been elected and been trounced very badly in the 2002 general elections, and we became the opposition. While in Bunge at that time, I was also elected by my colleagues to chair the Public Investments Committee, where some of the people who served me, I can see are to the left of Mr. Speaker, Chairman, and a few other officers. Mr. Chairman, in 2007, I lost the parliamentary seat, and I was out of Parliament for 5 years, during which period I was deeply engaged in the constitutional review programs that were there. And I was finally elected to chair the Center for Multi-Party Democracy. After that, Mr. Chairman, in 2013, after the general elections, I was elected the Speaker of the National Assembly, a position I held for 2 terms. In the elections of 2022, Mr. Chairman, I did not run for any office, but I joined through a coalition partnership agreement with the teams that formed Kenya Kwanza, initially being the United Democratic Alliance Party, Ford Kenya, and ANC as leader of the Democratic Party. Subsequently, His Excellency the President appointed me through a nomination that was approved by this House, by this committee, recommended for approval by this committee to the House, subsequent to which His Excellency the President appointed me as the Attorney General, the 8th Attorney General of the Republic of Kenya. I served in that position for a period of 20 months and 15 days, up to the 11th of July 2022, when I tendered my resignation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and honorable members.
Thank you. Deputy Speaker, any question?
No questions. No questions for my senior. Thank you.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. CS nominee, there is a government internship program under the Ministry of Public Service, and many of us have messages from Kenyans, especially young Kenyans who have gone through the internship program, asking what is the plan of onboarding them as permanent staff. in government or linking them with other state agencies, for permanent and pensionable jobs. And we'd want to hear what plans you have, should you be confirmed into that docket, to make sure that that internship program not only helps the youth to gain experience, but also helps them to get linked to actual permanent and pensionable jobs.
Nominee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Leader of Majority, for that question. Indeed, I want to confirm to this committee and to Kenyans that I have also received well over close to 300 such messages from those interns, the young Kenyans who have gone through that program, which was initiated, I believe, with the very best of intentions. But unfortunately, I think the implementation has faced some challenges because young Kenyans have been taken through the program, posted into ministries, but after 1 year, they find themselves back on the streets. Indeed, it is a very challenging thing. Mr. Chairman, my personal view about this program of internship, before I come to say what I think. Economy of this country, so as to be able to attract as many of our young, talented Kenyans into the job market. Therefore, Mr. Chairman, this is a program that I intend to, if I find favor, as Mr. Chairman, you have, I've heard you say from time to time, you find favor with this committee and the House and get confirmed into this position through appointment, it is something that we will need to sit with the Public Service Commission because, as you would appreciate, the role of the ministry is to facilitate. And, here, Mr. Chairman, it's good for me to point out that public service spans across every arm. So that indeed, Mr. Chairman, even the policeman on the road is the public service. The doctors and the health personnel are also doing public service. So it's a ministry that I find quite interesting. It permeates every sector of the public service. But more specifically, to respond to the issue raised by the Leader of Majority, which has also been raised with me, as I said at the beginning, it is to sit with the Public Service Commission and see how best to address the plight of the various cohorts, because very few, Mr. Chairman, have been absorbed in the public service. And these are our children. We all must feel for them. We see how best to have them placed in well-paying jobs and remove them from the streets. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Yes, Mary.
Thank you, Chairman. Nominee, Kenyans, with respect to the same issue of internship, Kenyans want to know the fact that the outgoing CS did suspend ongoing and any new recruitment. If you are approved, what you're going to do about that? He had proposed a formation of a tripartite committee to look into all those issues. And they are also saying the public servants, the aging, the public service is an aged lot. And so in the interest of succession planning, what are you going to do if at all you are suspending recruitment? And finally, they're also saying they're raising the concerns on corruption and nepotism, where jobs at the public service are also going to the highest bidder or to whom you know. So if you are approved, what are you going to do about it? So kindly speak to those issues and you'll be, so that we do not bring up the issue again. Thank you.
Chairman, this is just a supplementary question. I hope I don't lose my slot later, because I'm very interested in this. We're going to third reading of a bill I have sponsored on the public service internship. And I agree with you what you have said. We actually consulted a lot on the private sector, but we realized it needs further engagement on issues to do with private sector because incentives and all that. But now, the direct question that the young people are asking, and they have told me, without that amendment in your bill, in the third reading, but then you can stay with your bill. They are saying there has to be provision of them gaining full employment after the internship. Because they're saying otherwise, if that is not there, the government and other entities are just enjoying cheap labor. And then they go back, as you have said, after 1 year. And so it is good to be honest, because I know later you'll be told it's budgetary issues. You can commit here and then later you say there's no money. So the young people just want an honest answer, whether they will be employed after their internship. And the last thing just on that, Chairman, is that the last question, I agree with you also on one thing. Public Service Commission, and we engaged during the public participation. Internship is not a preserve of the Public Service Commission. The Parliamentary Service Commission also takes interns, the Judicial Service Commission, other commissions in TAC, which actually has a good practice where they have a merit list. So instead of advertising again for new people to get full employment, why don't we have a database of the ones who've done internship and they be given priority when it is time for employment and they create space for others to get internship?
Mr. Chairman, can I? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And through you, Mr. Chairman, I want to respond to the issues raised by the member for Teso South, the Honorable Mary Amase, where she raised the issue of a circular. And let me first of all say that I haven't come across any such circular. It was a pronouncement which I think has not been secularized. The issue that I'm aware of is that, of course, which every one of us is aware, is the issue of the austerity measures being implemented currently, which have necessitated some temporary or sort of a moratorium on recruitment. It is not that it has been stopped. So it is not. I don't think that it's right for us to say that there's been a circular. There hasn't been any, because I've gone through. It's an issue that I was addressing when I met with the senior staff of the ministry. Mr. Chairman, the issue of aging staff is true, and this also speaks to the question of succession planning. And I think it is right to point to say that something somewhere has gone wrong within the HR department, the human resource area. Because it is true, Mr. Chairman, you find, I don't know members, you find that some very, very senior people in the public service, the people that deputize, and they are almost exiting the service, but the people deputizing them are so lowly placed. I think that is a mistake that must be corrected immediately. And it's a matter of us having to engage properly with the Public Service Commission, because people are all over. But some certain things, which I believe maybe we will have occasion to discuss later, the issue of training, on-job training, seems to have taken some back seats. And that is where the problem of aging staff, people wanting to remain without people sufficiently well prepared and trained to take over their positions. I think it is a mistake. It needs to be addressed as soon as possible. The Honorable Mary Massey, through you, Mr. Chairman, did raise the issue of corruption in recruitment. Mr. Chairman, this is, I think, a thorn in all areas of, most of the publics in the entire gamut of public service recruitments, because there's a lot of opaqueness. Positions are advertised. When people are long listed, you see names, then they are shortlisted, then you don't know what the process is that happen thereafter. And connected to this, Mr. Chairman, is if you read the Article 232 of the Constitution on the mandate and functions of the Public Service Commission, among others, is to ensure efficiency and effectiveness in the public service. And the other value and principle is the diversity of Kenya, diversity among regions and communities. It is a value that is embedded in that Article 232. But, Mr. Chairman, you and I will know, sometimes it's very difficult, and we have seen reports that have been published that really show skewed, very, very skewed situations about how many people, how many civil servants are in which area. And, Mr. Chairman, I'm not blowing my trumpet, but I want to tell the country and this committee that while I worked here, we had occasion to, first of all, before making placements, to indicate, first of all, to get to know how many people already are in service and from which counties, so as to ensure that those counties that do not have representation here, even through affirmative action, get the chance to work at this premier institution, national premier institution called Parliament. Mr. Chairman, in addressing this issue, these are some of the practices that I would want to suggest to the Public Service Commission to employ, because every part of Kenya deserves a chance to serve in the public service. Mr. Chairman, I have sympathy with what the Honorable Lesunda, through you, has been told by the young people as she was processing her bill. Mr. Chairman, we must say this without feeling shy about it. It may not be possible for the public service, indeed not just may, it cannot be possible for the public service to employ every Kenyan that goes through the training. But it is the duty of government to ensure that we have policies and programs that make it possible for the economy to absorb those whom we train in our various institutions of higher learning and others. So it's an altruism, and I think I want to agree with the honourable member that I don't want to be visited to be haunted by nightmares. If I give a commitment here that we will absorb, the chairman, we may not be able to, but we have to look for ways of ensuring that those that have been taken through the process finally find some placement one way or other. There are various options available.
Thank you.
Before he moves out of that, Honorable Speaker, would you then, if you may not assure them of placement, but at least priority when opportunities arise, especially now that there has been a pronouncement that those who are above 60 years of age will not have their contracts being renewed or extended?
Actually, I had noted the issue of priority, that yes, and I think we must take a lead from what the president said the other day when he was at a pass-out parade for the NYS recruits, when he suggested to the Kenya Defense Forces and the National Police and other security agencies that please, when you're recruiting, because the people that go through the NYS first of all get a 6 months paramilitary training. So it makes perfect sense that if possible, do about 80% of those. And they come from every corner of the Republic. So even in respect to these interns, I think we should give priority when it comes to absorption to those that have gone through the program. Thank you.
Junet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman, through the nominee, there are one or two issues is for clearing the air, and one is a question. The ones of clearing the air is you served as Attorney General for the last, let's say, 2 years now, a few months remaining. The issues that came that people were not taking your advice, whether they were legal or they were non-legal, I don't know, but your advice, which I assume they were legal. Could you touch on that matter? And then the other issue is when you were working at the Attorney General. Which
people? He was not advising people, he was advising the government.
Yeah, I'm saying.
So be specific with your question.
No, I'm saying there was accusation, there were statements out there saying that your advice was not being taken. There was a statement out there in the public domain that your advice was not being taken. So the advice could be taken by the government people in whichever capacity they are serving. Then secondly, the issue of when you are running the office of the Attorney General, there were issues, I found that one in Parliament, between your office and the Public Service Commission in terms of recruitment of that office. And now you are going to be working with them in terms of policy, you will be in charge. How will you take care of that? Then my last question is, the president, when this uprising happened the other day, one of the statements he issued was that people who have reached the age of 60 years must leave the civil service. But there are people who are 60 now and still working. They have contracts that are running. Now, and that is the way we can bring up the youth into the system when you create space for them. So what do you think you will do if you get favor with this committee and you are appointed? Will you create that space for the youth so that these people who have clocked the age of 80, they should leave, that they leave the civil service? because they have 60 and not 80. No, I didn't say 80, 60. No, you people, I know why you're saying 80, but I said 60.
Posing.
Thank you, Speaker, and the nominee, Speaker Emeritus. One is, should you get favor, now that the word is popular, should you get favor from the committee and approved by Parliament? Please, what practical thing will you do? Will you audit or something like that in terms of community balances, in terms of employment in public service? Because that item, although the Constitution prescribes Honorable Speaker Emeritus, but it's being abused. Nobody follows completely. And therefore, it's very skewed. Employment of government in public service is very skewed. So what will you do, an audit or something like that? And how will we know that actually you did that? Number two is have an overlook or a compound look at the counties' public service. I think, Honorable Chair, if there are people who are, I will say, they are suffering psychologically, are almost the entire employees of counties. Entire counties in this country, 47. Why? Because when a governor leaves, another governor comes, there's a lot of sacking. Everybody's going home. You don't know what's going on. And therefore, that imbalances or lack of security or lack of known or policy makes actually compromise public service and services at the counties. So please, should you get favor and approved? I know you have the demeanor, you have you are a leader of this country. Please make sure that you have an overlook of counties. Counties are suffering. I thank you, Chair.
Ikaria.
Thank you, Chairman. Disciplinary cases for civil servants. Ordinarily, there is an allegation out there that they take too long for the appeals. If an action has been taken by a ministry, so when they make an appeal comes to the Public Service Commission, then it takes unnecessarily too long. And my second question is about your resignation. When you are invited to make your introduction, I heard you say that you resigned.
Yes.
Are we expecting another resignation after you're approved? Thank you, Chairman.
We can take Amisi.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker.
Just not the nominee.
Thank you, Speaker. I just have one question, Speaker. This National Youth Service that falls under your docket is really dear to me because of the youth aspect and the youth population bulge that most countries are grappling with. Kenya not exempted. And if you look at the history of the National Youth Council, started National Youth Service at the independence. In fact, the late director of Stare was at the center of the foundation of this institution, where Stare was schooled. And the discipline we get at Stare is the same discipline that was supposed to be replicated in those services. And the paramilitary training just came in later. But you know, the essence of it was to make youth participate in the national building. They get skills at a very small stipend, and they build national. But you see, the way we've structured National Youth Service, it's become a privilege for the who is who, that letters are flying around. Leaders, you know, taking letters across the constituency. The most privileged are getting more letters than the others. But it's supposed to be a program that consumes all our youth into a training pool. In fact, it was borrowed to, this is an issue that has faced many countries in history. US, when they had this issue of youth population bulge, they what we call the Peace Corps, where young people were being sent across the world to be, incorporated in different ways of culture, heritage, and, they learn a lot, they come back and they build their nation. This is the problem we have with the youth. We do not know how to do with this chunk of young people for the benefit of the country. How are you going to structure NYS in a way that it does not become a privilege rather than an expanded program that takes all the young people across? And don't talk about the budget, because all the problem has always been we don't have enough money. But there's a lot of wastage. That place has become a cash cow. People walk in, do tenders, and they get rich, but the youths are suffering outside there. What is this you are going to do differently in that institution, once and for all? Because we've had these talks about NYS for quite some time. What is this unique thing?
Nominee, if approved for appointment, which 3 specific reforms would you give priority?
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. Honorable Chairman, I have one question to our nominee, and I'm looking at the constitutional mandates for gender representation. And I just see that women remain underrepresented in public service. Because if you look to most of the sectors in our government, they're being led by men. What specific reforms will you advocate to ensure compliance with this mandate and increase women representation? I think as a country we have some laws, but the problem is implementation or rather enforcement. I thank you, Honorable Chairman.
Can you deal with those?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and honorable members. Well, let me begin with the issues raised by the Honorable Junet, Mr. Chairman. And just say, one, I think sometimes our media, and we have to give it to them, are quite innovative. Sometimes how they innovate sometimes can cause you a lot of jitters. If you read the story, if you saw the headline and you read the whole story, you could not relate the two. Because in the middle of the story, inside this, I think on page 2 or page 3 of that newspaper, they went ahead to say that 99.5% of all advisories given by the Office of the Attorney General have been taken and implemented. Perhaps, Mr. Chairman, if it pleases members, I could give an exit report on the performance of that office for the 20 months and 15 days that I was in charge. So that story was not correct. That advisories were not being taken because the office gives advisories in respect to very, very many issues, international law. In fact, the office gives legal advisory opinions even to the county governments, and I cannot even remember which one was never implemented. If there was anything that may have perhaps not been implemented, could have been maybe the things that we advise ministries, because as perhaps the members will know, the Office of the Attorney General is signatory to every cabinet memo that is generated by every ministry. And on occasions, we've had to return very many memos to the various ministries, and I've had to issue a circular to all ministries telling them, because they always insist that the Aegis always gives them state council to sit in the ministries. So we asked them, what are those state councils doing? Because they will bring requests which are so raw. So maybe those are the only ones that they can, maybe somebody could say, those may not have been taken, because there are some ministries, some cabinet secretaries who would always argue that they think the Office of the Attorney General is the mortuary where their proposals die. But they never used to die there. We would always return the half dead and the corpses to them to go and bury in their respective ministries. So maybe only to that extent. Otherwise, I must say I've had a very, very exciting period at the State Law Office. The Honorable Junet, through you, Mr. Chairman, did raise the question of the relationship between the Public Service Commission and myself when I was the Attorney General. Mr. Speaker, Chairman, the relationship I had and the proposals that I put through And I must, Mr. Chairman, through you, thank the National Assembly and through the chairman of the Legal Affairs Committee for agreeing with my proposals, Mr. Chairman, that there was need for the office to be given the autonomy it required to recruit its own personnel. The reason being, Mr. Chairman, on occasion, they would recruit people and send them to the state law office. Sometimes when you look at them, they ask them, did you know the areas where we have need? Is it in the area of public trusteeship? Is it in the area of societies? Is it in the area of companies? Is it in the government transactions? Is it international law? These ones you have brought to us. So what are their key competencies? They will never be able to answer that question. They will tell you that all they needed is to recruit lawyers, and they dump them to you. So the position I took there was not a personal, it wasn't personal. It was just for posterity and to build the institution of the state law office, to make sure that it is fit for purpose. So, and also, and you remember, when we launched the 24th annual supplement in April this year, His Excellency the President himself, off the cuff, did speak to the fact that he had assented to that bill to give autonomy to the office of the Attorney General to be able to recruit its staff. And he was speaking about that in the context of the fact that we were launching the 24th annual supplement after the 23rd one had been launched in 1995. So, and His Excellency the President did see the merit in the proposals that I had made. And since, again, Mr. Chairman, the House did agree with me, and I really must remain eternally grateful to the House. The matter ended there. It was nothing personal. It was not to give me a job. It was to ensure that that office becomes what it is supposed to be, the biggest and the best law firm for the public in Kenya. And I hope that, and I'm happy, Mr. Chairman, that I've seen the nominee is a person, again, who began a working career at the state law office and has been the secretary to the advisory board at the ODPP, which is the same thing that you as a House gave me, the advisory board. That's what we were looking for. So I believe that my relationship with the Public Service Commission should not be strained on account of what I did. In fact, if I find favor, again, with you and the House, and I'm confirmed in this position, I would want to continue assisting the state law office to develop, because even then I was actually using officers from the Ministry of Public Service to help us to develop the human resources department of the state law office. So I hope that anybody who may have been, aggrieved by the decision to give that office that capacity should not have any difficulties working with me. In any event, we are conjoined at the hip, and we must work together. And differences of opinion must never make for enmity. The leader majority did raise the issue of, is it the people age 80 or? Yeah. Yes. I have done some quick assessment of that position, and I'm told currently in the mainstream public service, they may be less than 10. But of course, whether they are 10 or 1, if the directive is at 60, you go home and you are an employee, so be it. We just must live by the law. And I think this, I would want to tie this with the question, Mr. Chairman, raised by the Honorable Mishi, the member for Likoni, on this issue of gender. Mr. Chairman, I did allude to what is provided for in Article 232. Among other things in that article is the question of the special place for the youth, women, and people living with disabilities in the recruitment, even as we address the issue of other forms of diversity in our country. I think it has come to a point, Mr. Chairman, when we must now bite the bullet and implement what is in our laws. We can't have a constitution to which we just pay lip service. I think it must, unfortunately for me, Mr. Chairman, I like taking, once I take a position, I like being held to account on the basis of the position that I take, because we just have to implement the Constitution. You in Parliament are doing your very best to try and live by that Constitution. So everybody else in the public service should also be held accountable. And I hope, Mr. Chairman, that the House will help me when I bring reports about who is not living by the constitutional imperatives, so that you can hold them to account in the way that Parliament the world over does. So, Honorable Chairman, in response to that issue raised by the Honorable Mishimboko, it is just to say that I intend to live by what is in the Constitution. This question again, Mr. Chairman, it ties alongside with that raised by the member for Pokot South. Mr. Chairman, he used to have a name. He was called Pokot 1. He raised the issue of diversity again. And I think I like his proposal, Mr. Chairman, that we need to carry regular audits in this matter, because we must bring confidence, the trust of the people to government. And one of the ways to go about this is by telling it as it is. If we find that there has been skewed recruitment, let us just be open about it, so that everybody from whichever corner of the Republic should feel that they belong to the government. There should never be a case where people in one corner of the Republic feel that there's a place called Kenya, and they think it is called Nairobi. Nairobi is Kenya, because I don't think that they belong. I agree with the Honorable member for Pokot South. Again, this must cascade to the county service board, the county public service boards. I do know that when you go to a county, again, there are other dynamics. But the responsibility that has been assigned to the Ministry of Public Service is to come up with policies that advise county governments with respect to matters of public service. But of course, the implementation and enforcement is left to other agencies, other bodies like Parliament and other institutions. Say, for instance, Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, which is a constitutional body. Then Gender and Equality Commission, and the Commission on Administrative Justice. We also have, of course, the Public Service Commission is in the Constitution also mandated to assist county government through the County Service Board to come up with policies, public service standards that should be implemented at the county level. So that would be my response to that. Mr. Chairman, there was, through you, there was the question raised by the Honorable Gekaria, the member for Nakuru Town East, if I still remember his constituency, about disciplinary cases taking far too long to resolve. And this is a matter, fortunately, Mr. Chairman, I can speak to this one for quite at great length, because I have had occasion to deal with disciplinary cases within the Public Service Commission. It is the procedure that is used that is too long, Mr. Chairman. I do recall when I was a magistrate, I got involved in dealing with some of those cases because the process starts at the ministry level, because as you know, And clause 5 of that Article 232, the PSC is empowered to delegate any of its functions to other bodies or to some of its members, and some to any public officer or other authorities. One of the functions that they have delegated through letters they write to people called authorized officers. It is that issue of the HR function. And I think, Mr. Chairman, my own experience is that it has not been carried out properly. And it speaks volumes. When cases, disciplinary cases, take so long, and possibly the staff who are the subject of those disciplinary proceedings are put on half salary, or they are not allowed to participate in several other service functions that they were engaged to do. So it's a matter that I think we need to streamline the procedures so that matters can be resolved. And at this point in time, when we are all talking about leveraging on technology, I think these are matters that should be resolved much faster. On the question of resignation, if I got the Honorable Carrier properly, he said that he saw that I had resigned. That's what is in the Kenya Gazette. It is true indeed that I resigned, and there were reasons. Because as you would expect, at the national executive level, and I know the country was alive to the fact that there had been some disquiet. And the only honorable thing at that point in time to do was to take a position through a route that is provided for in law, to allow His Excellency the President opportunity to reorganize his government as he desired. So rather than allow a situation whereby you tie the president with the fact that certain things have not happened, or this or the other as provided for in law, I took the option of assisting the president to make the decision to do the alignment. Honorable Chairman, there are two other areas. Well, the issue raised by the Honorable Caleb Amisi about the NYS, and he did give examples about the American Peace Corps. I think those are very positive remarks and comments. But I want to add that, yes, Honorable Caleb Amisi did mention the issue of discipline, Mr. Chairman, and it's not without foundation, because the 6 months paramilitary training obviously equips the trainees with certain patriotic norms that ordinarily will not be found in an environment that is not such as the one we find ourselves in the NYS training camps. But I did say that, Honorable Amisi, that there is the 6 months paramilitary training, and there is the 1 year national service. From this national service, the graduates are assisted almost invariably, where it is possible, to either become self-reliant or self-employed, if you wish. And those others that depend on what courses one takes, because when they go to for the national service, they take some certain job-related courses. It could be in the hospitality industry, it could be in construction, and such like trades. And those that also wish to continue with further training are encouraged to join currently the TVET programs within the Ministry of Education, where they would go and to get either diplomas or certification at the TVET level to equip them further for the job market. I want to agree with the member that indeed there have been incidences where corruption has been mentioned. I think this is a matter of concern to all of us. We've seen some of them. I don't want to go into some details, some of which I'm sure most members may have seen, as when people start moving around with appointment letters or recruitment letters, it becomes, it is something that speaks to the integrity of a process. And I think it's one of the areas
point
that...
of order, Mr.
Yes.
Speaker. Just to clarify to the nominee, because I don't think you got my question clearly. I don't need to go to the nitty-gritties of the operations of NYS. It's common knowledge, we know it. My question was that this good program that has undergone a lot of mutations, that's why there is now the paramilitary being introduced. But initially, at some stage, it used to actually be a compulsory stage for those who are even advancing to universities and institutions of higher learning. It was a compulsory stage, meaning the initial perception of this was to incorporate all youth towards a compulsory stage before you advance to the other programs. So how can we expand it so that it stops being a privilege for the few, that letters are now being floated, it becomes gold for you to get an NYS letter. How can you expand that program more or less the way it was? That's the question.
Well, that's a governance issue, Madam Deputy Speaker. It just speaks to lack of order, and lack of discipline, because it shouldn't happen that way. But we do know that it has happened, and it does happen. But of course, the corruption that you mentioned about, other than this one of recruitment, this can be addressed, because we just have to be everybody to play their part. There are those of us who will be charged, and in this case, Parliament with oversight. And I must say that recently I watched some debate at which the House properly expressed itself with regard to some of these processes that have been happening. And I think that is the route to go, so that everybody knows that even as you undertake certain or any of the processes that you are enjoined to undertake, there are others who are watching, and there are others who will hold you to account for your actions. But with regard to the other corruption that the honourable member mentioned, I want to say that when that problem came up, and I think all of us would recall, starting around 2017, that's when reforms were initiated within the NYS. And that's how, by 2018, we came up with the National Youth Service Act of that year, which, among other things, introduced a council as an oversight body. And I think as Parliament, through the various committees, you are at liberty to call, to summon the council, and because they play an oversight role. But it is the National Assembly that has got general oversight over all national state organs and state officers. So indeed, I think on this, we play together. Whenever there is an issue that is being raised in this field, I would want us to be summoned by the relevant committee of the House, so that everybody be held to account. The Honourable Member for Nyeri. I would want to undertake. And what comes to mind immediately is the institutionalization of the performance management program, so that even as we do performance management, we hold people accountable for what they have undertaken or contracted to deliver within specified periods. And also, in my view, I would want to prioritize in the judiciary. Almost every quarter, you find who is the best performing judge in terms of how many cases they are able to clear because of the huge backlog that were found in the judiciary. How is it that we cannot do the same in the rest of the public service? Let us reward and recognize performance so that even promotion, even the areas we are talking about the succession planning, it also has some basis. You see people who exert themselves, apply themselves so diligently. I think it's only fair that there must be a way of recognizing that kind of performance, and that improves delivery of service to the Kenyan people. The other one that has been,
if you allow me, Speaker, just to speak into the issue of performance management. I'm a big supporter of performance management because I know what it can do. And during the Kibaki time, you could actually, I used to work in a university as a registrar, and we put, during that time, universities were assigned into performance management. And you could actually see the university grow, how many papers it has published, how many papers each professor has published, A in A, how it has been ranked in. You could actually see the growth because of performance management as you take up this position, if approved by this committee, and this is part of public service. We'll be very happy if we initiated performance management through performance contract or any other form of performance management tool to actually be able to evaluate workers, their output, how much government is putting in and what is the output, so that we can see real growth, and this contributes significantly to GDP. Thank you.
Did you finish answering? It's
just that area of performance management, and I'm happy that the honourable member for Kilifi North has actually just got it, nailed it, because of course the public universities are they're still part of the public service, and we've had some in recent times. We've heard of complaints from students complaining that they sat examinations and they have not received their results. You wonder, in that university, there's a lecturer who is involved in delaying those results. There is a head of department, there is a dean, and there is a vice chancellor. Surely, when these kind of complaints come, if we are implementing, if we are properly institutionalized, and I agree with the honourable member that this is something that is the route to go, but we are paying lip service to it. We are not actualizing what it's supposed to mean, because it is also service delivery. Those students are part of they are children of this country. When you hear students complaining that they start examinations and for 6 months down the road they have not gotten their results, and surely those students must have gone to raise those complaints with the lecturers, with the heads of departments, with the deans. I mean, surely it means something somewhere. There is a breakdown in the way we implement these performance contracts, management, and the delivery is not correct. Another area, again, to respond is how we communicate government programs. There has been all manner of communication from all quarters. Sometimes you see some of the communication, if you happen to be awake by midnight, you find there's still communication through some certain medium. And, it's just, we just need to institutionalize it and make it work properly. This is another area of priority, Mr. Chairman, that I would think we need to implement alongside the reward, merit-based reward system, either on a quarterly basis or on a monthly basis, as the case may be. We must recognize industry and merit in the delivery of public services. I think that may be all.
I'm told you've done all that cohort. Sharia, anything?
Mr. Speaker, if you allow me, I have a question from a constituent. Thank you. Mheshimiwa Justin B. Turi, the question goes, despite the clear guidelines outlined in the scheme of service, there has been a noticeable trend of officers remaining in the same job group for extended periods. This stagnation not only demotivates employees, but also hampers overall efficiency and progression within the public service. How do you plan to address and rectify this issue to ensure compliance with the scheme of service and promote a more dynamic and motivated workforce? Thank you.
Chairman, I have one simple question. I did one. I have one. Just one which is pressing. It is on the abolition of permanent and pensionable terms in the public service. Do you support or not? What are the advantages and disadvantages?
What? Terms.
Thank you, Speaker. Mine really is not a question. I just want to comment. Speaker Emeritus, I think you are lucky that you have worked in government, the judiciary, in legislature, now in the executive. You have a good feel of what a government is, what the people are. I think what Honorable Kosin there said, the idea of regional balance, the idea of ethnic groups included in civil service, the idea of merit, I just want to emphasize that. I think as you go around, it is important to look at not just the entry level, even at the middle and the top. You look at the speaker, the deputy speaker, and the clerk. That is the sort of Kenya we want to see. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Point of order, small one, Speaker.
Because you are mentioned, it becomes a point of order.
Under your guidance, Speaker.
Okay.
Under your guidance, and thank you for indulgence. You know, and I want to encourage the nominee, Honorable Speaker, that he should start from, in this audit which he mentioned.
If confirmed.
If confirmed.
Yes.
He should start from National Treasury. Because National Treasury is where the national cake is divided. And if they skewed things there, then the national cake is skewed. Thank you, Chairman.
Chairman, I had not asked a
Let
question.
those who have not asked questions.
I hadn't asked. That time it was a supplementary. But because I was going to get an opportunity, I just want to add a rider to, because that is what I was going to say on what Honorable Russell has said. To the nominee, if you get an opportunity, please. Kenyans want to feel to be part of Kenya. And the only way is through inclusivity, fairness, and what is just. And it is enshrined in our Constitution. And you have said you will follow the Constitution. Kenyans do not want to see an advert of a senior position which is being filled, and they almost know it is for who, it is even tailor-made for who, and for which community. If a certain person exits public service and he or she is from a certain community, it is almost certain they have to be replaced by someone from the same community. Let us have fairness and encourage merit. That is all I wanted to say.
A good comment. Mule, you pass?
Just a comment and to the nominee, Mr. Speaker Muturi. Do you think we, as a government, we have a mechanism to monitor the efficiency, apart from the performance contracting of civil servant, to monitor efficiency and to increase transparency in government departments using electronic systems?
Good. Nominate Naisula's comment positively, so it's not a question, so was Russell's. Sir George?
Let me just ask this on behalf of a member of the public so that I'm not accused of not having done it. A Kenyan youth under the PSC internship program under cohort 6. Kindly, with regards to budgeting, do ask the nominee for PSC, citing an example in State Department of TVETs, that they are hiring 1,300 trainers under PNP terms, yet they have not included not even the currently active interns in all the TVETs countrywide, from Mombasa to Turkana, who are only 126 of them vetted, trained, qualified, which begs the question, to whom do these vacancies and jobs belong? Even the already qualified interns currently working in those TVETs do not qualify to be considered etc. That's the kind of sentiments we are getting from this, because no wonder they are saying the nasty things they're saying about occupying us.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Justin Muturi, in February I passed my bill, which is waiting. It has already been debated. It is the Public Service Values and Principles Amendment Bill 2022. It's passed through the National Assembly, passed through the Senate with some amendments, and we are going to look at, the committee will look at it. What it's mentioning, what Honorable Naisula has talked about, fairness in county, which county do you come from, and residents and all that. And when I did that, many universities, not just county assemblies, what Honorable Posing is talking, many universities, 70% of the staff are from the communities where it is based. But that is just for information for you. For county assemblies and county government workers, we've got, for the national government, public service has got 17 job groups. But for the county governments, there are 21 job groups. So there is, it's not at par. So would you consider to abolish, I don't know if it is possible, to abolish the county public service boards and have it, or upgrade them to what is at the national level? Because the salary increments are not there.
Under what law do you do that?
That's why I said if it is
you
in the law.
can actually do it by amending the County Governments Act. You, not him.
That one I will get.
Yes.
The other thing, would you check if because they don't have a service scheme for the county government workers? Is it possible, or that one even has to be done through Parliament? I don't know.
So, nominee.
Mr. Chairman, if I was to respond to the last one by the Honorable Dawood, again, it's a function. That particular area with the counties is a function given to the Public Service Commission under Article 234, one of their functions. They're supposed to come up with standards, operating standards, which and you know, if we put them in law, national legislation will take precedence over what else they have done at the counties. So it's quite. I'm happy that you've actually processed your bill and you're putting those principles. Mr. Chairman, I was going to agree with the Honorable Dawood about these many job groups at the counties, because
very many.
Sometimes I came across an officer, some old man who was employed in my county, and he was said to be an environment officer. And to the best of my knowledge, when they mentioned environment, I was a bit surprised, because I didn't think he would be very well suited in that regard. But then later it was explained to me that he was engaged by the governor to advise on the political environment. So, so there are many job groups, and so it's one of those things. I think working in collaboration with the Public Service Commission, I think because we have a duty, we serve the same people. We have a duty also to advise the counties that certain things just don't make sense. And the resources that are devolved every year are not just for purposes of recurrent expenditure. And I like the current trend that both Parliament and the national government have taken, that please dedicate not less than 30% of those resources to address issues of development. I think it's a good thing. The chairman, going to the question raised by the member for Balambala, the Honorable Shurie, about the stagnation of people in one job group. It is one of those things that must be seen as, one can say that maybe somebody has slept on the job, because why are you stagnating somebody? And this is the reason why I am saying there's need for us to introduce some monthly or quarterly reward system. And if we do that, something like that, we will see who it is that is stagnating. But I think the Public Service Commission, unfortunately, Mr. Chairman, have to, if you confirm me and the House approves, I would have to work with the Public Service Commission, and I have no problem about that, because I believe that what we will be proposing are ideas that would help in the service delivery to the people of Kenya. It is not a Muturi or Honorable Ishongwa's idea. It is for the benefit of the people of Kenya, so that when good ideas must give way to better ones, and better ones must give way to the best. So the schemes of service, I want to confirm, do exist still, but I think they are being implemented in very skewed ways, or they are not even being implemented in some cases, and therefore you find people stagnating in one place. And I think it is very, very demotivating, very demoralizing. You may find that some of the people stagnating are extremely hardworking, industrious people, but maybe because of some certain idiosyncrasies between the supervisors and others in the chain of command, they have been made to stagnate. I think these are some of the things that we need to begin addressing. If I find favor with you, Mr. Chairman, and the committee and the House, these are things that I promise I would want to undertake to visit. Mr. Chairman, through you, the Honorable Member for Likoni did raise the issue of permanent and pensionable vis-a-vis contractual terms or engagement. Mr. Chairman, the public service in any jurisdiction, as I know, is indeed really the soul of the nation. And I think I say this because you look at certain jurisdictions, Italy stays for sometimes up to 6 months without a government. But because the civil service is in place, well structured, these things we are talking about, people stagnating, people being favored because they come from this region or the other, those things are not there. That's why the civil service in a country like Italy, indeed, Mr. Chairman, even Britain, sometimes they change prime ministers 1 month, 2 months.
At the time they changed 3 in 6 months.
Yes, but those countries are held together. The delivery of service is done because there is an efficient and effective mechanism by the public service of those countries. Same can be said about countries like Israel. Therefore, there is merit also in the question in having people on permanent and pensionable basis, while at the same time there exists merit at certain levels. I mean, Mr. Chairman, I would find it very, very punishing to engage a tea girl on contract terms or sweepers. You would be changing them so many times. I think some of them or clerical officers, but at certain levels, senior levels, there is merit also in having people on contract terms. In any event, members of parliament are at a very high level in society, and they are on contract. They are on 5-year contracts. So why should it not be that at certain levels we also engage some of those people on contracts? I mean, for me, I think we can have a fused system where we appreciate that at a certain level, P&P has its own place, and then at certain other levels, contractual engagement of public servants would have some benefits. That would be my reaction to that issue. Thank you, Honorable Russell, Honorable Kosing, through you, Mr. Chairman. There's were comments to encourage, and I take it in my strength. I think, well, it has been said that we must begin by addressing the National Treasury, and I think the Honorable Member has a point, Mr. Chairman, because we have read stories about what is called budgeted corruption. By the time documents are delivered to the House, so much has been done, so much has been planned for. Sometimes when you try to read through those documents and you are told maintenance of plant and equipment maintenance, you ask which equipments are these, Sometimes you don't know which is which. And the same would go to how we recruit people also. Mr. Chairman, I want to give this committee some real example where 11 drivers were recruited and posted to the state law office. Only 4 of them had an idea how to drive. And they were on salary. So I said, what? Did you make a mistake? I thought this could only do sweeping or some other menial jobs in the office. But no, they are employed as drivers. Mr. Chairman, I have some examples which make me feel very passionate about actually, if the House approves me, want to go to this docket, because there are too many things, too many glaring things that need to be addressed. Well, the Honourable Member for Matungulu did raise the issue of the monitoring mechanism available in the implementation of various programs in the public service, particularly even performance management. This is one area that requires very close attention because, as I said earlier, Mr. Chairman, because Public Service Commission, in excess of the powers given to it in 234 clause 5 to delegate. Once they delegate, and Public Service Commission is only one small commission here in Nairobi. It is not in Turkana, it is not in Embu, it's not in Bungoma, it's not in Narok. It's just here in Nairobi. So once they have delegated, I think the follow-up mechanism on what happens to those people whom they delegate their functions has been lacking. And I think, Mr. Chairman, if, as you said, I find favor with yourselves, I would still want to work with Parliament. If I find favor, I would still want to work with Parliament because I think it is in Parliament where things can move. Some of these things which have failed in the public service, if we work collaboratively, we will be able to give better service to the people of this republic. Sorry, the last one, Mr. Chairman, is from the indomitable member for Tharaka, the Honorable Gigi Murugara, about this cohort, the cohort 6. There isn't much that I would want to add, save what I said when the leader of majority raised this issue, and we have had some quite big conversation, because it can only be looked at holistically. What I can promise is I would want to engage with the Public Service Commission on this issue, because we must find some solution to what we do with these children. They are young men and women of this country, full of energy, full of ideas, well-trained, but we have given them some little hope. that, well, and that's the expectation of every Kenyan. You take them as interns, and Mr. Chairman, you and I and several other members I can see here would actually agree with me when I say that this program needs to be rethought. You need to think about it afresh. Because, Mr. Chairman, young lawyers, when they leave the law school and they go for internship, they don't just go to the judiciary or come to parliament or come to the state law office alone. They go to firms of senior lawyers and even in the private sector. They do their internships there. But this one, the way we crafted it, the way we coined it, we just put it for the public service. And that's the reason I believe why it is giving us this problem. And forever, we must continue thinking about how best to address this challenge of these interns. Never forgetting, Mr. Chairman, that the proposal this year was that I think we take about 20,000. I don't know if we go that route without, first of all, re-engineering this program. We are just going to create more anger in many more Kenyans. And no wonder, Mr. Chairman, then the next thing, they will be saying they want to Angukan with everything. There's something is talking about Anguka. They could easily say Anguka nayo.
This time they will Anguka na wewe. If you approved.
So, Mr. Chairman, I just think that we really need to think through this process collaboratively and involving many more stakeholders than just people at the Public Service Commission. As I've said, it is a small commission of nine commissioners. What the kind of staff they have, they are not outside Nairobi. So surely, I think they don't even have they have not had the capacity to go around the country to see what other areas of our economy we could think of people interning in. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Everybody has had a go.
You have not asked my question.
You did.
It was just a supplementary.
It's a question nonetheless.
Supplementary on intervention. Just one, it's a comment. Actually, it's not a question from the public. Nominee, there is a Kenyan who is saying that the period between advertising for the jobs, interview, and onboarding by Public Service Commission is too long. That if you are successful, look into it. Another one is saying to quickly ease the pressure on unemployment, that 30,000 Kenyans expected to retire, public servants. If you could quickly replace them once they retire. And the last one says, what plans do you have for thousands of support staff in Kenya secondary schools who are earning as low as 5,000? Is it possible for you to absorb them in Public Service Commission? And as I conclude, probably in your first cabinet meeting, could you table a paper proposing for kazi kwa vijana? You can look for this money from some development partner or whoever, and this ease the pressure on unemployment. Thank you.
Yes, nominee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And
she said there were comments. So
she's talked about, but Mr. Chairman, the Honourable Member for Teso South has raised a very important issue about those people working in schools. It just shows that if the question is directed at me, then that Kenyan actually appreciates public service is not just here in Nairobi. So if I find favor again, Mr. Chairman, then the Kenyans know that they will find me even in those schools, because those head teachers, those they called principals,
are your agents.
They are my agents, because they are also employing Kenyans
in public.
In public. So, and of course, Mr. Chairman, as I wind down on this, if you walk through into any government office, including police stations, you find very well written service charters. But they are just there on the wall. You'll go, you find somebody, even in hospitals, public hospitals, very nice service charters, vision, mission. It's just like as you drive past Nyayo House. This is a corruption-free zone. I said, oh, this signboard is misplaced.
Even as your house.
And then others, you see, no smoking zone. And you have to find the people who are there. So I think, Mr. Chairman, public service cuts across so many sectors. And I'm happy the member for Tesco South has raised this issue about people working in schools. Indeed, all those people are managers. They are people who are supposed to help us. Because even when they mess in those schools, it is the government, and usually it is the national government that takes the flak. Mm-hmm. So, you go to a police station, a citizen is reporting an issue, the way they are addressed, they start cussing why they made the decision to go into the police station. Surely, is it not possible that in the 21st century we can offer public service with a smile? Please, the person who has come to a police station, surely, he is not a mad person. They know the power that that you have. They know you have guns. They have come for help, for service. Mr. Chairman, I would just want to say that if, again, I find favor, yes, watch this space.
Good. You know, if in that messaging, for a long time, almost 10 years, at the Minister of Health, there was a big sign there. This is, cigarette smoking is not permitted on these premises. And there's a Kenyan who used to go and stand next to it and smoke bangi, because it's not a cigarette. You know, tell them also to do their messaging properly, you know. Now, we have come to a near end. I have a few issues from the public. Some of them we have already dealt with. But since the public is watching, we have a duty to pass on to you. Why is the PSC employing UHC staff on contract terms and paying them only half of their salary, even though their pay slip shows a low salary for the work they do? This question was also put to Alfred Mutua, isn't it? This goes against the constitutional principle of equal pay for equal work. Will they compensate for the underemployment? Please ask Honorable Muturi the fate of 46,000 JSS interns. They were employed as interns last year and haven't yet been confirmed. Most of these are also parents and graduated as early as 2012, and therefore the stipend of 17,000 cannot sustain them. Some interns have ended up being depressed. Please give a way forward for them. There are some public servants who stagnated for more than 10 years. How are you going to help them if appointed? I think you asked this. Please ask Honorable Muturi for his views on the current state of mental health among public servants and the plans he has in place to address. I think that you should speak to. What plans does he have, if appointed, to ensure that the staff morale across public servants is improved? While serving as chairman of the Parliamentary Service Commission, the Commission had attempted to usurp the role of the SRC by purporting to adjust the salary of members of Parliament. Does he still hold the same view? Does he think SRC oversteps into the mandate of other constitutional commissions such as PSC, TSC? Let him explain the nexus between his role as CS for Public Service and SRC, and the many others about retirement age, stagnation. There are almost 20, 30, but you have already touched on them.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I start with the one of the universal, is it UHC?
Yes, universal health coverage.
Yes. staff being employed by the PSC. Well, Mr. Chairman, as I've already demonstrated, it's really the function of the PSC. It is their function to employ. But of course, we being policy advisors, we will be in a position. We will be, if we find favor, in a position to have a sit down with the PSC to find out what why there are those disparities. As they say, some people are getting being employed better than, or being paid better than others, yet they did the same job. Mr. Chairman, on this issue of the JSS, even as much as it's not a matter that I have addressed my mind to, but as I say what I've been reading, given the fact that it's a matter that belongs to the Ministry of Education, it's an issue that, because of the role that the ministry plays, if I find favor, I would want to have a sitting with the Ministry of Education, the TSC. But more importantly, Mr. Chairman, I think it is important to put a mechanism in which, like you said, some are saying they graduated as early as 2012. I think we need to have a transparent mechanism that of showing when you are recruiting, surely you trained somebody as a teacher, they graduated more than 10 years ago, and you're employing another one who just graduated last year. They have not even, and that is happening, Mr. Chairman. I want to confirm. I know it does happen. I think we need to have a transparent mechanism of ensuring that there is the fairness that we have been talking about. And that is what is required of us. Mr. Chairman, that was I want to speak to the issue of stagnation. I had already spoken about it, that we need to revisit the issue of the service schemes, the schemes of service, sorry. Mr. Chairman, there is already a cabinet paper which I found under preparation to address the issue of wellness and the whole area of wellness in the place of work for public servants. And if again I find favor, I intend to push it through. Mr. Chairman, I think it is maybe the Kenyan who asked this question that PSC attempting to increase or adjust the salaries of members of parliament during my tenure as a chairman of PSC. This is without foundation. Parliament never did that, and I know, Mr. Chairman, it's because many Kenyans confuse several issues. When members raise the issue of mileage claims, people out there say, oh, they are increasing their salaries. When members raise the issue of sitting allowance, some people out there will say members are increasing their salary. We are so clear that the mandate to regularly review and set the salaries and remuneration of state officers is a function exclusively under Article 230 reserved to the Salaries and Remuneration Commission. So it's not possible that we ever did anything like that. I'm sure maybe that is a bit of misinformation. The same would apply the issue about the CS for Public Service Commission vis-a-vis the SRC. We know the clear, delineation between what the SRC is supposed to do with regard to advising on the salaries and remuneration of people serving in the public service who are not state officers. So again, there can be no area of overlap or confusion between the CS for Public Service and the SRC. Mr. Chairman, thank you.
The very last, the issue of civil servants with fake documents or fake certificates. If you find favor, what are you planning to do to eradicate fraud in public employment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this is a matter that I think I've seen already some reports that indicate that there were a number of public servants who are found to have secured employment fraudulently using forged documents, academic or otherwise. Mr. Chairman, I think this is criminal. I think to send a clear message to those who are involved or may have been involved, the best thing is to have them arrested and prosecuted, because we must send a clear message that crime does not pay to everybody. So everybody seeking employment in the public service using fraudulent documents should be prepared that when they are found, they will face the full force of the law.
Thank you, nominee. I'll ask you the last three mundane questions. Have you been adversely mentioned in any integrity-related report or investigations?
No.
Do you hold any leadership position in any political party?
I resigned way back 2022, Mr. Chairman.
What is your net worth?
Sorry. Yes, Mr. Chairman. My current net worth is just slightly over 800 million. When I appeared before you in 2022,
yes,
my net worth at that time was about 761 million.
Mm-hmm.
So we have had a slight adjustment of about 5.6%, 5.68% to 801.
That is
761 to 801.
To 801.
Yeah. Yeah.
Speaker.
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, 761 to 801 is a growth of 40 million.
Yes.
I have seen Senior Counsel Ben Nasir, who is a lawyer like yourself, ask that for all these years, you are only able to have a net worth of 761, then in less than 2 years, 40 million. What would you say to Ahmed Nasir? Because I know the answer myself, but maybe you can say something to him as a lawyer.
No, because I haven't been practicing, I cannot even answer it in that regard. But of course, we began in very, very junior levels in the public service.
Do you know how much you were earning? 2,400.
Yes.
You remember?
Yes.
That was our take home.
Yes.
We were appointed on the same day.
We were appointed on the same day with the chairman. And
yes.
As magistrates, and that's what we used to take home. So when somebody looks at the length of time that we've worked, part of it, and I did indicate that I put in a cool slightly over 15 years when we're earning those kind of meager salaries. So, well, for me, I think, Mr. Chairman, it's just to show that I've been a very modest civil servant or public servant.
Chair, maybe yes. What I wanted my former speaker to tell the Senior Counsel Ben Nasir, that even with your 2,200 salary then, a property you bought in Kanyuambora then at maybe 12,000 is today worth close to 60 million shillings. There's time value for money and values keep changing.
Even this is just adjustment. Most of it is just adjustment in the valuation of some small property that I have in the village, and some little bit of farming activities that I do.
Okay, Speaker Emeritus, nominee, we are done with you. We have checked your documents and found them to be in order, corresponding with what we have. We'll ask the sergeant to pass them on to you, and unless you are, I think also the memoranda sent out to you, you adequately responded to all of them. So unless you are otherwise lawfully held, you are discharged to go to your other duties. and face the mountain and pray to find favor.
Honorable Speaker, you know when you speak
the Chairman, I just wanted to give, this is gratuitous. I just wanted to give, for the benefit of staff, something they call an exit scorecard of my 20 months and 15 days at the state law office.
Give it to us. And hold on, Majority Leader was saying so.
I was saying on a light note, I can confirm the Honorable J.B. Muturi does not pray facing the mountain. He's a very good Anglican. He does not go to the mountain. There are other people who are known for the mountain, not J.B.
I pray to only one God.
Morogara has a different knowledge. Your private life is not in audit. You may leave.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and honorable members.
Yes.
I've enjoyed this engagement, and as you said, Mr. Chairman, should I find favor, I will still be ready to come back to the House and account for what I'll be doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good night. Members, the clerk needs 10 minutes to change files. So you
Get DSTV Compact for 3,700 Kenya shillings and connect to all the football you want on DSTV. Get DSTV Compact for 3,700 Kenya shillings and connect to all the football you want on DSTV.
All right, Greg, we have this guy. I'll give you this song. And of course,
Wahala, wahala, wahala for your bumper.
released a whole brand new song. So I want to invite you for the live recording at the Carnival grounds. Sio Simba Salon grounds.
Ndio maana anasema John, nyote mliolemewa na mizigo, nanyi mtarudi nazo kwa sababu hata mimi niko na zangu, kwa nini bebe zenu?
And of course, I know you all love Rika Pokot. Of course, she'll be there. First of all, the all white edition. The tickets are right here, 9th of August at Carnival Gardens. I can't wait to see you then.
I went there, I saw a lot of oil. I didn't know the oil is here.
Mashallah.
Churchill Show, brought to you by Mivida Homes.
Imperfections, blackheads. Try Garnier's Pure Active 3-in-1 Charcoal, powered by salicylic acid and purified charcoal to reduce pimple-causing germs by 99.5%. One product, 3 uses for a pure skin. Garnier Pure Active 3-in-1 Charcoal, #1 in South Africa, by Garnier Naturally.
Can we understand an unspoken language? Itaweza sema habari ya asubuhi. Can it be a way to savor each moment? Sisi tunajua it can start lifelong stories. Be the center of celebrations and so much more. The more the milk, the better the chai. Chai kweli ina Brookside Dairy Best.
Holiday Bonanza iko kwa *570# pekee na ni option 4. Inamaanisha mwezi mzima wa Agosti ni tushinde. Dial *570#, chagua option number 4 na ujipatie ushindi wako wa bidhaa au chapa, kwa sababu tumejaza. Kila wiki tunatangaza mshindi wa 250,000 Kenyan shillings na zaidi na zawadi chungu mzima. Alafu guess what? Tumerudisha Probox ndani, na isitoshe Mazda Flare pia iko ndani. Ni *570# pekee, option ni 4. Holiday Bonanza, tushinde!
This is NTV.
1994.
Imagine being ill, your muscles don't work as they should, and the only drug that can save you costs hundreds of millions of shillings. Yes, you heard me right. Hundreds of millions of shillings. Sounds unbelievable, but this is a case of a 1-year-old boy in Nairobi's Kasarani's estate who suffers a genetic condition that can only be treated using world's most expensive drug. This is his story told by his parents in 12 minutes.
My name is Bernard Machalia Mudende. I'm the father to Jamali Kiama.
I am Pauline Wanjiru Kenywa Masharia. This is my husband, Mama Kiama. Also, I don't like to forget Mama Ruby, our first. Kiama is the reason we're here. And we want to garner as much support as we can so that we get him that drug that will turn things around for us. We got married in 2020, March 7th, 2020. We had a baby immediately after, actually that year. We had Ruby Wairimu. She was our first. We had a normal pregnancy throughout. We never had any issues at BP, nothing. January, tukiingia ndo kafike 2.5 months. So I'm still on maternity leave at that time. I actually remember it was my mom who had visited. Just when we were catching up, I was changing the baby's diaper. And then she asked me, aka katoto, miguu zake zinakuanga tu hivyo. She doesn't kick, she doesn't. And akaniambia, when you go for clinic, bring it up. Na the nurse ama the dog. But kumbuko mtoto hakuna dalili, yako too healthy, ni kanono, ni kachabi. The first neurologist we went to looked at the baby and then he told us. Now again, the questions about how long the labor was. It was just repetitive, so we told him and then he told us, maybe you had a long labor. Do this, start therapy. If it was a long labor and you guys do that intense therapy, that part of her brain that imelala should have picked something. So after we did that, we went back after now that period of therapy. And the doctor now was like, no. If it was a long labor that affected the baby, mwili yake inafaa kuwa imeamka. He asked us, are you related? Sindio? Are you guys related? First, okay. Hii imetoka wapi? I'm from Nyeri. He's from Muranga. I remember at that point I was afraid to ask, what gene test is that? Because we had relatives, a few cousins of mine, 2 of them, who had babies who had genetic issues, but they didn't live, one of them didn't live so long, hakukaa sana, and it was severe. Genetic testing expensive, this country of ours. So we take the baby, they draw blood, and then it takes roughly a month or 2 before, 4 to 6 weeks before the results come. They're not done in Kenya. When he looked at the results, he was like, just what I suspected. Your baby has SMA, the spinal muscular atrophy, type 1. And type 1 is the mother of all SMAs. There are different types. There's 1, 2, 3, and 4, but 1 is the most severe, and babies don't make it past 2 years. He was very direct. He was like, there is no treatment. The one that's there, ni haiko available Kenya, so you just prepare for the inevitable. I remember after that visit, we did not go to see any other doctor for 2 months, because we were like, how many doctors have we counted so far? Roughly 5, 6. Yeah, like all those visits. So now what are we going to see doctors for? At that time, another mom reached out and then she was like, even us were told we have the same condition. By the time her baby was older than ours, could you consider going to see this and this neurologist? So we went to see him, our current doctor. At this point, Wairimu was 7, 8 months. They're about 8.5. At that time, Novartis had a managed access program in Kenya where they used to select randomly babies who would get this medication for free. Because the price is ridiculous. You can't just raise that money evo too. So they used to select. So he entered us into the program. So we were now in waiting. We're taking care of the baby, we're doing therapy. What SMA does, it doesn't just affect motor muscles, it affects all muscles, even breathing. So her breathing was quite fast. At this point, we are well nearing 1 year. And by this time, mtoto wa 1 year anafaa kuwa anakula, not just breastfeeding. And we didn't have a feeding tube. She aspirated on the food. Aspiration happens when something foreign enters the lungs. It was a very traumatizing 2 days, the 24th and 25th of November, because we were being told at the hospital they were trying to get, there's something doctors do when they try to get a central line, I don't know, to pass medication, but they couldn't find it. They just turned to us and told us, I hope mmeona tumejaribu. Yeah, that's how our Ruby went. To this day, we still say I'm a mother of 2. Just that one is not here. She's in heaven. And the other is here with us. And his son we're fighting for. 6 months on after Ruby. And we were like, okay, we can try and have another. Now, given what we know about SMA and people who have gone through it before us, they've proceeded to have other kids who are okay. So this was entirely in our hearts. We just held on to hope and faith. We were like, our second has to be okay. So we conceive, and then the journey is, again, no issues during pregnancy. Smooth pregnancy kabisa. At month 2, the activity ya mtoto ya mwili nimeanza kunotice something. I just noted it's gone down kidogo. But he was still raising his legs, he was still, you know. So we were going for clinics, and I remember we went for one of the clinics and the doctor akimuassess akasema he's fine, I don't see anything. And then at month 2.5 or 3 months, there's something I noted with the baby, with his leg. Again, at this point, you can't tell whether it's paranoia or you're just being extra cautious. But I remember telling my husband, as much as we don't want to do this test, let's just do it for a peace of mind. Because it always seemed like we were on edge. So results come. He told us, unfortunately, it's the same as Ruby. You ever felt like you're walking through a horror movie? I remember just thinking, I cannot again. Not after like the bliss of believing that this baby wouldn't have the same condition. So for him to have it, it means his dad and myself are carriers. Again, which is something you can't guess, because we're both functional and fine. We don't have any medical issues. So it's not something you can anticipate in a baby. But the good thing is this doctor had introduced us to another drug. A drug called Risdiplam. So this drug does not work like the one by Novartis. What this one does, it supports what the baby already has. It supports that, and then he doesn't lose any more motor neurons. It's by Roche. And they have a managed access program in Kenya. In Kenya, right now, I think we're 3 families taking it, and Kiama is the youngest who's on it. We don't pay anything for it, because again, the deal is we take it and then they assess the baby over time. It's a clinical trial. He's a charming little boy. Looking at him, by the way, you can't even tell. This medication goes by the name onasimnogene, and then there's another hard word, but the simple name for it is Zolgensma. Most people refer to it as the magic drug, because what it does, remember SMA type 1 is caused by a microdeletion of a gene. So what this medication does, it introduces a copy of that gene into the body. So the body picks it up. So what this drug would mean is we would get to see our baby sit up, hold his head on his own, sit without support, stand. I think people take for granted how you can have a baby and you hold the baby up and the baby steps on you and the baby is standing. I've come to see that as a miracle. That for me, for us, would be a dream come true, an answered prayer. It would be everything. It costs $2.1 million. Dollars, not Kenya shillings. And it is one time. We've averaged it to 330, considering the costs, 330 million Kenya shillings, considering the other medical costs that would be involved. So the 330 would cater for if we would need to go where it is outside the country, or if we were to have it brought to the country, that would be sufficient. That drug has to be given to a baby before they get to 2 years. So this is a race. So that would mean he is 9 months away. We just targeted 1 million Kenyans. And we get 350 bob from each that would be it. Like, we'd get the drug, would get infused, and then we get to see the miracle that happens with our little one. We can't give up on Kiama. He's a ray of light, and as his name says, he's a miracle. So we are trying to get this drug for him to get his life bettered by it.
This is NTV.
This Sunday on NTV.
This is the season finale.
You're scared, you're curious, and you don't even know what's going to happen next.
I got terribly, terribly sunburned, and I also really, really hurt my feet.
Tulitafuta hizo kudu. Those who like sleeping, it was terrible.
You're in the middle of the road. What are you filming?
Kwa hii show ambayo inafanywa na Simuliti, sisi hatuogopi kwenda mahali.
All right, Greg, we have this guy who gave you this song. And of course, the whole brand new song. I want to invite you for the live recording at the Carnival grounds, Simba Salon grounds.
Ndio maana anasema John, nyote mliolemewa na mizigo, nanyi mtarudi nazo kwa sababu hata mimi niko na zangu. Kwa nini bebe zenu?
And of course, I know you all love Rika Pokot. Of course, she'll be there. First of all, the all white edition. The tickets are right here, 9th of August at Carnival Gardens. I can't wait to see you then.
I went there, I saw a lot of oil. I didn't know the oil is here.
Mashallah.
Churchill Show, brought to you by Mivida Homes.
Football served by the English Premier League, and what better way to prepare ourselves than some football trivia? How well do fans know about the league, the teams, and of course the players? Well, let's find out. And I'm here with
Enrico. I support Arsenal. I'm an Arsenal fan, and I love football, man.
How many goals did Captain Big Victor Wanyama score in the Premier League?
Kulikuwa nile boy aliva. It's 10 goals.
How many goals did Erling Haaland score when he set the new Golden Boot record?
36 goals.
Okay, that's correct. How many PL, La Liga, and Serie A games does DSTV air?
380.
You do know your football.
New season. Venye inafaa.
Catch all the 380 games of the English Premier League of Football live on DSTV from the 16th of August. And all you have to do is dial *423#. Choose DSTV Compact for only 3,700 Kenya shillings to stay connected to all the football that you want.
Dial *423#. Get DSTV Compact for 3,700 Kenya shillings and connect to all the football you want on DSTV.
Imperfections, blackheads. Try Garnier's Pure Active 3-in-1 Charcoal, powered by salicylic acid and purified charcoal to reduce pimple-causing germs by 99.5%. One product, 3 uses for a pure skin. Garnier Pure Active 3-in-1 Charcoal, #1 in South Africa, by Garnier Naturally.
Can we understand an unspoken language? Itaweza sema habari ya asubuhi. Can it be a way to savor each moment? Sisi tunajua it can start lifelong stories. Be the center of celebrations and so much more. The more the milk, the better the chai. kweli ina Brookside Dairy Best.
Holiday Bonanza iko kwa *570# pekee na ni option 4. Inamaanisha mwezi mzima wa Agosti ni tushinde. Dial *570#, chagua option number 4 na ujipatie ushindi wako wa bidhaa au chapa, kwa sababu tumejaza. Kila wiki tunatangaza mshindi wa 250,000 Kenyan shillings na zaidi na zawadi chungu mzima. Alafu guess what? Tumerudisha Probox ndani, na isitoshe Mazda Flare pia iko ndani. Ni *570# pekee, option ni 4. Holiday Bonanza, tushinde!
This is NTV.
Sadakta, Jumapili teule, natumai mzima buheri wa afya popote ulipo. Imesalia dakika kama 2 hivi igonge saa 1. Msasa bado unaendelea bungeni. Kwa sasa hivi waziri mteule wa jinsia, mila na turathi za kitaifa yupo tayari kikaangoni. Huyu ni Stella Soi Langat, ambapo bunge la kamati ile ya watu 20 tayari kumhoji pale bungeni. Tutakuwa tunarudi kwake muda si mrefu kutazama na hojua namna gani, lakini kwa sasa tupate vidokezo vya elimu kwenye taarifa zetu. Yajayo katika NTV Weekendi.
And when they came to my house, it was even not about corruption. The first question they asked, what business do you do with Raila Amolo Odinga?
When I was campaigning in 2013, in Mombasa, there were billboards put up. Don't vote the Baron, vote change.
Joho na bilioni zake 2.3 akana kuhusika na biashara ya mihadarati nchini. Alfred Mutua akiandamwa na mashetani ya ahadi hewa za ajira nchini Canada.
Tumeunda serikali ya kila mtu. Hakuna mtu sasa ya kulalamika. Hakuna mtu ya kupingana.
Baada ya kuweka upinzani mfukoni, Rais Ruto sasa anasema wenye macho wa mtazame akichapa kazi.
1982, the base commander nominated me to be on the parade at the showground in Nyeri.
Na ni miaka 42 tangu jaribio la kuipendua serikali ya hayati Daniel Moi. Tuna simulizi za wahusika kwenye makala maalum ya Zingizi la Mapinduzi.
Hii ni NTV Weekendi na Lofty Matambo.
Bamba megonga saa 1 kamili. Karibu kwenye taarifa kamili. Rais William Ruto sasa anasema ni wakati wake kwa serikali yake kutimiza ahadi alizotoa kwa Wakenya baada ya kuunda serikali anayosema imejumuisha Wakenya wote. Akizungumza alipohudhuria ibada ya Jumapili katika eneo la Kilgoris, kaunti ya Narok, Ruto aliwataka viongozi kuzingatia utoaji huduma bora kwa wapiga kura. Haya yanajiri siku chache tu baada ya mawaziri 4 kutoka mrengo wa ODM kuteuliwa kujiunga na serikali ya Kenya Kwanza.
Sasa hizi tumeunda serikali ya kila mtu. Hakuna mtu sasa ya kulalamika. Hakuna mtu ya kupingana. Sasa sisi wote tusimame pamoja. Tupangane pamoja. Tuungane. Tushirikiane. Ile sasa kazi iko ni vile tutashirikiana tutatue changamoto za taifa letu la Kenya tukiwa pamoja. Ile kazi iko sasa ni kupanga maendeleo ya taifa letu la Kenya tukiwa pamoja. Hakuna sasa vizingizio tena. Hakuna vijisababu tena. Hakuna excuses ya kusema kwa sababu ya hii, kwa sababu ya hii. Sasa hii serikali imeunganisha watu wote hapo ndani.
Naam, mtazamaji, tumekuambia kwamba hii ndio ile siku ya siku. Naam, mtazamaji, Alhamisi iliyopita Kenya iliadhimisha miaka 42 tangu jaribio la mapinduzi kufeli kwa jaribio la mapinduzi la Agosti mosi mwaka 1982. Wakati huo wanajeshi wanahio wakilenga kuitimua serikali ya hayati Rais Daniel Toroitich arap Moi. Yapo mengi ambayo yameandikwa na kusimuliwa kuhusu siku hiyo, ila yapo mengi na mengineo zaidi ambayo bado hayajazungumziwa. Kwa mfano, je, unafahamu kwamba ni kundi la majeshi 4 pekee wa nchi kavu ndilo ambalo lilipua kituo cha operesheni cha Eastleigh kwa mara ya kwanza kabisa baada ya zaidi ya miongo minne? Mwanahabari wetu Ibrahim Karanja amewatafuta wanajeshi hao na sasa anaripoti kuhusu simulizi zao ambazo unazisikia kwa mara ya kwanza kabisa hapa NTV, hazijaelezwa popote ulimwenguni. Tazama makala haya ya Zingizi la Mapinduzi.
Matukio ya Jumapili ya Agosti mosi mwaka 1982 ni matukio ambayo yatasalia kwenye kumbukumbu za historia ya taifa la Kenya milele. Siku hiyo, mipango ya siku nyingi iliyopangiwa mtaani Umoja jijini Nairobi kwenye nyumba nambari K27 yalikuwa yatekelezwe na kundi la wanajeshi wanahewa likiongozwa na mwanajeshi mwandamizi binafsi Hezekiah Ochuka, Kanali mstaafu Hussein Ahmed Farah alikuwa ni mwalimu wa urubani katika kambi ya jeshi la wanahewa kambini Eastleigh Air Base inayojulikana kwa sasa kama Moi Air Base.
That's something I can never forget. I was going back to 1981. 1981, we had the OAU conference in Nairobi. I was assigned as an ADC, AD camp, to one of the visiting heads of state, the ones who are coming for the conference. Several parades which were there, I was getting nominated always to go and do the parade. For some reason, I was seen to be a bit good in parades. And I kept on getting assigned to these duties, and I was feeling that I was losing my flying time. And 1982, the base commander nominated me to be on the parade at the showground in Nyeri.
The base commander is Eastleigh.
The base commander in Eastleigh, it was called Kenya Air Force Eastleigh then. It later became Moi Air Base. And I went to him and I complained. I said, sir, I'm spending so much time on parades. And he said, I promise you this will be the last one you'll go to.
Oh no.
Yes. It was a miracle. It almost became the last one. Yes. So I went to the parade. I was not the parade commander. I was the deputy commander of the parade. The parade commander was a gentleman. He passed away. He rose to the rank of a major general, and he was called John Serem. Was the commander, and I was his deputy on that parade.
Farah anasimulia matukio yanayoashiria kuwa kulikuwa na taarifa kuhusu yaliyopangwa. Wakati huo Farah na kundi la wanajeshi 145 wakiwa Nyeri, makundi mengine ya kijeshi yalikuwa lodwa kwa michezo ya kijeshi. Meja mstaafu Charles Wachira wakati huo akiwa wangazi ya kapteni na rubani wa kikosi cha 50th Air Cavalry Regiment kilichogeuzwa baadaye na kuwa 50th Air Cavalry Battalion au 50 ACB, alikuwa miongoni mwa wanajeshi waliokuwa lodwa.
There was an exercise that was organized by the army in Rodwa, West Pokot and all that. And the Air Force will take part as a supporting unit, because the Air Force always support the Army. You know, because even if you bomb somewhere, unless the Army comes on the ground, there's no you can say you have held that place. You haven't. So we were in West Pokot, Lodwar, we had access there.
Shughuli hizi huko Lodwar zikimaanisha ni idadi ndogo tu ya wanajeshi wa nchi kavu waliokuwa wamesalia Nairobi, nao waliokuwa wasiokwenda vitani kwa kawaida. Nako jijini Nairobi wakati huo, wapangaji wa mapinduzi walikuwa wanakaribia siku yao ya kutekeleza malengo yao. Luteni ya mauaji ya kwanza ya mapinduzi hayo akakataa kuwasafirisha wana mapinduzi na akahukumiwa kifo na uchuka kisha kuponea.
So at that stage we were just beginning conversion on the PMA, not fully qualified yet. So while there, of course, the other pilots are training at different levels, and here we are converting also and going on occasional flights with them. Not missions, training again.
Turejee Nyeri. Siku 4 kabla ya mapinduzi na siku 2 kabla ya gwaride la rais, ikiwa ni Jumatano ya tarehe 28 Julai, Captain Farah alishuhudia ishara ya kwanza ya mambo yasiyo ya kawaida.
Opening by the president was to be done on a Friday. And on a Wednesday, General Mulinge, who was the chief of general staff, and the then Air Force commander, who was called Major General Karaoke, came to review our parade, you know, so that they see it is okay for the president. And once we did the rehearsal, General Mulinge said he was satisfied with our parade, and he told us to dismiss the men who were doing the parade. We walked, Major General Sarem, or that time Major Sarem, and I was a captain, we walked and came and stood next to the two generals. And we had the conversation. We had the conversation of General Mulinge asking General Karaoke about somebody who was called Lieutenant Mwambura, and that he should be arrested. Lieutenant Mwambura was working in Nanyuki Air Base at that time, and he was in the logistics department, the stores. And in my opinion, I just thought, oh, he must have lost some things, and that's why he's being arrested. So General Karaoke tells him, no, sir, I'll get him arrested on Monday. And the story ended there.
Ijumaa ya tarehe 30 Julai, siku 2 kabla ya mapinduzi, mipango ya maonesho ya kilimo yaliendelea kama kawaida. Huko Lodwar, wanajeshi wengine nao walikuwa wakitamatisha shughuli zao tayari kuzifunga rasmi siku ijayo. Palikuwepo pia na kundi la marubani wa wanahewa. Raia huko Kisumu wanaripoti kushuhudia shughuli kali za ndege za kijeshi angani.
Even later on you heard there was some buildings, the windows had cracked. I don't know how far truth it is, but there is some truth in that, because there was sonic boom. And when a 5 sonic boom running away from Hawk, I think it was by air or something, but Air Force can confirm that because it came in Parliament that there were cracks in houses because of sonic boom.
Alipohitimisha kutembea kwenye majukwaa, Rais Moi alikagua gwaride kisha kutoa hotuba yake. Ila kuna jambo la kushangaza lililofanyika alipokuwa akiondoka rais.
The parade was done, I think, about 2 or 2:30. I can't remember exactly the time. You know, once we did the parade and the president has gone back to address the public, you know, we stood on one side listening to the president, and the president went through his speech. He finished, and he was to go to his convoy and depart. We're walking out of the place, and suddenly somebody comes on the mic and say, wananchi, kaeni rais anarudi kuja, he's coming back to address, and to give you a further address.
But he has just addressed.
It was we have never seen anything like that. Once the president stops and finishes and goes, that was it. But now suddenly something strange happened and the president is coming back, and so the wananchi went back to sit and listen to the president. So the president comes and now gives a longer story, nothing connected with what has happened, but just, a lot of other things that, the president always had a lot of material to deliver to his people. Any right-thinking person would be wondering, why would the president come back? But apparently there was something, I think, connected with security that made the president come back. The rumor has it later, from what I heard, that some people who were armed tried to join the president's convoy, and they were caught.
Unknown people?
Unknown people, yes.
Wanajeshi hao walikuwa kwenye gwaride wakarejea walikokuwa katika chuo cha mafunzo ya polisi ya Kiganjo kwa matumaini ya kurejea kwenye kambi zao Jumapili. Siku iliyofuata ya Jumamosi, makundi ya kijeshi huko Lodwar yalikamilisha shughuli zao na kuanza safari yao kurejea Nairobi. Majeshi ya kivita ardhini, yani infantry na artillery, yakaanza safari kwa magari yao, huku marubani kama Wachira na Muirore wakiingia kwenye ndege zao na kuanza safari. Nairobi Isili alipokuwa Mulata, hapakuwa na chamno.
Everything was just like a very normal weekend. I didn't sense anything. I did not notice any certain set of actions.
Yes.
Neither did I hear. You get, eh? So very, very usual, normal, lazy time for me. So we were not too busy in the squadron. Once you have finished your training mission, training sortie, you're back in the mess, socializing, playing snooker and so on.
Baada ya muda wa saa za kuhesabika, ndege zilizokuwa Lodwar ziliwasili, huku za jeshi la wanahewa zikitua Isili na zile za wana 50th ACB zikitua kwenye kambi ya jeshi ya Embakasi. Wale waliokuwa wakisafiri kwa magari walikuwa mbali, kwani ilikuwa ni safari ya kilomita 674.
We were among the first people to arrive in Nairobi. The rest of the people, actually it was said people should not come that particular day, like infantry units, artillery units. They should have an overnight at Lodwar or a particular area they wanted, so that they come to Nairobi, they go to their respective areas the following day.
Mulata alijiunga na kupiga gumzo na marubani waliofika Isili.
Mid-afternoon, just after 3 or thereabouts, I said I need to stretch back to the mess to spend some time there. Back to the station, Isili then, and spend some time there. Then as I was leaving, my friend said, don't forget to bring a cigarette when you come back. That kind of a story, eh? So I told him, fine, I'll bring you cigarettes, left. So walked back to the officers' mess. I found now a large number of the experienced pilots who had just landed a few hours back, while I was at Isili, most probably, from that joint military field training exercise around Turkana there, northwestern Kenya. So very excited, chatting, and as a very young pilot, we look up to each other. We like listening to those stories, and they were having fun. So I kept listening, and it was exactly how the things. Pilots like talking about themselves, their missions, their experiences. Is a way of actually mentoring other aircrew indirectly. You learn and hear from the others as they do so. So those stories, I just, as a very young officer, kept listening to their chats. It was fun, very exciting. I found it interesting. And they were outside in the garden, in the officers' mess. And it was a fun moment for all of us.
Na huko Embakasi, walipokuwa wakitua, marubani wa 50 ACB walishuhudia kitu kisicho cha kawaida.
We arrived at Embakasi around 6 in the evening. And we noted that there was a problem because there were so many soldiers of Gadu at the pavilion. You know, pavilion is where the people, you know, Embakasi was an airport. Yes. So there was an officer's mess, sergeant's mess there. And there were very many people. So when they saw us landing, they were jumping, they were clapping, they were waving.
The old Embakasi airport, yes. That was the airport mess. When we were in finals to come and land in our compound where we park our helicopter, all these people came out and came to the waving bay, the Air Force. It was a Sunday, there were a lot. Then we asked ourselves in the radio, because we are in the same community, kwa nini tunapewa VIP leo?
Ibrahim Karanja. Mtazamaji, hicho ni kionjo tu mtazamaji cha makala hayo spesheli ya Zingizi la Mapinduzi. Kwa makala kamili enda kwenye tovuti yetu ya www.ntvkenya.co.ke na pia usubiri hadi saa 3 wakati ambapo makala haya kamili yataletwa kwako kwa lugha ya mayai. Anwani ikiwa ni Cop Ditada. Naitwa Loft Matambo, asanteni kwa kutazama, lakini siondoki, nachukua pumziko fupi kidogo, tuarudi na mengi ikiwemo michezo na taarifa zaidi. Usiende mbali.
Ever dreamt of owning a piece of Diani? Introducing Bustani Gardens by Buzzarina Holiday Homes. Located 1.5 kilometers off Lunga Lunga Road, grab yourself a prime parcel from as low as 850,000 Kenya shillings with available water, electricity, graded roads, ready title deeds and site visit at your convenience. Contact us today on 0712 110 110 or visit our offices at Morningside along Gong Road.
Holiday Bonanza iko kwa star 570 hash pekee na ni option 4. Inamaanisha mwezi mzima wa August ni tushinde. Dial star 570 hash, chagua option number 4 na ujipatie ushindi wako wa bidhaa au chapa, kwa sababu tumejaza. Kila wiki tunatangaza mshindi wa 250,000 Kenyan shillings na zaidi na zawadi chungu mzima. Alafu guess what? Tumerudisha Probox ndani, na isitoshe Mazda Flare pia iko ndani. Ni star 570 hash pekee, option ni 4. Holiday Bonanza, tushinde!
Wateja who prefer stock zangu juu ziko tayari kuvaliwa pap lakini vile hii ekonomi imetufinya, ilinibidi kubadilisha sabuni nikatumia ingine rahisi. Bala, ilibidi nioshe kila kitu mara 2. Sikuwa na otherwise, nikarudia Ariel. Mi hupata clean and fresh results kwa mwosho mmoja tu. Ariel ndio siri yangu. Sasa stoli yangu iko popular sana.
Ariel, usafi bora kwa mwosho mmoja tu.
My skin is my identity and deserves care made specially for me. New Nivea Radiant and Beauty Advanced Care with 5 oils and 5 vitamins helps reduce appearance of stretch marks in just 2 weeks. For your shade of beautiful.
Safi mtazamaji, sasa tuangazie taarifa ambayo ni kuu kitaifa. Ni kwamba Jumapili hii ilikuwa ni siku ya mwisho kwa walioteuliwa na Rais William Ruto kujiunga na baraza lake la mawaziri kukaguliwa. Mwanahabari wetu Brian Mshiri sasa anatupa muhtasari wa watatu waliofika joponi, akiwemo aliyekuwa gavana wa Mombasa Ali Hassan Joho, aliyekuwa waziri wa utalii Alfred Mutua, pamoja na aliyekuwa naibu kiongozi wa ODM Wycliffe Ambetsa Oparanya.
I, Hassan Ali Joho,
Mteule wa Wizara ya Madini na Uchumi Bahari Ali Hassan Joho alifika mbele ya kamati hiyo ya uteuzi inayoongozwa na spika wa bunge la kitaifa. Joho alilazimika kueleza safari yake ya masomo ambayo alikiri kwamba katika matokeo ya masomo yake ya kidato cha 4 alijishikia alama ya D hasi. Joho zaidi alijitenga na madai kwamba yeye ni muuzaji dawa za kulevya kutokana na ripoti ya aliyekuwa waziri wa usalama wa ndani, waziri mwenda zake George Saitoti mwaka wa 2010.
No iota of evidence was found against me.
Kulingana na Joho, dhamani yake ni ya zaidi ya shilingi bilioni 2 ambayo alisema ni ya kutokana na biashara ambazo zinaweza kukaguliwa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, honorable members.
Aliyemfuata ni aliyekuwa waziri wa utalii nchini Alfred Mutua, ambaye aliteuliwa kuwa waziri wa kazi na maslahi ya kijamii. Kulingana naye, kazi aliyoifanya katika wizara ya utalii ilikuwa ni ya kupewa heko. Hata hivyo, Mutua alijipata matatani kueleza kazi ambazo wizara aliyokuwa anaiongoza hapo awali ya mambo ya kigeni ilitangaza katika nchi ya Canada, baada ya nchi yenyewe kutoa msimamo kinzani na kumfanya aonekane muongo na mlagai kwa Wakenya. Akiongeza kwamba hana uhusiano wowote na mkurugenzi wa wakala wa ajira ya First Choice Judy Jepchirchir, anayedaiwa kuwalagai mamia ya vijana pesa zao kwa ahadi za kuwaunganisha na kazi katika nchi za kigeni. Aliyekuwa naibu kiongozi wa ODM na gavana wa Kakamega Wycliffe Oparanya naye alifuata, Oparanya akiteuliwa kuwa waziri wa mashirika na biashara ndogo na za wastani. Oparanya naye anawindwa na kesi ya ufisadi ambayo imeletwa na tume ya kupambana na ufisadi nchini EACC ya shilingi bilioni 1.3 anazodaiwa kubadhiri alipokuwa gavana wa Kakamega, huku akijitetea kwamba kesi hiyo ni ya kumvuru.
NTV Michezo imeletwa kwako na Safaricom, mfadhili wa timu ya Kenya katika michezo ya Olimpiki.
Asante sana Mshiri. Sasa tuingie viwanjani ambapo Beatrice Chepkoech wa Kenya na Faith Cherotich wamefuzu kwa fainali ya mbio za mita 3000 za wanawake kuruka viunzi na maji kwenye michezo ya Olimpiki ya Paris leo asubuhi. Cherotich alitumia dakika 9 na sekunde 10.57 na kumaliza wa pili nyuma ya bingwa mtetezi Peruth Chemutai wa Uganda, huku mshikilizi wa rekodi ya dunia Beatrice Chepkoech akishinda jaribio lake kwa dakika 9 na sekunde 13.56. Baadaye usiku wa leo Zablon Ekwam atashiriki majaribio ya mbio za mita 400 kwa wanaume kuanzia saa 2 na dakika 5 usiku, kabla ya Ferdinand Omanyala kukimbia nusu fainali ya mita 100 saa 1 baadaye, na tunatumai fainali baadaye saa 5 kasoro dakika 10 usiku wa leo. Mtazamaji, Brian Komen, Raymond Cheruiyot na Timothy Cheruiyot watakimbia nusu fainali ya mita 1500 kwa wanaume saa 3:30 usiku wa leo.
Good clearances to come, and that should bring those at that point. Over the last one, if you got that kind of lead, just staying up is good enough. So she's come through, and now you hear the...
NTV Michezo imeletwa kwako na Safaricom, mfadhili wa timu ya Kenya katika michezo ya Olimpiki.
Sadakta, niko na Flora Tieno kwenye chumba cha ishara. Lofty Matambo, asante sana kwa kutazama, nikiwa na mshikia zamu mwenzangu Nicholas Wambua. Kumbuka, wendako utokako, usiku haushonewi nguo, na kutakia hata hivyo siku mwanana. Kwa heri.
This is NTV.
My skin is my identity and deserves care made specially for me. New Nivea Radiant and Beauty Advanced Care with 5 oils and 5 vitamins. Helps reduce appearance of stretch marks in just 2 weeks. For your shade of beautiful.
Now you can make secure, convenient payments on global travel websites with M-Pesa Global Pay, a virtual Visa card that is linked to your M-Pesa wallet. Getting your card is easy. Log into new M-Pesa app and select M-Pesa Global Pay. Then click Activate. Choose a card color or image and click Select. Enter your M-Pesa PIN. You will receive a confirmation message and your card is now ready to use. Then, click on Show Card Details and enter your M-Pesa PIN to view your card number and your CVV, a 3-digit security code. Next, when you check out on the global website, choose Visa as your payment option. Enter your card number and the 3-digit security code, the CVV. Enter your M-Pesa PIN as prompted on your phone. You will then receive a successful payment notification, just like that.
NTV, turning on your world. The following program has been rated PG. It may contain scenes unsuitable for children under the age of 10.
Safi kabisa, ikiwa siku ya leo tunaangazia demio kutoka. Kama ulicheza *570# na ukachagua option namba 4, leo ni siku yako. Lakini pia hatuwezi kukosa maneno ya charity. Ikiwa leo tuko na Triza ambaye amepitia makubwa sana. Ulikuwa na biashara ilikuwa imeshikilia, si ndio? Imeanguka? Ulikuwa unahitaji shilingi ngapi?
30,000.
Leo nataka ku make sure kwamba hiyo 30,000 imepatikana. Brother man.
Yes.
Majina nani?
Mimi naitwa Enoch Kapanga.
Enoch Kapanga kutoka wapi bwana?
Kutoka Kilifi.
Kilifi? Brother man.
Yes.
The man kutoka area gani?
Murang'a.
Murang'a?
Yeah.
Jina nani?
John.
John nani?
John Mwangi.
Dada? The one and only. Jina nani?
Naitwa Caroline Kinisu.
Unatoka area gani?
Natoka sehemu za Eldoret.
Kinisu. Joni.
Yeah.
Enoch. Watatu nyinyi. Hapa ndani kila mmoja wenu nimemwekea pesa. Ikiwa ni 20,000 Kenya shillings, nimeweka 100,000 shillings, nimeweka 150 na nimeweka 200,000 Kenyan shillings. Yote iko hapa ndani. Msema kweli? Fungua hii maneno basi. Fungua hii maneno. Watazamaji waone. Triza.
Yes.
Wanja ni wako, nani nataka kuwe kwanza hapa? Haya, Enoch kuja hapa. Ulikuwa unatamani kuwa kwanza?
Ndio.
Kama shilingi 20,000 unataka, ndizo hizo hapa. Kama unataka shilingi 1,100, ndio hiyo yako. 150,000 ya John pia ndio hii yako. Amekataa kuchaguliwa kama wa kwanza. Na 200,000 shillings ya Carol pia. Wewe ndio unaamua ni gani unataka. Unangoja nini? 3, 2, 1, nendea. Mlika sanduku namba 2. The man from Kilifi. Hapa kuna 200,000. What if I give you 2,000 shillings?
Hizo weka tu.
Naambiwa hizo weka tu. Siweki. Akikataa ni zako. Enoch, uko sure this is what nataka kwenda nayo Kilifi?
Ndio.
Kweli?
Kabisa.
Hatubembelezani. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 plus 2,000. That is 9,000 Kenyan shillings. Angalau namba 1 ama namba 3. Kama nadanganya, mulika sanduku namba 1, mulika sanduku namba 2. 9,000 Kenyan shillings. Tumebakia ngapi? Ka 21 hapa, si ndio? Asante Enoch. Are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure.
What if si number 2? Unaweza chukua sanduku gani nyingine? Sikwambii uruke. Ungechukua gani?
8.
Namba 8. Mulika sanduku namba 8. Kusanya hiyo pesa yote, iweke mahali unaitaka. Mulika sanduku hizo 3. Weka mahali unataka. Are you sure ni namba 8?
Yes.
Enoch. Ungekwama hapa singeongeza. Nafunga. Are you sure ni sanduku namba 8?
Ndio.
Unaacha sanduku namba 2. Enoch. In 3. Unachukua the 14,000 shillings, unachukua sanduku namba 8, ama unageuza unarudi kwa namba 2?
Nakwama hapa.
Ama unageuza?
Nakwama hapa.
Enoch in 2. Unachukua sanduku namba 8, unageuza, ama unachukua the 14,000 shillings ambao Triza ako nazo pale?
Nakwama hapa.
Uko sure? Last option. Enoch, kwa mara ya mwisho, unachukua sanduku namba 8, unageuza, ama unachukua the 14,000 Kenya shillings ambayo iko kwa mikono ya Triza?
Nakwama hapa.
Enoch, nipe zangu, fungua sanduku namba 8. Safari yako ya Kilifi unabeba hiyo.
Sawa sawa.
Sawa sawa. Haya, nani unataka?
John.
John, kuja. John, kuja. Hii ndio ulikuwa unataka?
Nilikuwa nataka.
Gani kwa hizi zote mbili? Hizi zote 4? Wachana na sanduku namba 8. Imeshaenda. 3, 2, 1, twende nayo. Unaamua kuchukua this 14,000 Kenya shillings ama unakwama na sanduku namba 3? Na kupeleka polepole kwa sababu nilikuwa natamani kitu kichukuliwe hiyo upande. Amekosa. I think you can get something better. 14,000 Kenya shillings, 15, 16, 17. Geuza. 17,000, 18, 19, 20,000. Shika. Are you sure you want sanduku namba 3? That is 20,000 Kenya shillings. On top of my 20 naongeza shilingi 1,000 na siongezi ingine.
Nataka hii.
Jo.
Nataka kufanyia kazi.
Nini hiyo? Kazi gani?
Sijanya, nilikuwa nimesema ya ukulima.
Ya ukulima? Mtazamaji, mtu anaweza fanya ukulima na hii. Tuseme tu ukweli. Ukulima gani inafanywa na hii? Geuza. Something better. 21,000 Kenya shillings na siongezi shilingi hata moja. Kama unataka kitu ya kulima, toka hapo. John, the next time na kuongelesha, nitakubatiza na 3 fingers. 21,000.
Acha nikae hapa.
Johnny. In 3. Johnny, nimejaribu. Sioni kama nazungushana na wewe zaidi. Unachukua hii, unachukua hiyo 21,000 ama unageuza?
Ama nigeuze.
Johnny. Unaenda wapi? Ongeza hii peke yake kisha na hesabu. 22,000 Kenya shillings. Unachukua sanduku namba 11, unageuza, unarudi kwa ile 3 ya ukulima. Ama unachukua hiyo.
Anchanganya.
Ukitangania I swear, I swear, I swear. Nakutakia mazuri, I swear. Why? Kama kuna mtu nakutakia mazuri ni mimi. Kuja hapa. Niambie. Nachukua hiyo 20. Ngapi? 22,000.
Chani kwa mimi.
Hata tatu sasa utaki.
Saki.
Johnny kwa mara ya pili nakuuliza. Unachukua hello, uza, unachukua 22,000 ama ndio unaruka kwa ile tatu ile. Johnny wewe ni mkulima.
Yeah.
Mara ya mwisho unachukua huyu, unageuza, unachukua 22,000 ama unakwama. Umewacha ile, si ndio?
Umewacha ile.
Nipe. Johnny kajichagulia sanduku namba 11. Ha! Karo.
Yes.
Haka meiva. Kuja. Ama au kuwa unamtaka?
Kwa sawa.
Huko unamtaka? Nimeona tu unawachagua tu. Bas. I know you need it. Leta mkono. Naenda chukua.
Sawa, acha niende.
Endea. Unafanya nini kwa moja? Five, 6, 7, 8. Mulika sanduku namba 1. Hizi vitu zote umeona ukuje uchukue hii. Niongeze shilingi ngapi hapo? 29, 30. 30,000 Kenya shillings. Jaribu utoke hapo. Carol, jaribu utoke hapo. Biashara unataka kufungua. Aina gani?
Hoteli.
Kama ni hoteli yeye iko sawa. Kama ni hoteli kaa hapo. Hii beseni ya kunawa hii. Sasa wewe unatoka. Sikutaki hapo. This is 4,000 shillings on top of that. 34,000 Kenyan shillings. 1,000 imekutosha kununua hizi kama 10. Utakwama?
Badilisha.
Ya. Ukienda wapi? Wapi? Wapi?
Nikwama hapa.
Karo kwa mara ya 3 unachukua sanduku namba 1, unachukua the 34,000 Kenya shillings ama unageuza.
Nichukue tu hii.
Sikusikii?
Wacha nichukue tu hii.
Karo kwa mara ya pili unachukua this, unachukua the 34,000 Kenya shillings ama unageuza.
Nichukue hii.
Karo kwa mara ya 3. I'm giving up. Unachukua sanduku namba 1, unachukua the 34,000 Kenya shillings ama unageuza.
Nenda namba 6. Nenda namba 6.
Asante. Karo kwa mara ya 3 unachukua sanduku namba 6, unarudi kwa ile moja ambayo umeiwacha. Mulika sanduku namba 1. Ama unachukua the 34,000 Kenya shillings ama unageuza.
Nachukua hii tu.
Uko sure? Uko sure? Karo kwa mara ya mwisho. Final. Unachukua sanduku namba 1, unachukua sanduku namba 6, unageuza ama unachukua sanduku namba
Wacha tu nichukue hii.
Uko sure?
Yenye takuwa ndani ndio ni yangu.
Hautaki pesa nyingine?
Taki.
Chukua. Hey. Wenye imani. Wenye imani nyinyi. Yako ni Demio, yao iko kwa bahasha. See you after the break. Tukireveal.
Cheza Loto Moto.
Imperfections, blackheads. Try Garnier's Pure Active 3-in-1 Charcoal, powered by salicylic acid and purified charcoal to reduce pimple-causing germs by 99.5%. One product, 3 uses for a pure skin. Garnier Pure Active 3-in-1 Charcoal, #1 in South Africa, by Garnier Naturally.
Kucheza, kusaidia na kushinda kwenye Loto Moto Lucky Game. Thibitisha ni *570# pekee. Kuna watapeli na usikubali wa kulagai. Hakikisha ni *570# pekee. Cheza Lucky Game. Nani ananipatia bahasha wa kwanza? Asante, kuja hapa. Kuja hapa, kuja hapa, kuja hapa, kuja hapa, kuja hapa. Ulichukua sanduku namba ngapi?
11.
Namba 11. Simama hapa. Shika hii. Wacha tuchape sherehe. Shika hii kwanza. The Bluetooth speaker Von ni yako. Yes!
Yeah.
Yes! Yes! Bas, hii ni yako.
Asante.
Rudi back kwenye start na unyonye hiyo mpaka iishe, sawa?
Sawa sawa.
Nani anipatia wapi? Kunywa soda. Kunywa soda. Johnny, nyonya hiyo kitu. Silisiko kusema. Sikio nasema kuna mtu karibu kupatia cheers. Wewe ni wa pili. Aha. Enoch.
Yes.
Ulikataa kuchukua sanduku namba ngapi?
2.
Enoch.
Yes.
What do you think niko nao kwa mkono yangu?
Sina uhakika.
Actually, hivi tunakuja in styles. Enoch umewacha 150,000 shillings. Natoka hapa na 2 bottles of Lucozade Narai Bossman.
Yes.
Umeniachia hizi. Hiyo mkono yako ilishika shilingi 200,000. Hiyo. Na inashika gani nyingine? Hiyo. Yako hiyo. Ingia back kwenye stand. Kuja hapa. Yo. Ukakata shilingi ngapi?
28.
Ona sasa hivi leo umenyenyekea 28. Hey. 28 ni wewe. Ulikataa 34,000 Kenya shillings. Unatoka mahali hapa na 288. Gaja. Kuja hapa, kuja hapa. Na ndio hii thibitisho. Ndio hii ama sio hii?
Asante.
Najua ulikuwa unaitaka sana. It's okay. It's okay. Inaenda kushikilia wapi?
Nisaidia fees ya mtoto.
Ulikuwa unahitaji kabisa.
Hata sikuwa nimelipa rent. Nifungie nikalala kwa jirani ndio nikakuja.
Umeishinda?
Asante.
20,000 Kenyan shillings. Nyosha mkono yako. Na hiyo ndio utamu wa imani. Sawa? Yes. Triza. You needed 30,000 Kenyan shillings. Sasa uko na 34,000 Kenyan shillings.
Asante.
Umesaidika? Kabisa. Kabisa. Awamu ya kupata mshindi wa Demio nayo ni sasa. Uliona Probox ikitoka na sasa ni Demio. Kama umecheza *570# na ulichagua option namba 4, Sijachoka kuchanganya. Bado sijachoka kuchanganya. Sijachoka kuchanganya. Tiketi yako iko kwenye dramu hii. Na mshindi wa Demio nayo ni none other than nambari za simu ni 0707-538. Gertrude Nyandiwa, Demio inakukujia. Star 570 hash imekupatia gari ambayo iko na all the features unazotaka ndani ya gari, na ni Demio nayo, na inaenda kwa Gertrude Nyandiwa au 750,000 Kenyan shillings. Atachukua gani? Na ni safari ya kwenda Maseno. Na shop break tumeshachapa Nakuru, sasa tunaelekea Kisumu kisha tuingie Maseno. Bado tuko njiani. Kisumu! Hii imeenda Maseno bwana. Hii imeshaenda Maseno.
Okay.
Unataka kuiona nani? Unaona hii imeshaenda hii.
Wapi huyo mama?
Hii imeshachukuliwa. Nieleze wewe.
Amewini huyo mgani?
Hii tunampelekea ako Maseno. Hii imeenda. Sawa. Maseno tumeingia. Sasa kazi ni kumtafuta Gertrude.
Oi. Tokezea. Leo umeonekana live.
Ukoaje?
Niko fit.
Shughuli gani unachapa hapa?
Sikuuza tu kitunguu na nyanya.
Kitunguu na nyanya? Wapi?
Main soko.
Twende.
Twende.
Haina shida.
Hanya bazaja, leo mimi. Mimi nauzia hapa. Hapa.
So hapa ndio unachapa?
Hii ni base yangu.
Na nikisema nataka kwenda nyumbani?
Twende.
Kwenda nyumbani?
Twende.
Kwa nyumba?
Twende.
Nirudia. Aske.
Gidrick, bibi ananiambia ati anatamani sana.
Natamani shamba.
What do you think iko kwa basi?
How? Inaweza kuwa fridge. Ji kama gesi wake yangu iko poa.
Sitaki muijue mpaka niilete hapa ndani. Kuna draw ambayo tumefanya na draw ilitoa ticket ya Gertrude. Gertrude wewe ndio mshindi wa Demio nayo.
Sijakupata.
Wewe ndio mshindi wa hii gari.
Mungu ni mwema. Asante Mungu, asante Mungu, asante Mungu. Mungu wewe heshima, sifa na utukufu. Yangu. Ini yangu. Thank you Jesus. Mungu ni mwema. Asante Mungu. Mungu unastahili heshima, sifa, utukufu. Na utabaki kuwa Mungu katika maisha yangu. Ini yangu. Ya geti. Mungu ni mwema. Nikalia step. Mimi ndio bana reverse. God is great. Ya iliyoliwa na nzige. Mungu.
Kama umekuwa ukiomba ndio hiyo.
Asante Yesu. Mimi ndio nitakuwa naendesha hivi. Nikienda soko leo nikoroge tu soko na hivi na spin hivi. Hey, God is great.
Gertrude Nyandiwa.
Yes.
Ikiwa ni ticket SG 91523D4T. Tumekuwa na wewe, nimeona vile unahitaji gari, pia nimeona vile pia unahitaji hizi. This is 3/4 million.
Asante Yesu. Hai, hii ni yangu tena.
Hii pia ni yako ukitaka.
Thank you Jesus.
That is 750,000 Kenyan shillings. Options zilikuwa mbili. Either uchukue Demio ambao umeikalia, umeyonja, ama uchukue 750,000 Kenyan shillings. Pesa ama gari?
Gari.
Unahitaji gari ama 750,000?
Gari.
Are you sure?
Exactly.
Unarudisha hiyo pesa ndani ya hii mfuko?
Tarudisha.
Weka mwenyewe 750,000 Kenyan shillings. Mazda Demio. Nayo. Wewe ndio mshindi.
Asante Yesu, asante Yesu, asante Yesu.
Ni yako.
Ni yangu.
Ni yako.
Kabisa.
Ni yako.
Na sitanyang'anywa.
Kifupu ndio hiyo.
Asante Yesu.
Na ili nidhibitishe kabisa juu ya hiyo, logbook ya gari hii leo inalala kwa nyumba yako, kwa mikono yako vile unataka. Ni yako.
Asante Yesu.
Sasa ingia, angalia gari, ukitaka kugurumisha, tutakuonesha vile inagurumishwa. 750,000 Kenya shillings ndizo hizi, na Gertrude amechagua Demio, ikiwa yeye ndio mshindi wa Demio nayo. Kumbuka ilikuwa ni *570#. Tiketi yake ambayo ameshindia nayo ndiyo hii yako. Bado una nguvu, ikiwa holiday bonanza inaanza officially. 250,000 Kenya shillings kila wiki. Probox inarudi kwenye box. Wagon pia inarudi kwenye box. Ndudi kila wiki na zawadi zingine zaidi na zaidi na zaidi. Zidi kucheza Loto Moto. Nazidi kutizama Loto. Cheza Loto Moto. Shinda pesa moto moto. Holiday bonanza iko kwa *570# pekee na ni option 4. Inamaanisha mwezi mzima wa Agosti ni tushinde. Dial *570#, chagua option number 4 na ujipatie ushindi wako wa bidhaa au chapaa, kwa sababu tumejaza. Kila wiki tunatangaza mshindi wa 250,000 Kenyan shillings na zaidi, na zawadi chungu mzima. Alafu guess what? Tumerudisha Probox ndani, na isitoshe Mazda Flare pia iko ndani. Ni *570# pekee, option ni 4. Holiday bonanza, tushinde! Kucheza, kusaidia na kushinda kwenye Loto Moto Lucky Game. Thibitisha ni *570# pekee. Kuna watapeli na usikubali wa kulaghai. Hakikisha ni *570# pekee. Cheza Lucky Game.
Now you can make secure, convenient payments on global travel websites with M-Pesa Global Pay, a virtual Visa card that is linked to your M-Pesa wallet. Getting your card is easy. Log into new M-Pesa app and select M-Pesa Global Pay. Then click Activate. Choose a card color.
Museums is about our history, our culture, our heritage.
Enter your M-Pesa PIN. You will receive a confirmation message and your card is now ready to use. Then, click on Show Card Details and enter your M-Pesa security code. Next, when you check out on the global website, choose Visa as your payment option. Enter your card number and the 3-digit security code, the CVV. Enter your M-Pesa PIN as prompted on your phone. You will then receive a successful payment notification, just like that.
NTV, turning on your world. The following program has been rated GE. It is therefore suitable for general family viewing.
Our journey to Wajir has taken longer than we had anticipated because of challenges arising on the road.
This is the earliest we've ever left. It's 3:15. Yeah, I feel fresh. As fresh as you can be at 3:15 after sleeping at around midnight.
It is day 5 and we are supposed to be in Marsabit on our way back to Nairobi. We spent a day longer because of the Shatta Abak route. Leo ni ile siku ya kujaribu ku catch up with time. Wajir is quiet after a day of Eid Mubarak, lakini bado kuna hawa watu wanawapeleka ngamia kichinjioni. We are soon out of the tarmac zone and back to the loose surface road. This donkey tries to get our attention. I don't speak donkey, but I think he was trying to tell us about his friends on the road. The road from Wajir to Buna is not so bad, although at night inakaa hapa ndio bedroom ya ngamia na punda. We also get to see a bit of wildlife. There was also a striped hyena, but it disappeared before we got it on camera. We still have to drive across puddles of water. Even with wild animals running around, we meet Aftena walking in the dark with her donkeys in search of firewood.
Uliamka saa ngapi?
Maka saa sokata.
Soka ni kuton kan soka.
5.
Salada mkile
Na ini kila siku namkanga hiyo masaa?
Maro maalin walba saacadaas ma soo kacdaa lagu dhahay.
Hauogopi wanyama wa pori kama fisi?
Badan anayd. Ilaahay yaa qabnaabe.
Sema tuko wengi and we are in the custody of God.
Unaona kama hii ni kazi nzito kwa mwanamke?
Unastahili shukran.
Kazi ngumu. Ni kazi ngumu.
Ni kazi ngumu. Unaonelea tukienda mbele.
Sasa kala salama ana ilmi ya bi loo raadina. Halkeen noqon kara hadii la maaragtay dadka tabriyaasi hay oo maaragtay ilmi dukaan maaragtay aday wax guursanay jirin. قصب واعي قري جرس وحو قال بس ما لسه مركان ساسا كو قصبي
في عنتاي
anta ni kusema nini?
Ni mzuri.
Anta he.
Fi anta.
Like in other parts of rural Kenya, this is the daily routine of the women here.
I'm very impressed. It was nice to get to meet her, get to talk, get to learn a new term in Somali. Kusema it is good fiantahe. Najua nimeifanya hivi na ki-accent kingine kia Nairobi, but it's something I didn't know and now you know as well. Fiantahe.
This is the daily routine of most of the women in this part of Kenya. Most of Wajir is flat with no hills or mountains, but as we are approaching the Ethiopia border, the hills are starting to appear. The road is smooth and makes for good driving. We decided to try and pick up some speed and almost immediately regret it. A Gerenuk springs from the bush and almost collides with us. As we approach Buna, the hills are getting closer and closer. From Buna towards Bute, it feels like we are now in a national park. There's quite a lot of bush and the place is teeming with wildlife. We spot a lot of dik-diks along the route as well. The wildlife is very resilient and has managed to survive the drought on their own. We also spot a jackal, but it hid before we could capture it on camera.
Inaitwa Barkin Warawa in Somali.
Barkin Warawa.
Barkin inamaanisha pilo.
Barkin.
Yeah, Barkin Warawa.
Warawa.
Warawa inamaani fisi.
Barkin Warawa.
Ni pilo ya fisi.
Pilo ya fisi.
Yeah.
Tume notice footprints hapa. And let me guess. Cheetah. But you have a look.
Lion or cheetah. They are very common in this area.
Nurdin would know better, as a few years ago he covered a cheetah story around here that went viral in the world.
6-year-old male cheetah was captured alive by Mzee Hassan and his 4 sons.
Sasa tulimwambia gari ambulance ndio ilibeba. Yaraan u yeerti waa raadi 4 mayd aan raadinaya 4 mayd oo kaamil aan raadinaya. Shara asrka kabaalka ku soo qabtay waa kaas. Meesha deeglaa. Aan madaxa ka gili. Urku ma dhufan nabarku ma dhufan. Lugaha ka xiraan ay dawladdan uskuna baarkan Ireland asbadhige. Tulifikisha wajia station kwa salama na turudisha shukrani wakati huu tunaambia wananchi asanteni kwa kulinda wanyama.
Wajir is an important bird area with many birds in Kenya having breeding sites here. 2 weeks ago, the creature the Somali call Morothi made a dramatic comeback. Actually, July 8th, elephants came into Wajir with one making it as far as Eldas. The irony is that even with a significant wildlife population of herbivores and carnivores, the county doesn't have a single park or national reserve.
When someone tells you northeastern, what do you see? Usually it's a flat ground, it's a desert, it's desolate. But we've seen so many different types of vegetations and terrain. Right now, if you look at the soil, it's red. And then on this side, believe it or not, it's not flat.
Hills covered in clouds isn't something you would expect to see here, is it? Well, we are now getting closer to Wajir North. One reason why wildlife thrives in pastoralist areas is because the people share the land with wildlife. Along the road, people are on the move back to their homes after the rains have regenerated the land. Many animals have died, but also many have survived.
dhibaatadaas hadda nakicis geelay waxa waa la haaday wixii fooy aadi wixii Ethiopia loola fiigay geela hadda tan ka kan had ciidaydan wada.
Pole sana kwa vile mifugo yako yamekufa.
Hiyo itaki translation.
Okay. Maasantai ni kumaanisha nini?
Wad maasantai. Maatsenet.
Maatsenet. So nimesikia lugha iko tofauti kidogo na
kwa maasantai sasa ni anarudisha kwako.
Okay.
Wewe ndio ulikuwa unasema thank you. Maatsenet.
Nafu Maatsenet ni kusema alafu kurudi.
Wad maasantai.
Wad maasantai.
Wad maasantai.
Okay. Okay. Nasiban.
There are many roadblocks along the way, and some require us to open for ourselves. Nurdin is about to discover that opening this barrier isn't as simple as it looks. We are now driving at the foot of the hills. It feels very different because all along we have been moving without seeing hills and valleys. This is what they probably call a hybrid road. It has sections of tarmac and loose surface. By the way, what does Gurar mean? I'm sure you are thinking it is a Somali or Borana word that has to do with hills. It is actually a British name.
Get DSTV Compact for 3,700 Kenya shillings and connect to all the football you want on DSTV.
Kenya ni nchi ya mabingwa na
hapa hakuna shortcut.
Kuwa bingwa ni kujitolea, kujituma.
Mabingwa hutambua mabingwa wenzao.
Mabingwa hurauka kabla ya jua kuchomoka. Wengine kuwa mabingwa wa familia. Mabingwa huhakikisha tuna shine kama mabingwa. Wao hutulisha vyema. Ma-influencer wa kutuconnect mtandaoni. Mabingwa, wale ambao hutuongoza.
Sisi wote ni mabingwa.
Kijana hapo mbele, mzee hapo nyuma. Jamaa na jembe. Boda aliyemleta jamaa na jembe. Msichana wa kibao. Memba wa bodi, kijana wa maziwa.
Sisi wote ni Team Kenya.
Days since the last day of last season, we are ready to do it all again. Phil Foden is having the season of his life. Brilliant! Just brilliant! That is quite something!
Dial *423#. Get DSTV Compact for 3,700 Kenya shillings and connect to all the football you want on DSTV.
Welcome to the world of casino games on 1xBet. And let the luck be on your side. Slot games on 1xBet, where fortune awaits.
Maisha iko fit na yeah, sema Yemen. Nilikuwa nikitembea sina draft German. Kebis lete umbea mana fama. Nitishe feungana na chama. Niko mrasi, niko keja, furasi, niko fed up. Young innovator, yando better. Nitakufunza kazi, nitakufunza farming. Kunja jamvi, kuja nami.
Wezi chapa na makadi zangu kali. Nimejipina wezi kosa quality ni high. Siniko busy sana sana squeeze sipatikani. Mali safi nimezi seti pakina Kasarani. From a chula squeeze naitwa designer. Suta ni dress na yo luku ya jana. Nakafunga kwa budget si minus vitenge mahudi hata shati za Raima.
Yeah, yeah. Lazima tutafute, tukafunge. Yeah, yeah. Life ijipe na sio kesho. Yeah, yeah.
Lazima tutafute, tukafunge.
Yeah, yeah.
Make it happen right now, man. Yeah.
GURAR is an acronym that stands for Garrison United Rifle African Range. The British had a garrison here during the colonial era. Remember that the Italians had captured this territory for 1 year in 1940. So technically, part of Kenya was colonized by the Italians.
Iko katikati ya hii barabara ina connect
Moyale to Takaba. So security is one of the safest roads to Mandera.
Yeah.
Kwa sababu haiko karibu na boda.
Iko na lami.
Iko na lami, iko karibu na boda. Unaingilia Mandera kama unatoka upande ya Kenya. Lakini shida hizo barabara zingine inapita karibu na boda. Like 10 kilometers to the border.
Now notice there are very many features here. Unaweza nielezea kuhusu hizi features?
Kuna milima ziko na art rock formations zake kando. Yes, kuna uwezekano naona kuna mabawa. Kuna ile kidogo short peak. Na inakaa kama flesh eating bird.
Kama gani? Eagle.
Eagle.
Oh, eagle inaitwa nini kwa Kisomali?
Tampi.
Tampe. Tampe.
Inaenda naye.
Tampe. Oh, tampe inakumaanisha inaenda naye.
Inaenda naye.
Kwa hivyo jina zi upeanwa like ile characteristic ya kitu ndio inapewa. Tampe. Dampe.
Inaenda naye.
Oh, okay.
We are, however, interested in a specific rock. The Somalis call it Masdidin. This one doesn't need a lot of imagination, as the animals depicted are rather quite obvious.
Ndio kichwa yake imetoka kando. Tutu hizi ni kama imesimama kwa picture.
Chini ya hiki rock kikubwa.
Alafu ikatoka na kichwa yake kidogo. So kichwa ya tutu na kichwa ya
white hivi.
White inaangalia.
Okay.
Mas ni nyoka, na Didin ni tortoise kwa Kisomali. It almost seems like someone carved the animals on the rock. We are done with one of the main attractions in Gurar and now head to our next destination, Gurar Waterfalls.
We've left the car there. Wherever we're going is not accessible by car. Now we are walking. And kunanyesha. This is why Wajir has a high forest cover. I bet you didn't think that this would... You know, this doesn't even look like Wajir. Zile pictures zenye tumeonyeshwa.
Yeah, bro. Yeah.
Haifanani hivi. This is amazing. It's a jungle.
Yeah.
Imagine shooting. Ukishoot huku unaweza shoot arid area, jungle area. This is a great destination for so much.
Because I am the only one who had faith in Wajir to produce rain, I am made to carry all the gear. Sasa, hiyo ni ungwana. We, however, have to be cautious as we walk on the riverbed, as during the rainy season, there can be flash floods. That is why we have Deco with us. Evidence of how powerful the water can be is clear as we get to this destroyed concrete dam wall. We also realize that we have a reason to be cautious, and this reason has teeth. When I first heard of waterfalls in Wajir, I thought that it would be easy to get to them.
Tutapanda hapa saizi, but as when you go to Rome, do as the Romans do, utapanda na viatu. Look at that view. Breathtaking. This country has so many jewels, you know, places you never thought would offer this kind of landscape. You come here and then you see this. Hii lazima turudi. Huu mlima unaitwa aje? Fuga. Furga. Fuga. Oh, inaitwa Fuga. Ah, okay. Hiyo lazima turudi. These waterfalls are so hidden. Kama tungekuwa na deco, hatungezipata. So hapa inakaa kama chill spot ya deco. Na nimeona hapa kuna nafasi nyingine, acha nikae hapa. Hata mimi ni enjoy. It's getting dicier and dicier as the farther we go, because the rocks are becoming sharper and sharper. But it's worth all of it, because the view is just, it gets better and better as you go. This is fantastic. And up ahead, there's something I want to show you. Something special. Something we need more of, especially in this northeastern.
Then there they are. To be honest, it isn't what I expected, but remember, this is Wajir, and there are no permanent rivers. What makes these falls special is that they flow almost throughout the year because the water is stored in a sand dam.
The sun, what it helps is that it reduces evaporation, and pia inapima ile maji yenye inatoka, and no wonder this water doesn't dry up, because most of it is not just getting lost, you know, downstream. Kuna yenye inashikiliwa hapa.
This part of Wajir is near where the Ethiopian highlands start. Because of this, the climate here is different. There are thicker forests, and it can even get colder during the Kenyan winter. We are back on the road and make it to the town in Wajir that has Lewa God in it. What does it look like to you? Sitaki kuwaambia alafu mwanze kusema asijui ni stories za jaba. I think it looks like a lion, and that is why the locals call it Buta Lewa, the lion hill in Somali. Lewa is Simba kwa Kisomali. It is also called Mlima Simba.
Simba ndio hii hapa. Hapa mbele, the mane is right over there. Simba inaangalia hii direction. The rest of the body is behind. Amazing, isn't it? Sculpture, yani cheki. Hizi mmezoea sculpture zile ndogo. Hii ndio hii kubwa zaidi. Tumekuja mpate inspiration. Yeah. Nice town, Bute. And chill.
It is safe to say that this is the largest lion monument in Kenya or Africa, in fact, maybe even the world. While the major towns are getting paved surfaces, Bute has to contend with bad roads even within the town. Huku ni kama hata Probox zinapata challenge zile tunaona sana sana ni Land Cruisers. Along the journey we have seen carcasses, but in Bute there is too many of them. I think it is because Bute means place of water. Many people brought their livestock here hoping to save them, but they were more than the land could carry.
Even though the rains are here, this is a harsh reminder that there hasn't been any for years. And the fear still lingers of this kind of devastation. And this makes me acutely aware that we are still at the mercy of nature. So we might as well listen to it so that we can avoid or at least mitigate some of this.
Wajir is one of the counties that borders two countries, Somali to the east and Ethiopia to the north. However, there are no official border crossings. Beyond the hills is Ethiopia, na hatuwezi toka hapa kama hatujafika Uhabeshi. We are now in a race against time as we need to get to Moyale before 6 p.m. when the border is closed. We officially crossed from Wajir into Marsabit, as it is the only county with an official border with our northern neighbors. Ethiopia, here we come.
Manze, hii barabara. We are literally like 150 meters, 200 meters. Watama. This is the final hurdle, and then we fight this.
Just when we had thought our road troubles are behind us, we get this lorry stuck at the only crossing point. Yani ni kama move. There's no way of going around it. The truck is firmly stuck and the only way across is after it has moved. It is very risky because if there are sudden flash floods, this lorry will be taking a dip at Lag Bohol. Our goal of getting to Ethiopia is fading with every passing minute and we start to lose hope. After a long process, the lorry is finally free. We are back on the move. We get to what I think is the best road in Kenya, the A2. For a long time, it used to be one of the worst roads in Kenya, but finally, watu wa hapa walipata fueni when it was completed. It is very wide and has generous climbing lanes as you approach Moyale. Watu wa Marsabit walikuwa wanapitia zile shida watu wa Moyale walikuwa wanapitia, lakini hatimaye
kulikucha na sasa ni starehe.
First time ever in Moyale. Hata sikuwa najua ni county, I mean ni border county, border town. I'm excited. I want to take everything in, just see how Barabara is very nice. Apparently this was a bad road, but look at how it has changed everything. Then you see basi ziko low compared to zile za Garissa.
The buses on this route have a low clearance as the road is all smooth to Nairobi. With about 20 minutes left to the border closing, we make a quick dash to Ethiopia. Citizens of either Kenya or Ethiopia are allowed to cross the border without travel documents as long as it is near the border towns. The town in Ethiopia is also called Moyale. While in Ethiopia, do like the Ethiopians. Lakini eating raw meat is where I draw the line. So we ask to have our meat cooked. It turns out that because the previous day was Eid Mubarak, the authorities have extended the border opening to 6:30, so we have just enough time to eat. It starts to rain and it is time to head back home.
It's fun running in the rain.
Why are you running?
Because I want to get across the border. Oi! We've just crossed the border. You know, we've been told that the cut-off time is 6:25. Again, we've been rained on in the north. So, rain is a blessing. At least hapa barabara ziko poa. Yeah, wacha tutafute shade.
Instead of a long journey to Marsabit,
My skin is my identity and deserves care made specially for me. New Nivea Radiant and Beauty Advanced Care with 5 oils and 5 vitamins helps reduce appearance of stretch marks in just 2 weeks for your shade of beautiful.
NTV, turning on your world. The following program has been rated GE. It is therefore suitable for general family viewing.
Hello and welcome to NTV Wild Talk with me, Smriti Vidyarthi. This is the season finale. We have taken you behind the scenes and we're doing that once again because there is just so much great content. Here you go, the making of NTV Wild Talk.
Washa. You're scared, you're curious, and you don't even know what's going to happen next.
I got terribly sunburned, and I also really hurt my feet.
Those who like sleeping, it was terrible.
You're in the middle of the road. What are you filming?
Kwa hii show ambayo inafanywa na Smriti, sisi hatuogopi kwenda mahali.
The Red Elephants of Tsavo was the next shoot. This was filmed in February 2024.
Coming up, we have just spotted a huge elephant.
Widely perspective, they have a lot of income to the country, but to the personally living here, there's no value.
You realize that communities are the greatest investors within any conservation arrangements.
Setting up and establishing a conservancy
is the journey where now that coexistence begins.
We need to see the benefits of conservancies because that is what is not happening.
The landscape was stunning in Taita Taveta. The hills, the greenery. Tsavo is usually extremely dry, but this time it was lush.
I've never shot any drone shot of the elephants by a river, and that was very magical, so magical for me. And even the hills looked very beautiful. It was all green.
It brings some good memories of home, you know. While editing that show, I really enjoyed it. We used detailed shots of the animals. Some animals which I have not seen, even this animal with big eyes. I don't know what type of antelope it is, but it was really nice.
I remember there was this point at Tsavo. There was this one huge elephant. Hey, it was big, manze. Yeah.
Karada.
The bull came closer to the car, and Fidel immediately said to Ruben, "Washa gari."
Washa moti. Washa. Hey, washa gari. You're from watching maybe footage of elephants destroying vehicles. So in your head, you're thinking like, we don't want to be a statistic. So we really need to get out of there. But then again, there's one of your colleagues who's saying like, this is such a wonderful shot. Let's just hang out for like a few more minutes. And then I'm like, it's your life or this bull. So which one do you want? So at that moment, I'm like, you're scared, you're curious, and you don't even know what's going to happen next. So the best logical action is to move. The elephant crossed over to some cement block that was on the other side, and he started to scratch its butt. Funny thing. So in my head, I was thinking, it probably wanted to scratch its butt on our vehicle, but do you really want to find out?
This shoot was another long shoot. Early mornings, long days, dusty. Oh my goodness, it was so dusty.
It is hot. Hot. I decided to wear shorts to ensure that I feel cool, but actually big mistake because my legs are getting burnt.
These are the bits that you really don't get to see, but you need to appreciate.
You know that saying, when you love what you do, you never have to work a day in your life, I think. We hardly notice it sometimes until sometimes you feel your knees, you have a headache, you can't move your arms because you're so tired. You've skipped lunch probably, you probably did not have breakfast, and the only meal of the day you have to have is dinner.
Tsavo was dusty despite being all green and magical. But I remember laughing at Smriti. She looked like a little red elephant of Tsavo. She had to recycle her blue top 3 days. It was red like the elephant.
Smriti, what's up? I feel dirty. I feel like I need a shower. The reason is, though, I'm not a dirty person. The reason is that for this show, I have to really consider my wardrobe, and for what we call continuity, I have to ensure that I look the same for every part that we're filming.
When we're filming, sometimes our interactions are not only with wildlife. Rolling.
So I'm at Terabi Community Land, which borders Mgeno Conservancy. And with me is Anderson K. I was out speaking to a farmer, hearing his side of the story based on his experience with elephants. And I could feel his pain. He was speaking about how much loss he suffers in his farm because of marauding elephants.
I can totally relate because I remember my grandma, sometimes when I talk to her, she tells me that sometimes she can't get out of the house for days because the elephants are in the compound.
So this story really brought about the importance of addressing the issues of human-wildlife conflict. It was now time to fly to the county of Lamu. This was in March 2024 for a show about octopuses.
Coming up.
Bahari ndio maisha yetu.
Use of damaging fishing practices is very common.
Leo nimekuwa mama pweza.
Lamu was Tamu.
It takes me on a holiday kinda to Lamu.
We got there, I think, in the evening, and we ended up having a nighttime meeting in the dark, but it was over dinner, so not too bad.
Good morning, Gishira.
In the morning, we had to wake up very early. Again, it's a nice holiday destination, but we are not on holiday.
We have to get like the sunrise shot, and this is what it takes.
And surprisingly, this time Smith wasn't the one to wake us up.
My alarm didn't go off. Or maybe it did and I just didn't hear it. And that has not happened to me before. So I heard a cat fighting, and that's what woke me up, and I decided, let me just check what time it is. And then it was 5 and I had set my alarm for 4. So I flew out of bed and now I'm just rushing and a bit disoriented.
This is like normally the time we usually get off. We never even see like where we're going, and then sometimes we come back when it's still dark. So we never get to know even like where we are sleeping, how it looks like during the day.
The sunrise in the morning was amazing, and this is what happens all the time. You have a hard time waking up in the morning, and then you see the sunrise, and I think it kind of makes up for it. There's a very nice shot of the donkey PTC, and those are the kind of shots like it's a one take. So Fidel had this shot of the donkey going towards Smriti, and then Smriti had to like just say it without making a mistake.
But I'm about to find out how that's changing.
When we make a mistake, we can take a take 2. You know, you won't tell those donkeys to go back and come again the way they're coming. So if you miss that shot, that's it. And I'm happy this time she actually nailed it, and it was a perfect shot.
When we got to Daupati Island, walking in the mud, it was really hard, and we were having a hard time.
All of a sudden now we had to really be careful about where we are placing our feet, because it's no longer a stroll to just film. You have to film, and you have to be conscious of the fact that if you step on a sea urchin, given the shoes that we had at the time, you would really get hurt.
Smriti kind of had it easy because she had reef shoes, but it's okay, none of us got pricked.
We headed out into the ocean for hours looking for octopuses. I got terribly, terribly sunburned, and I also really hurt my feet because we were walking for hours and I was wearing reef shoes, and you just don't realize it at the time, but it really takes a toll in many ways on your body. So for that, yeah, Lamu was very, very exhausting, but an awesome show. That is an octopus right there that's gotten away, and look, it's squirted all this ink.
I'd never really filmed like octopus that close. I'd seen them, I'd probably touched one, but I'd never seen them up close and candidly. And you wouldn't imagine like the effort that the community is putting like to really get this ecosystem back to what it used to be.
I'm also involved in the edit, and for this show there are certain clips that we had to just cut out. We made that editorial decision, and those clips were when the fishing of the octopus took place, because it was quite gruesome. The edit was also very, very tough because there were so many interviews, there was so much content, and we had to cut it down all into 24 minutes.
Thank you.
It was wonderful to work closely again with George Minor, who is the TNC rep. We had last worked with him back in 2016, 2017, so it was, that added a really nice touch to the show.
Yeah, the biryani. Well done. Thank you.
George got pricked by the sea urchins, and Dr. Fidel, or as I would correct, Quack Dr. Fidel, kind of helped him to get the stings out.
Thank you.
Being a surgeon is really hard, but it takes commitment, dedication, focus, and just 8 years of school. And you end up doing procedures to save lives.
Yes. You are full of bees.
Now you can see we are working on her brain. We are working on a mental patient, and it's expected. So she's scheduled for surgery next week on Tuesday. Dare I mention that he's never paid me up to today. So George, if you're watching, you need to settle your bill.
Colgate Herbal is formulated from a unique blend of natural herbs and is scientifically proven to strengthen teeth and keep gums healthy. Try Colgate Herbal, scientifically proven for strong teeth and healthy gums. Colgate Charcoal, the charcoal toothpaste you can trust.
Holiday Bonanza iko kwa star 570 hash pekee na ni option 4. Inamaanisha mwezi mzima wa Agosti ni tushinde. Dial star 570 hash, chagua option number 4 na ujipatie ushindi wako wa bidhaa au chapa, kwa sababu tumejaza. Kila wiki tunatangaza mshindi wa 250,000 Kenyan shillings na zaidi na zawadi chungu mzima. Alafu guess what? Tumerudisha Probox ndani, na isitoshe Mazda Flare pia iko ndani. Ni star 570 hash pekee, option ni 4. Holiday Bonanza, tushinde!
This is NTV.
NTV News Headlines, brought to you by NCBA Bank.
Truth. So help me God.
Tonight.
And when they came to my house, it was even not about corruption. The first question they asked, what business do you do with Raila Amolo Odinga?
When I was campaigning in 2013, in Mombasa, there were billboards put up. Don't vote the Baron. Vote change.
From critics to proponents, ODM deputy party leaders among those vetted for the cabinet secretary jobs, defending themselves against a raft of allegations against them. Also tonight,
tumeunda serikali ya kila mtu. Hakuna mtu sasa ya kulalamika. Hakuna mtu ya kupingana. Sasa sisi wote tusimame pamoja.
Time to move on now. President Ruto silences his critics by incorporating opposition figures into government. Will the opposition keep him in check? Plus,
the barge was towed by tugboat, went from Mombasa port to Dar es Salaam, but unfortunately it got detached and went aground due to strong wind.
Stuck at sea for 2 months, efforts to salvage a vessel that ran aground at the channel heading to the port of Mombasa prove futile.
1982, the base commander nominated me to be on the parade at the showground in Nyeri.
And this is how it happened. The never-heard story of the 1982 coup, as told by some 3 pilots. NTV presents Coup Deterred.
NTV News Headlines, brought to you by NCBA Bank.
Kenya Twende Mbele. NCBA. Go for it.
Maisha iko fit na yeah, sema yamen. Nilikuwa nikitembea sina draft German. Pay business lete umbea mana fama. nitishe feungana na chama, niko mrasi ko keja, furaha siko fed up, young innovator, yando better, nitakufunza kazi, nitakufunza farming, kuja jamvi, kuja nami.
Wezi chapa na makadi zangu kali, nimejipina wezi kosa quality ni high, siniko busy sana sana squeeze patikani, mali safi ni mwezi seti pakina Kasarani, from a trailer squeeze naitwa designer, tuta ni trace na yo luku ya jana, nakafunga kwa budget minus vitenge mahudi hata shati za Raima.
Yeah, yeah, lazima tutafute, tukafunge. Yeah, yeah, life ijipe na sio kesho. Yeah, yeah,
lazima tutafute, tukafunge.
Yeah, yeah,
make it happen right now, yeah.
Imperfections, blackheads. Try Garnier's Pure Active 3-in-1 Charcoal, powered by salicylic acid and purified charcoal to reduce pimple-causing germs by 99.5%. One product, 3 uses for a pure skin. Garnier Pure Active 3-in-1 Charcoal, #1 in South Africa, by Garnier Naturally.
The next episode was filmed in April 2024, and this was about the River Yala and a very special animal.
Coming up,
Habitat destruction because of people who want to cultivate on the wetland.
Nilikuwa nalima mtoni tu sikuwa na hata wasia maji.
If we want to conserve our wetlands, then we need to provide alternative livelihoods.
We are building a fund. We are putting resources into that so that it can continuously support the operations of the water fund. So the community will be self-reliant once we have improved their livelihoods.
So this is how we dress normally for NTV World Talk. The latest Balenciaga boots.
So you have to wake up early. So to those people who wake up early, they don't have a problem. But those who like sleeping, it was terrible.
It was just so beautiful. The scenery was stunning, lush green landscapes, fresh air, and it was just something that I wasn't used to seeing.
So I was excited about the Yala shoot because I filmed this river at its later stages and even at the mouth where it gets into the Lake Victoria, which is really nice because we got to use these shots in the show. But now in this show, we were going to the source, and that was really exciting for me.
Amazingly, I've passed this road, so I was checking the maps and it used to show it somewhere here. And now today I've gotten to see where the source of the Yala is. It's amazing.
We also had some good slow-mo shots on the river part. Sometimes we do experiments. We can experiment with 2 times slower or 4 times slower or 8 times slower or real time. So all these different iterations, they have different effects.
So in this show we had many rivers to cross literally, and everybody had their style of jumping. So Smriti had hers. Whoa! It was very interesting. And then Fidel had his showman jump. And it was very nice getting all this in slow motion. And then the rest of the crew, everybody was jumping, but everybody got to do it safely.
Jump! Awesome. And then there was this instance we had to go over a fence, and some of my colleagues went under it, and May decided to go over it. And it was a scary experience because you can lose generations just like that. We decided, everybody came up with their mode of jumping or going over this fence, and some of my colleagues decided to lose all their dignity and crawled under the fence. I will not mention them by names.
The shoot was funny, but somehow it was complicated.
It's microphone 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2.
Again?
1, 2, 1, 2, mic test.
Sometimes when we are filming, we come across our equipment gets destroyed sometimes and we have to fix it ourselves. Like on this instance, there's a mic that got destroyed
on one of the filming sessions, and we had to fix it on set. So I fixed it, and it worked well, and luckily it held up until the end of the show.
Always when you go in the field, it is always good and funny when you work as a team. That was my biggest lesson with that show.
When we filmed the show, it looks like Smriti is walking alone to find the source of the yala. But if you see behind the scenes, you'll see like there's a whole village with her.
No, I'm definitely not alone. I have a troop, not a troop, a group. Sorry.
Are you guys okay? But we have to film like she's the one who's going there because she's a host and she's telling the story, and that makes it special to the people. I mean, you wouldn't want to see a whole village moving with Smriti.
It was very cold in Uasin Gishu, so in the morning I was wearing a green fleece.
Now another thing that we have to look into is continuity, and it's not as easy. So on this show we realized that we had filmed Smriti without her jacket, and when we started she had her jacket.
We cannot use the previous shots and show me wearing a green fleece and then the next shot me walking wearing a purple top. So we literally had to scrap everything and redo the entire sequence with me wearing my green fleece.
Smriti,
Yes.
you do it?
And well, this show would have been part of this season if it wasn't for the rain. The next shoot was in the county of Baringo during the month of May 2024.
Coming up.
Sai kansa bana simechunga tunaingia kupata hata dawa ya kienyeji, kupata hata nyasi ile ya kuweka nyumba tu. Sasa sinaona ni faida.
The conservancy model talks about ownership, long-term strategies, investing in the resources.
If you put strong governance structures in place for communities, then they're able to attract funding, and then they're able to drive the conservation on their own.
Tonight, tension is high in Baringo County.
Watu wa husema Baringo ni mahali ambapo saa zingine kulingana vile wanasema ati kuna baddies. Kwa hii show ambayo inafanywa na Smriti, sisi hatuogopi kwenda mahali hata kama kuna baddies, lakini Baringo kuna sehemu zingine ambapo ni mzuri sana.
Before we even got to Baringo, well, we were lucky enough to see one of the small five, and this show was going to focus on the small five, but in a very unexpected place on the road. And this is what it looked like with my camera crew.
We're running because our colleague Robert Gishira is on the road. Look at him. You're crazy. You're in the middle of the road. What are you filming?
We had to kneel down on tarmac, which Smriti thought was dangerous, but I mean that road doesn't have a lot of traffic and it's straight, so we were kind of safe.
Gishira, songa kidogo.
It was interesting, Smriti saving the tortoise, trying to remove it from the road, and then it was going back into the road.
Oh no, now that one, look at it, it's gonna cross the road. Oh. Your mate is over there.
Yeah, nature, you can't save it.
I remember there's a shot where... So while editing, we showed that contrast of the ugly side of Baringo and the beauty side of Baringo. We used a collage of clips of different news items that we've done about Baringo. It wasn't easy. Like, it took me sort of like an hour to come up with yeah, that collage and making sure that it also corresponds with the music, because also I like editing to beat.
One of the big challenges in this show was finding the small five and then filming it, and I just had a great time filming both Jane and Gishira as they tried to then film the small five.
I was trying to hold my breath and make sure I get the elephant shroud where it had hid in a stable shot. It was close to impossible. But at least I got a shade of it.
It was in the middle of cactus, and we had to get there, and I remember getting pricked, and then it would move very fast. So we had to we could only shoot it in slow-mo, and even in slow-mo you can realize it still darts very fast. And then we got the ant lion. You'd need a macro lens to get it in a nice way. With the resources we had, we did a good job.
Once again, super early mornings, waking up before sunrise, but then when we saw sunrise, oh boy, it just made it that much worth it. The big bright orange sun coming up from Lake Baringo, absolutely stunning. A lot of driving, a lot of road trips, a lot of boat trips.
Why we conservation people? This is why we do what we do.
Tulipofika kule Baringo kwa lake, mimi na maji, mimi si fani wa maji. Wenzangu ndio waliingia kwa maji, mimi ngapaki ng'ambo hii. So mimi sikuingia sababu naopanga maji. Maji mingi mimi ni yakaraisa kwangu. Wakati mwingine sisi watu wa Nairobi tumezoea tunasema nijemshie maji ya kuoga nini. Lakini kuna sehemu moja nyingine huko Baringo maji moto.
The shot that I had to work with was so beautiful. Like I had never imagined such places. I even remember asking the producers, "Is this Kenya really?" Like the footage was so beautiful.
Yeah, so Baringo is exciting for me because it's an IBA, important bird area. There are all these birds. So, and my signature shots are usually birds. So I remember trying to get this bird that was actually singing. And I remember tracking it for like 30 minutes. And the shot gets used for like 10 seconds. It takes a lot, but it was worth it.
We had long walks, tiresome, looking for the greater kudu. Tulitafuta hizo kudu, mpaka nikachoka.
The aim of this grand and great and brilliant product, NTV Wild Talk, is really to educate people and to inform them and show them a different side of this world that perhaps they've never seen, to immerse them into nature, but also to really inform people that there are real issues facing our wildlife and our environment. So we really hope that these episodes inspire people and allow them to transform their attitudes and hopefully fall in love with wildlife, but then also take action and protect wildlife and the environment.
You look frustrated. What's happening? Yeah, we need to shoot an interview here, and there's a guy cutting grass over there. So I need to run, tell him to stop a bit, then he'll continue.
And that's it on the season finale of NTV Wild Talk with me, Smriti Vidyarthi. Thank you so much for watching. We look forward to the next season. And in case you missed any of these episodes, you can catch them on ntvkenya.co.ke. And after having seen what it takes to put these episodes together, you might watch them with a completely different perspective and have a newfound appreciation of the work that goes in to bring these stories about wildlife and conservation to you.
I didn't do anything.
Oh gosh, this is what I have to deal with on location without Jane.
move slightly to your left. Hapo, hapo.
In fact, this wow.
For 25 years, Dimcas DT Sacco has been transforming lives and empowering communities. This year, we celebrate an incredible milestone: 25 years of success, trust and growth. Dimcas DT Sacco is built on the strength of faith through the Anglican Church of Kenya, Diocese of Mount Kenya South. Join us today and unlock a world of financial opportunities, low interest rates, flexible saving plans, and smart investment options. Visit our website or call us on 0111 033 100. Dimcas DT Sacco, celebrating 25 years of financial excellence.
Holiday Bonanza iko kwa star 570 hash pekee na ni option 4. Inamaanisha mwezi mzima wa August ni tushinde. Dial star 570 hash, chagua option number 4 na ujipatie ushindi wako wa bidhaa au chapa, kwa sababu tumejaza. Kila wiki tunatangaza mshindi wa 250,000 Kenyan shillings na zaidi na zawadi chungu mzima. Alafu guess what? Tumerudisha Probox ndani, na isitoshe Mazda Flare pia iko ndani. Ni star 570 hash pekee, option ni 4. Holiday Bonanza, tushinde!
This is NTV.
Well, a very good evening to you. It's 2 minutes to the top of the hour. You're watching NTV Weekend Edition this Sunday. Let's have a look at what we've lined up for you tonight.
Truth. So help me God.
Tonight.
And when they came to my house, it was even not about corruption. The first question they asked, what business do you do with Raila Amolo Odinga?
When I was campaigning in 2013, in Mombasa, there were billboards put up. Don't vote the Baron. Vote change.
From critics to proponents, ODM deputy party leaders among those vetted for the cabinet secretary jobs, defending themselves against a raft of allegations against them. Also tonight,
tumeunda serikali ya kila mtu. Hakuna mtu sasa ya kulalamika. Hakuna mtu ya kupingana. Sasa sisi wote tusimame pamoja.
Time to move on now. President Ruto silences his critics by incorporating opposition figures into government. Will the opposition keep him in check? Plus,
the barge was towed by tugboat, wind from Mombasa port to Dar es Salaam, but unfortunately it got detached and went aground due to strong wind.
Stuck at sea for 2 months, efforts to salvage a vessel that ran aground at the channel heading to the port of Mombasa prove futile.
1982, the base commander nominated me to be on the parade
at the showground in Nyeri.
And this is how it happened. The never-heard story of the 1982 coup, as told by some 3 pilots. NTV presents Coup Deterred.
Live from Nation Centre, this is Weekend Edition with Zainab Ismail.
Thank you indeed for joining us. On the sign language interpretation beat is Flora Tieno. Now, the National Assembly Committee on Appointments has concluded the vetting of 20 nominees to the cabinet. NTV's Brian Mushiri now reports on Sunday's exercise that saw 2 ODM deputy party leaders, among other nominees, appear before the committee.
The Cabinet Secretary nominee for the Ministry of Mining, Blue Economy and Maritime Affairs and former Mombasa Governor Ali Hassan Joho was the first to appear before the Committee on Appointments led by the Speaker of the National Assembly. Joho's academic journey came under scrutiny following various confirmations from him that he scored a D- in his KCSE. Joho further shook off the drug baron tag that has been hovering him over the years, following a report tabled in Parliament in 2010 by then Minister for Internal Security, the late Professor George Saitoti.
The late Honorable Saitoti, may the Almighty rest his soul in eternal peace, came back to Parliament with a report. He came back to Parliament and tabled a report of investigation and the outcome. And it was a multi-agency, almost international investigation that clearly stated, and I'm going to only speak for myself, that no iota of evidence was found against me.
According to Joho, his net worth currently stands at 2.3 billion shillings.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, honorable members.
Out went Joho and in came former Tourism Cabinet Secretary Dr. Alfred Mutua, who has been nominated to the Ministry of Labour and Social Protection. Mutua patting himself on the back for a job well done in the Ministry of Tourism before he was sacked. However, Mutua was hard-pressed to explain what exactly happened during his time as Cabinet Secretary for Diaspora and Foreign Affairs. At the time, his ministry announced job opportunities to Canada. The government of Canada then gave an advisory warning Kenyans not to be duped into scams, leaving Mutua and the ministry with egg on their face as they defended themselves, saying they were misquoted. Further, Mutua denied any links with the controversial director of First Choice Recruitment Agency that is accused of scamming Eldoret residents millions of shillings with the promise of connecting them to jobs.
With me is my debut.
The ghosts of 2009 State House Road assassination of activist Oscar Kengara and GP Oulu also resurfaced. As government spokesperson, Mutua had warned activists against engaging in any unlawful activities, only for them to be shot dead on State House Road hours later.
To swear that the evidence.
Former ODM deputy party leader and immediate former Kakamega Governor Wycliffe Oparanya also appeared before the committee. Oparanya was nominated as Cooperatives, Micro, Small and Medium-Sized Economy Cabinet Secretary. Oparanya, who has been in the limelight over graft allegations, defended his integrity, denying the alleged embezzlement of some 1.3 billion shillings during his tenure as governor. Oparanya adding that, should he be found guilty by the Director of Public Prosecutions, he will be willing to step aside.
May take your seat and
Former National Assembly Speaker Justin Muturi and the nominee for the Ministry of Gender, Culture, Arts and Heritage were the last to be vetted. The committee will retreat to write a report which will be tabled in Parliament. Brian Mushiri, NTV, Nairobi.
Well, President William Ruto now says it is time for his government to fulfill the promises it made to Kenyans after creating an inclusive government. Speaking at a church service in Kilgoris in Narok County, Ruto called on leaders to focus on delivering better services to the electorate. His sentiments coming days after he nominated 4 ODM members to join his cabinet.
Sasa hizi tumeunda serikali ya kila mtu. Hakuna mtu sasa ya kulalamika. Hakuna mtu ya kupingana. Sasa sisi wote tusimame pamoja, tupangane pamoja, tuungane, tushirikiane. Ile sasa kazi iko ni vile tutashirikiana, tutatue changamoto za taifa letu la Kenya tukiwa pamoja. Ile kazi iko sasa ni kupanga maendeleo ya taifa letu la Kenya tukiwa pamoja. Hakuna sasa vizingizio tena. Hakuna vijisababu tena. Hakuna excuses ya kusema kwa sababu ya hii, kwa sababu ya hii. Sasa hii serikali imeunganisha watu wote hapo ndani.
Well, a barge with 209 containers is still stuck near the channel heading to the port of Mombasa. The vessel has been there for more than 2 months now. The Kenya Maritime Authority reporting that several efforts to salvage the vessel has proven futile because of the rough waters of the Indian Ocean, coupled with the strong winds. Well, here's NTV's Kevin Mutai with the details from Mombasa.
Barge ran aground in May this year with 209 containers, delaying delivery of cargo to the port of Dar es Salaam in Tanzania. According to the Kenya Maritime Authority, the vessel belongs to Kumako Company with registration number 3652.
This particular incident was reported on the 21st of May 2024, and the location of the incident was buoy number 1. The time was 900 hours. And then the information was provided by the tag, from the tag that was trying to assist, which was tag Northwind.
The barge had 8 crew members on board when the incident occurred, getting stuck on the creek next to the channel to the port of Mombasa. KMA has, however, dispelled fears of the vessel causing any inconveniences to other ships accessing the port, as well as environmental disaster.
We are also aware that the barge has 209 containers on board, and the responsibility of assisting that barge to tow it had been given to the Kenya Ports Authority.
There are plans to start offloading the containers on board as rescue officers from the Kenya Ports Authority wait for the strong waves and the swelling waters of the Indian Ocean to subside in order to tow the vessel to safety. For 2 months now, the barge still lies on the rock with cargo, hence delaying transfer of the assorted items to the owners.
Wind from Mombasa Port to Dar es Salaam, but unfortunately it got detached and went aground due to strong wind. Salvage efforts by various tags, for example, there is Alpha 800, there is Alpha Granada, have proved futile. For them to do that successfully, they have to do proper timing when there is a good tide, so that the barge, the tag that is going to provide assistance is able to access the venue.
Reports also indicate that the vessel received an alert from the port control, which denied her departure due to the sea conditions, only to run aground minutes after leaving the port. The Maritime Agency continues to assess the situation, calling on all relevant agencies to expedite removal of the vessel. Kevin Mutai, NTV in Mombasa.
Sports news brought to you by Safaricom, a proud sponsor of Team Kenya at the Olympics.
All right, and right before we get into our special report this evening, let's have a quick look at what's happening in the world of sports. William Odek of Nyali Golf and Country Club has clinched victory at the 2024 Kenya Amateur Stroke Play Championship, and which was held from the 1st of August to the 4th at the Nyali Golf Club. Odek emerged victorious after a thrilling playoff, overcoming overnight leader Michael Karanga of Kiambu Golf Club. This is after they both played 9 over par for the 4 rounds. Consequently, Odek has earned an automatic spot to participate in the 2025 Magical Kenya Open, marking a significant milestone in his golfing career. This year's event attracted 95 players from Ethiopia, South Africa, Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda and Kenya.
As I play, I don't think of tying with anybody. I just make sure that I make my good shots. Then if happen I tie with someone, then it will decide. My coach told me winning is a process, and as long as you have started, then things will come.
And 20 countries are expected to participate in the 12th edition of the Mombasa Open Tong Ilmudu Championships that will be held at the Aga Khan Academy in Mombasa from the 23rd to the 25th of August. While speaking at the press conference at the main office of the Tong Ilmudu Federation in the country, Chairman Clarence Mwakio said they expect more than 25 countries to participate in the competition, including 20 that will participate for the first time, where some teams are expected to start arriving from the 15th of August, with preparations reaching 50%.
We have a number of new entrants, and we are delighted to announce that Germany for the first time will attend this tournament. We appeal to the government of Kenya to fully support our campaign towards getting Tong Ilmudu to the Olympics by assisting us expand the sport in Africa, as the other continents also do their part, so that once we get to the level of making our final bid at the IOC, the sport will be accepted, and of course it will also be of great advantage to our republic.
Meanwhile, the women's 3,000 meters steeplechase finals at the Paris Olympics is promising to be a brutal battle between the defending champion Peruth Chemutai of Uganda and the Kenyan duo of world record holder Beatrice Chepkoech and Faith Cherotich, who finished first and second respectively in their heats today. Kenyan-born athletes representing other countries will also be part of the fray. Our reporter Steve Keter recently visited Chemutai in Uganda before she traveled to France, and now tells us how she rose to become one of the top female steeplechasers.
At the Shining Light of God Ministries Church in Kapchorwa Township, Eastern Uganda, Sunday service is underway. Peter Chelangat, the presiding pastor, is a renowned athletics coach. His flock comprises of locals and top athletes. One of the choir members is an Olympic champion, Peruth Chemutai, who is attending her first church service after competing at the Eugene Diamond League in the United States.
We have many athletes in the church. We sang together. I like that song because they encourage me a lot, especially after Olympics.
At the Tokyo 2020 Olympics, held in 2021 due to the coronavirus pandemic, Peruth Chemutai etched her name in the history books by becoming the first Ugandan woman to win an Olympic gold medal, as she bagged victory in the women's 3,000 meter steeplechase. 3 years down the line, the memories are still vivid.
Then I decided to push the pace until 6 laps. American car passed me. I decided to maintain my pace. Then I wait for the bell. Then I actually increased the pace. Then after the water barrier, the last water barrier, then I passed that guy. Then I won the race. I was so excited because everyone was looking at me. Everyone in Uganda was looking at me.
The win made her an icon. Her performance on the track has inspired young girls.
Last time I came back in Olympics, I saw many girls running, especially small ones. I talked to them, then I encouraged them. We are still few. We need more. Yeah, especially my race. It's only me, no one. It's only me in steeplechase. I need more girls running steeplechase. Yeah.
Chemutai also trains with the top Ugandan athletes, including Olympic champion and the multiple world record holder Joshua Cheptegei, world marathon champion Victor Kiplangat, among others. She says her main target this year is to retain the Olympic 3,000 meter steeplechase title.
Yeah, of course, I'm doing some long runs, 21 kilometers, speed work, the real speed, yeah, because we need the last 50 meters or 100 meters to go. Then I need to prepare early because I'm preparing for the big thing for me, because I need to defend my title.
Born in Bukwa district, Eastern Uganda 25 years ago, Chemutai's rise in athletics has been steady. having started competing at the primary school level. Chemutai would then start representing Uganda as a junior athlete and secured her first Olympic outing at the 2016 Rio Games when she was just 17 years of age. In 2018, she won a bronze medal for Uganda at the World Under-20 Championships that were held in Tampere, Finland. All along, she has been competing against Kenyan athletes, which she says has helped her gain experience.
I trained for World Championship in Doha. Then I ran with those of Beatrice. So for the first time for run with Beatrice in 2019. Beatrice won the race. I was number 5. I was so happy because I ran with Beatrice for the first time and just won. Yeah.
Steve Keter, NTV Sport.
And while still on that, our eyes will be locked at the ongoing Olympic Games in Paris, where record holder Ferdinand Omanyala is expected to partake in the 100 meters men's race. That's the semi-final that will be starting shortly in about 10 minutes. And it's going to be quite a competitive game in this round. We understand we have former world champions and 200 meters reigning Olympic champion Andre de Grasse. We also have current world leader Jamaica's Kishane Thompson, and also Tokyo silver winner USA's Fred Curley. So it will be a very interesting race. It will be starting just shortly, so our eyes will be traded on that. But let's take a quick break. We're going to be back with our special report by Ibrahim Karanja in a while.
Sports news brought to you by Safaricom, a proud sponsor of Team Kenya at the Olympics.
New Nivea Radiant and Beauty Advanced Care with 5 oils and 5 vitamins. Helps reduce appearance of stretch marks in just 2 weeks. For your shade of beautiful.
Can we understand an unspoken language? Itaweza sema habari ya asubuhi. Can it be a way to savor each moment? Or a way to get away? Sisi tunajua, it can start lifelong stories. Be the center of celebrations and so much more. Na ni lugha ambayo kila Mkenya anajua. The more the milk, the better the chai. Chai kweli in a Brookside Dairy Best.
Ah, the thrilling world of businesses in the city. Mato, you on speed dial. Looking for help with his LPO, he needs to deliver laptops fast. Enter Stanbic Bank, the game changer in LPO financing. And I get to expand his horizons. Uyopo ni Max, aki-import bills, lakini yuko in a tight fix, like his favorite pair of tight sweatpants. Working capital solution from Stanbic Bank in a come through, sasa and expand his fashion empire to the max, literally. When our dada, a mobile money super agent, gets frantic calls to Hawana Float, through our digital solution, MJK Dada Boss can send float to a sea of agents to keep them all afloat. Grow your biashara and unlock your horizons with our payments and collections, vehicle and asset financing, unsecured bid bonds, LPO financing, insurance, cross-border solutions, and so much more. Stanbic Bank is regulated by the Central Bank of Kenya.
New Downy perfume collection. Sometimes I need a scent to keep me calm amongst the chaos, or a light fragrance that keeps me fresh in the heat, or a perfume that feels elegant all day and into the night, lasting longer than expensive perfumes. New Downy, lavender calm, sunrise fresh, and sweet elegance, freshness that inspires confidence. Your dreams have come true. Try it for only 20 shillings.
Thanks for staying with us. You're watching NTV Weekend Edition. Now, last Thursday marked exactly 42 years since the failed coup attempt of the 1st of August 1982, pulled by rebel Air Force soldiers against President Daniel Toroitich Arap Moi's government. So much has been written about this coup, yet that was not all there was to it. There is a whole lot more that is unreported. For instance, did you know a team of 4 pilots of the Kenya Army's 50th Air Cavalry Battalion is the one that bombed the Operational Command Center at the Eastleigh Air Base? For the very first time in over 4 decades, 3 of these pilots break their silence, together with other players who saw the coup from different perspectives. Here is NTV's senior reporter Ibrahim Karanja with the story, Coup Deterred.
By the last week of July 1982, top echelons in Kenya's intelligence machinery, then known as the Special Branch, had been made aware of a planned mutiny against President Daniel Toroitich Arap Moi's then 4-year-old administration. The plan, largely involving soldiers drawn from the Kenya Air Force, had a house numbered K27 in Umoja area of Kenya's capital Nairobi as its ground zero. Yet this known knowledge strictly remained between few individuals, among them President Moi, head of the Special Branch James Kanyotu, and top military chiefs, including then Chief of the General Staff, General Jackson Kimeu Mulinge. "74-year-old Colonel retired Hussein Ahmed Farah was by then a flying instructor based at the Eastleigh Air Force Base, which is the current Moi Air Base. He was of the rank of captain, having served for 8 years. In the last week of July 1982, Captain Farah was in Nyeri, where he found himself at the heart of one of the notable events of the week, happening simultaneously in different parts of the country.
That's something I can never forget. I was going back to 1981. 1981, we had the OAU conference in Nairobi. I was assigned as an ADC, aide camp, to one of the visiting heads of state, the ones who are coming for the conference. Several parades which were there, I was getting nominated always to go and do the parade. For some reason, I was seen to be a bit good in parades. And I kept on getting assigned to these duties, and I was feeling that I was losing my flying time. And 1982, the base commander nominated me to be on the parade at the showground in Nyeri.
The base commander is Eastleigh?
The base commander in Eastleigh, it was called Kenya Air Force Eastleigh then. It later became Moi Air Base. And I went to him and I complained. I said, "Sir, I'm spending so much time on parades." And he said, "I promise you this will be the last one you'll go to."
Oh no.
Yes, it was a miracle. It almost became the last one. Yes. So I went to the parade. I was not the parade commander. I was the deputy commander of the parade. The parade commander was a gentleman. He passed away. He rose to the rank of a major general, and he was called John Serem, was the commander, and I was his deputy on that parade.
President Moi was not only going to officially open the Nyeri ASK show, but he was also scheduled to spend the night that Friday at the Sagana State Lodge. Throughout their rehearsals before the D-Day, they would be putting up at the Kenya Police Training College in Kiganjo. Meanwhile, at the northwestern part of Kenya, a second simultaneous event that would later turn historic was the marking of the military war games in Lodwar, an event headed by the Kenya Army, and that would see almost all of the fighting units of the army, such as the infantry and the artillery, all head out to Lodwar for the week-long activities. Major retired Charles Wachira was at the time a captain serving in the 50th Air Cavalry Regiment, which later became the 50th Air Cavalry Battalion, or just 50 ACB. He was among the troops in Lodwar.
There was an exercise that was organized by the army in Lodwar, West Pokot, and all that. And the Air Force will take part as a supporting unit, because the Air Force always supports the army. You know, because even if you bomb somewhere, unless the army comes on the ground, there's no way you can say you have held that place. You haven't. So we were in West Pokot, Lodwar. We had access there.
The 50 ACB was the first ever aviation unit of the Kenya Army and had been formed just slightly more than 3 years earlier to offer air support to the ground units in any mission. They were based at the Embakasi Garrison, sharing a base with the Kenya Air Force's Ground Air Defense Unit, simply known as GADU. This meant that Captain Charles Wachira and his other 50 ACB colleagues in Lodwar, such as Captain Joe Mwerore, were in the military war games with their helicopters, offering support to the ground troops.
We are simulating fighting a neighboring country, whichever it is, you know, when you do such a thing. And Kisumu was the headquarters of the neighboring country. And Hawk fighters aircraft were based in Kisumu, supporting being the enemy aircraft. The F-5 were in Nanyuki, being the Frederick aircraft.
The military activities also meant that for over a week, only a negligible number of Kenya Army personnel had been left at the barracks in Nairobi, be it at the Langata barracks or at the Kahawa Garrison. In fact, those left were largely technical support staff such as drivers, technicians, mechanics, cooks, and so on and so forth. Those that ordinarily don't go to the battlefront.
A lot of, fine men and women even today who do excellent job for the country, but nobody knows. Yes, they don't shout about it. Nobody knows about it.
Major retired Unshur Mohammed was an officer serving as a pilot in the 50 ACB, then at the rank of captain, but was among those left in Nairobi as his colleagues were in the north. The third simultaneous event was also happening at the capital Nairobi. This was the nearing of the coup. Chief coup plotters led by Senior Private Hezekiah Ochuka, assisted by Sergeant Pancras Oteyo Okumu and other rebel but junior soldiers, had finished laying out the plan at the house number K27 in Umoja and had successfully tapped the support of other junior soldiers at the Isili Air Base, few more from the Embakasi Garrison and some from the Nanyuki Air Base, which is present-day Laikipia Air Base. Lieutenant General retired Adan Mulata was by then a junior officer serving as captain at the Kenya Air Force based at the Isili Air Base, only 3 years into the service, and who would in the coming few hours witness the first killing of the coup, defy orders by the rebels to fly, be sentenced to death by Ochuka, and survive to later rise and become a 3-star general who exited the Kenya Defense Force after 43 years of service.
So at that stage, we were just beginning conversion on the PIOMA, not fully qualified yet. So while there, of course, the other pilots are training at different levels, and here we are converting also and going on occasional flights with them. Not missions, training again.
Back to Nyeri, where the ASK show was to happen on the last week of July. After days of rehearsals with military precision, the 145-man parade under the leadership of Major Serem and Captain Farah would be making their last rehearsals on Wednesday, the 28th of July, before the actual presidential day, which was the 30th of July.
Opening by the president was to be done on a Friday. And on a Wednesday, General Mulinge, who was the chief of general staff, and the then Air Force commander, who was called Major General Karaoke, came to review our parade. you know, so that they see it is okay for the president. And once we did the rehearsal, General Mulinga said he was satisfied with our parade, and he told us to dismiss the men who are doing the parade.
On standby for further instructions,
we walked, Major General Serem, or that time Major Serem, and I was a captain, we walked and came and stood next to the two generals. And we had the conversation. We had the conversation of General Mulinga asking General Karaoke about somebody who was called Lieutenant Mwambura, and that he should be arrested. Lieutenant Mwambura was working in Nanyuki Air Base at that time, and he was in the logistics department, the stores. And in my opinion, I just thought, oh, he must have lost some things, and that's why he's being arrested. So General Karaoke tells him, no, sir, I'll get him arrested on Monday. And the story ended there.
This was 4 days before the coup, and no one, at least not Major John Serem and Captain Farah, had any idea that a mutiny was cooking. Fast forward to Friday, the 30th of July, 1982, in Lodwar. The war games were on their second last day. A handful of Air Force personnel were also present to offer support to the military. Civilians in the lakeside city of Kisumu reported to have witnessed intense air activities from the Kenya Armed Forces, not knowing that it was part of the games and the military activities going on up north.
Even later on, you heard there was some buildings the windows had cracked. I don't know how far truth it is, but there's some truth in that, because there was sonic boom, and when you a 5 sonic boom running away from Hawk, I think it was by air or something, but Air Force can confirm that because it came in Parliament that there were cracks in houses because of sonic boom.
Meanwhile, in Nyeri, President Daniel Toroitich Arap Moi was making rounds in the stands at the Nyeri ASK show. Among those accompanying him was Central Province Provincial Commissioner David Musila. After visiting the stands, President Moi was meant to inspect the parade before officially opening the show with a speech at the pavilion.
The parade was done, I think, about 2-ish, 2 or 2:30. I can't remember exactly the time. You know, once we did the parade and the president has gone back to address the public, you know, we stood on one side listening to the president, and the president went through his speech. He finished, and he was to go to his convoy and depart.
Known to many was the official program. That after the official opening of the ASK show, President Moi was to head to Sagana State Lodge for the night, but known to PC David Musila only, after being told by the president the head of state would not spend the night at the Sagana State Lodge, but would head straight by road to Nakuru, juggling between his Kabarak home and State House, Nakuru. But even before he could board his presidential motorcade, something rather unusual happened.
We're walking out of the place, and suddenly somebody comes on the mic and says, "Wananchi, kaeni rais anarudi kuja." He's coming back to address, to give you a further address.
But he has just addressed.
It was we have never seen anything like that. Once the president stops and finishes and goes, that was it. But now suddenly something strange happened, and the president is coming back, and so the Wananchi went back to sit and listen to the president. So the president comes and now gives a longer story, nothing connected with what has happened, but just, you know, a lot of other things that You know, the president always had a lot of material to deliver to his people. Any right-thinking person would be wondering, why would the president come back? But apparently there was something, I think, connected with security that made the president come back. The rumor has it later, from what I heard, that some people who were armed tried to join the president's convoy, and they were caught.
Unknown people?
Unknown people, yes.
And with that, Friday is done. And Saturday, the 31st of July, is fast approaching. Unknown to them, the country is now just hours to the coup attempt. The 145-man parade drawn from the Kenya Air Force retired back to the Kenya Police Training College in Kiganjo, hoping to spend Saturday in Nyeri before they are transported back to Nairobi and their other bases on Sunday.
So we suggested to the Air Force that, look, we have been on this thing for quite a while, we're tired, and we'd like to relax on Saturday, and most of the servicemen who have done the parade want to go and visit the show. They didn't have a chance to visit the show. Shows were very interesting those days. I don't know whether it's the same thing today, but in those days it was a very interesting thing because you saw a lot of things. And we were allowed to stay there now Saturday and be picked on a Sunday morning. And they woke up Saturday morning, gave transport to the service personnel who wanted to go to the show. And because they were all armed, we had now to collect the arms. We asked the Air Force. The Air Force had a helicopter transiting through the place with the firearms guys, and they came with the documents, and they recorded all the firearms, and they took the firearms from the service personnel so that now they're free to move without a bunduki, without a gun. And the firearms were brought back to Eastleigh.
But this was never to be. They would leave Nyeri as prisoners in a chilling account that we will revisit later in this documentary.
We relaxed in the
As the Air Force servicemen were visiting the stands at the Nyeri ASK show on that Saturday, the 31st of July 1982, the Eastleigh Air Base went about its normal operations with nothing suspicious. At least, that is according to Lieutenant General retired Adan Mulata, then serving as a captain, but was totally in the dark despite being present at Eastleigh Air Base.
Everything was just like a very normal weekend. I didn't sense anything. I did not notice any certain set of actions.
Yes.
Neither did I hear. You get, eh? So very, very usual, normal, lazy time for me.
He was at the time on his course to convert into a Puma pilot.
So we were not too busy in the squadron. Once you have finished your training mission, training sortie, you're back in the mess, you know, socializing, playing snooker and so on.
Meanwhile, the military activities in Lodwar had been concluded and the army personnel were starting their journey back to Nairobi. Those in the infantry and artillery units would start hitting the road from Lodwar town to Nairobi, a distance of more than 674 kilometers. At the time, with poor quality roads to and from the northern western part of the country. Captain Charles Washira, Captain Joe Mwirore, among other pilots of the 50th ACB, also started their helicopters ready for the flight back to the Embakasi garrison.
We were among the first people to arrive in Nairobi. The rest of the people, actually it was said people should not come that particular day, like infantry units, artillery units. They should have an overnight at Lodwar or a particular area they wanted, so that they come to Nairobi, they go to their respective areas the following day.
Also flying back was the handful of Air Force pilots who had gone to support the army in those activities. While the Air Force aircrafts landed at the Eastleigh Air Base, the helicopters by the 50th Air Cavalry Battalion went straight to their base at the Embakasi garrison. At the Eastleigh Air Base, young Captain Adan Mulata learnt of the return of the Air Force pilots.
Mid-afternoon, just after 3 or thereabouts, I said I need to stretch back to the mess to spend some time there. Back to the station, Eastleigh then, and spend some time there. Then as I was leaving, my friend said, don't forget to bring a cigarette when you come back, you know, that kind of a story, eh? So I told him, fine, I'll bring you cigarettes, left. So walked back to the officers' mess. I found now a large number of the experienced pilots who had just landed a few hours back, while I was at Eastleigh most probably, from that joint military field training exercise around Turkana there, northwestern Kenya. So very excited, chatting, and as a very young pilot, you know, we look up to each other. We like listening to those stories, and they were having fun. So I kept listening, and it was exactly how the things. Pilots like talking about themselves, their missions, their experiences. Is a way of actually mentoring other aircrew indirectly. You learn and hear from the others as they do so. So those stories, I just, as a very young officer, kept listening to their chats. It was fun, very exciting. I found it interesting. And they were outside in the garden, you know, in the officers' mess. And it was a fun moment for all of us.
Meanwhile, landing at Embakasi Garrison, the 50th Air Cavalry Battalion officers noticed something unusual.
We arrived at Embakasi around 6 in the evening. And we noted that there was a problem because there were so many soldiers of Gadu at the pavilion. You know, pavilion is where the people, you know, Embakasi was an airport. Yes. So there was an officer's mess, sergeant's mess there. And there were very many people. So when they saw us landing, they were jumping, they were clapping, they were waving.
The old Embakasi airport. That was the airport mess. When we were in finals to come and land in our compound where we park our helicopter, all these people came out and came to the waving bay, the Air Force. It was a Sunday, to a lot. Then we asked ourselves in the radio, because we are in same community, kwa nini tunapewa VIP leo? Kwa nini wametokea wote? We are talking ourselves kwa radio, because all the helicopters in the same. And we came in a formation, a show of force, you know, to come and land all together. We used to like flying in formation, all of us. Then we asked, kwa nini tumepewa VIP leo? Because the Air Force, wametokea wote wako kwa waving bay.
To understand why the officers from the 50th Air Cavalry Battalion that was that evening landing in Embakasi found the excitement by the Air Force's Ground Air Defense Unit Gadu as unusual, one needs to understand the history between the two units that had for close to 3 years now shared a compound at the Embakasi Garrison.
When we started the flying, those soldiers knew that the people who were supposed to fly were Air Force people. The aircraft belonged to Air Force people. When they saw the army flying, they were not happy about it. So we started having problems, even in the officers' mess. When you go in the officers' mess, there is a problem there. The officers there and our officers, there used to be a problem. And because I was the adjutant of 50th Air Cavalry Battalion, the adjutant is a person who deals with the discipline and also assists the commanding officer in day-to-day duties. There used to be problems between our soldiers and the soldiers, particularly when they are coming from outside. They used to have problems there.
What kind of problems?
Problems like maybe they're having a visitors. The visitor is refused to enter the camp. And you find now the soldiers also, our soldiers react. And sometimes there used to be fight at the main gate. The other thing I noted as an adjutant is that the Gadu soldiers were not respecting the officers of Air Cavalry Battalion. And even the officers, it reached a stage whereby we told our commanding officer, we are not going to be going in the officers' mess of Gadu. We have to go to our mess. And it was created hurriedly.
Unknown to them, the grand reception was because some of the Gadu officers who were in the know of the planned events were caught by surprise about this return from Lodwar by the army. Yet it also meant that with the 50 ACB having found Gadu as the original inhabitants of the Embakasi garrison, most of its personnel did not have their accommodation there and had to commute daily to other bases such as the Kahawa garrison. Only Captains Wachira and Captain Mwiruri had their single quarters at the Embakasi garrison.
In the evening, me and Mwiruri, Captain Mwiruri, Joe Mwiruri, we are in our single quarters. We are in neighboring rooms, and we said, why can't we go to JKA?
The club?
Yeah, which was not far. You remember like Murarongo, it was somewhere there. I think it still exists. That was usually our joint where we used to go on the weekends. And we went with Mwiruri because we are sleeping in the camp. And we came, we said, because we were tired, we felt sleepy. We said, let's go back. About 10.
What were you drinking then?
Oh, alcohol.
And we ate meat. And we entertained ourselves there.
At Isili, then Captain Adan Mulata is still within the officers' mess, listening to the accounts of the senior pilots.
The stories went on up to about 7:30. Then I realized I need to pick cigarettes and go and join the guys I left wherever I am, in Isli there. So I disengaged from that team. Up to now, noticed nothing at all. So I looked about and saw outside a colleague of mine called Captain Joroge was about to leave. He was on duty during the day. So now he's about to leave for his home in Southlands. So I asked him, can you please drop me off outside the gate there? And he said, fine. And as I was about to hop in, another colleague called Wachira. Wachira is a navigator. He's late now also. And he said he was the duty operations officer at the Kenya Air Force headquarters. There's an operations room at the headquarters, and he was the one on duty then. So he said, can you please drop me? Now he's taking us out of our path because we were to turn right to the gate and proceed with the journey. But he said, can you take me to the ops? So that took us into the camp now, to the headquarters where we dropped him.
Yes.
As we dropped him, we turned back, now ready to join our journey out of the base. So as we exited, I think the driver and Joroge whispered to each other. I was sitting behind the Land Rover. And it's like there's something we need to see for a brief moment. Yes. So at the sports pavilion, if you know Moyabes, as you exit the headquarters and turn left towards the mess, there's a sports pavilion there, the small, nice building. So they stopped there. We all joined in. It was a pre-wedding party.
For a colleague?
For one of the soldiers, not a colleague officer. I think the officers were just the two of us, most probably. So we briefly stopped. It didn't take time. We saw what was going on. I found about 30, 40 people having merrymaking and so on. But within no time, we wanted to turn back and leave and continue with our journey. So as we were now preparing to leave, it's when now at the door, some 4 or 5 guys, very heavily armed in combat with, with those belts, just storming in, and stopping just at the veranda out there. The door was glass double door, large one.
And while that was just the first part of coup deterred by Ibrahim Karanja, we're going to take a short break. We'll be back with the second part of that special report.
Holiday Bonanza iko kwa star 570 hash pekee na ni option 4. Inamaanisha mwezi mzima wa Agosti ni tushinde. Dial star 570 hash, chagua option number 4 na ujipatie ushindi wako wa bidhaa au chapa, kwa sababu tumejaza. Kila wiki tunatangaza mshindi wa 250,000 Kenyan shillings na zaidi na zawadi chungu mzima. Alafu guess what? tumerudisha Probox ndani, na isitoshe Mazda Flare pia iko ndani. Ni star 570 hash pekee, option ni 4. Holiday bonanza, tushinde!
Imperfections, blackheads. Try Garnier's Pure Active 3-in-1 Charcoal, powered by salicylic acid and purified charcoal to reduce pimple-causing germs by 99.5%. One product, 3 uses for a pure skin. Garnier Pure Active 3-in-1 Charcoal, #1 in South Africa, by Garnier Naturally.
Football served by the English Premier League, and what better way to prepare ourselves than some football trivia? How well do fans know about the league, the teams, and of course the players? Well, let's find out. And I'm here with
Enrico. I support Arsenal. I'm an Arsenal fan and I love football, man.
How many goals did Captain Big Victor Wanyama score in the Premier League?
Kulikuwa nile boy aliva. It's 10 goals.
How many goals did Erling Haaland score when he set the new Golden Boot record?
36 goals.
Okay, that's correct. How many PL, La Liga, and Serie A games does DSTV air?
380.
You do know your football.
New season. Venye inafaa.
Catch all the 380 games of the English Premier League of Football live on DSTV from the 16th of August. And all you have to do is dial star 423 hash. Choose DSTV Compact for only 3,700 Kenya shillings to stay connected to all the football that you want.
Dial star 423 hash gets DSTV Compact for 3,700 Kenya shillings and connect to all the football you want on DSTV.
Imperfections, blackheads. Try Garnier's Pure Active 3-in-1 Charcoal, powered by salicylic acid and purified charcoal to reduce pimple-causing germs by 99.5%. One product, 3 uses for a pure skin. Garnier Pure Active 3-in-1 Charcoal, #1 in South Africa, by Garnier Naturally.
For all your sporty news updates,
this is the first time I'm actually holding a sword.
It's fun conversations.
Tell me something, why jersey 14?
There was Thierry Henry, this jersey 14 where my mom bought me his jersey.
Great entertainment, rib-cracking laughter,
yeah, that's our director.
And insightful banter.
Tell us about that rivalry with the Kani Simbine.
When you get to track, there's no friendship.
Eliud, what's your favorite food?
Favorite food is Ukali.
Join us every Monday at 10 p.m. with NTV sports gurus Bernard Ndong and James Wakabi. Sport on NTV, your home of sports. Sport On, brought to you by DSTV.
Dial star 423 hash gets DSTV Compact for 3,700 Kenya shillings and connect to all the football you want on DSTV.
Kenya's sporting heroes will be chasing glory in the city of love. Or is it lights? They are bingwas, superstars who've put the country on the world map. From Wednesday, 24th July, join the sports guru Elias Makori, who's covering his 8th Summer Games, and Bernard Ndong, who's making his debut in France. Catch the unique show, Bonjour, every weekday from 12:45 p.m. to 1 p.m. on NTV, as the dynamic duo provides you with a Kenyan perspective of the biggest sporting event.
Bonjour, brought to you by Safaricom, a proud sponsor of Team Kenya at the Olympics.
for staying with us on NTV Weekend Edition. Let's now have that second part of that special report, Coup Deterred.
At the Isili Air Base, all hell had broken loose. All that could go wrong went wrong.
We are trying to come out. Njoroge was to my right, I'm here, walk out. Then these guys were just storming in. So we stopped in our tracks. They said what they were saying, so, they uttered some words, but as they did so, a young individual came from behind us, running. And he passed between me and Njoroge and stopped very close to me, just ahead of me there. And he told these guys, whatever you are doing will not work. You're wasting your time, it will not work. Something to that effect. And that's when I witnessed for the first time, automatic fire onto the individual's forehead here. The burst of automatic fire.
Yes.
From what we call an SMG, submachine gun. And I entered through here. And I looked right, it's just here next to me. I looked right. I could see the white matter and blood, just popping out one after another.
Yes.
And some of it splashing. I had a jacket on my right-hand side. I looked at it, and after a few, of course, bullets, he fell backwards behind us there.
The soldiers, under the command of Senior Private Hezekiah Ochuka, had started implementing their first part of their multiple approach to topple President Moi's government. The first part was to take over the Isili Air Base, and here they were armed to the tooth, ready for anything.
After that, they didn't see anything. They just shot us, locked us in, confined us there, and took up positions for us not to leave. They guarded to make sure that we don't leave. Up to now, I didn't know what it was. Of course, the shock is there. Now we are confined. We didn't know what to do, of course.
And you're not armed?
We are not armed. We were enjoying the weekend, as it were. So, about, I think, 11 or just after 11 in the night, I said, let me find out what is going on. Why can't I go back to the mess? I was getting restless. And I wanted to open the door and leave. But I did so. As I did so, these guys were watching. They were awake and watching. So they fired, a similar burst of rounds, but on the wall, not to me, on the wall, on the side of the wall there, just to warn me, don't dare. So I went back in. Up to now, no one is talking. We don't know what is going on. Everybody is clamoring for space in there, and so on.
Meanwhile, at around the same time of midnight, Captain Charles Washira and Captain Joe Mwirore had had enough of their drinking that night at the JKIA club.
We are a bit tipsy because of being tired and all that. So we said, let's go back. Just around 10, things have not started. And we came, and for the first time, they opened the gate for us and saluted us. Me and Joe. They saluted us. I asked Joe, kwa nini leo? Kwa nini they're saluting us? Na wametufungulia kuna maswali na wametufungulia gate. Kwani iko nini? Sema labda ni mood tu, labda leo hawana maneno mingi, labda ni Jumapili. Then and we were neighboring rooms. So we went to the room.
And then around 12 midnight, that is the time we were arriving at Embakasi. So that time there was no problem. We just entered. Those who were going to Langata went to Langata. We were taken to Langata. Me and Wachira were staying there. We went to our single quarters. Around 1 o'clock, we had gunshots. So we thought it's soldiers who were fighting. Either in the sergeant's mess, because the sound was coming from that direction.
Then at night, can't remember what time, Joe Mwirore knocks on my door. First, I woke up tipsy. Joe tells me, Air Force are fighting.
And then I told them, let's go and check the main gate, because at the main gate they should be able to know what was the problem. Wachira told me, no, because he doesn't know where the bullets are coming from. We should stay until when in the morning.
I was so drunk and sleepy. I asked Joe, do you know who is the threat? No. Do you know who is the enemy? No. Can we sleep and fight in the morning? Actually, that's what I told you. You laughed. I said, okay. But anyway, I can't remember, because after that I fell asleep.
I told him, because I'm the adjutant. I'm the one in charge of discipline. Yeah? If there's a guards which are fighting, tomorrow morning I'll be asked what happened, and I will not be able to explain. So I put on the tracksuit and the smoke jacket. Smoke jacket is a military jacket without ranks. And I went to the main gate.
That stroll to the gate could have easily been the last for Captain Joe Mwerore, walking alone towards the gate, at the time manned by soldiers from the Ground Air Defense Unit and who were part of the rebel forces.
I find one soldier was killed. Actually, one soldier from 50th Air Cavalry Battalion, technician, had been killed.
This is now under the army?
Yeah. Then I asked the guards there, who killed this person and what is happening. So they told me, you don't ask us those questions. Go and sit at the tarmac there, or we kill you. So I started resisting a little bit. Then one of the soldiers who was sitting at the tarmac recognized me, and he told me, Afande, watakuua, kuja tukae hapa. So I went and sat down. There were so many civilians who were also sitting at the tarmac. So we sat there for about 15 minutes. The soldiers were guarding us with their G3 rifles, pointing us like that. And then after 15 minutes, we had the trucks, vehicles moving from Gado area. And then they came. They came, and they were full of soldiers, and they were shouting, power, power, power. So it even confused me more. Who are these? Oh, the whole of the army was in Rodwa. Who are these people? And because they had put on fatigue, you couldn't know whether they are Air Force and or the army. So when the last vehicle came, there were about 3 vehicles and 2 Land Rovers. When the last vehicle came, all the guards who were at the gate, they jumped into the truck and they went.
The ones who told you sit there?
Sit down. They entered the vehicle and went. And there was nobody, and it became very calm.
After moments of deathly silence, and with the Land Rovers and trucks having moved towards the city center, Captain Joe Mwerore, who alongside other few soldiers and civilians had been left unscathed but shaken, rushes back to Captain Charles Wachira's single quarter.
So I went back to my room, and I knocked at the Wachira's place and told him I would have been killed by those people. He told me, I told you not to go.
Air Force are fighting. I mean, what? They're fighting. Even they have shot at me outside. What happened? I went out, and their vehicles are going out saying, Isri, Isri, Isri. The vehicle from Gadu. They are moving out. And they have shot at me, and that barman, do you know that barman? There's a barman who was there in our mess, and he told me he had won the ranks of a major, and he's a private.
Back to Isili, and Lieutenant General retired Adan Mulata, then as Captain Mulata, Captain Joroge and others are still held at the pavilion, which was the venue of the pre-wedding.
About 4:30 in the morning, just after 4:30 or thereabouts, we saw it's like they had gotten control of the armory or something. So they were now dishing out arms, you know, G3s and so on. So someone gave me a G3. I said, no, what do I need it for? you know, this is what is happening? And I said, no. They asked me to take arm. I said, no. And I told them, I am an officer. And I even told them, if you are doing, what you're doing is a crime, and you should be taken to the guard room for it.
But how would you tell them that yet someone had just been
killed? Strangely. And that's when they said, we don't need officers, you go. You know, the sports pavilion and where the mess is a stretch of almost, let's say, 700-800 meters. So as I was leaving now, because I was told go, I had my colleague also say, even me, I'm an officer, you know. So we are following each other. There's a gap of like maybe 20 meters. And we kept walking. But on the main road, all the way to the mess, the soldiers, every step, they were there, armed. So the walk was strange because it was very slow, arms around you and so on. So we'll pause and tell them, you know, we are from there, and we were told we are free to go because we are officers. We were cleared. So we kept going. Time is moving. You know, now daybreak is there.
Explain yourself every few
Almost
meters.
every few meters.
In previously recorded accounts about the events of that night, veteran broadcaster Leonard Mambo Mbotela says that after leaving the bases in Isili and Embakasi, the rebel Kenya Air Force soldiers would fetch him at his house in Ngara, taking him at gunpoint to the Voice of Kenya.
I was really scared. I was scared stiff. Is this the Kiswahili service studio? I said, yes. Are you sure? I said, yes. I've worked here. I know it is. So they told me that they are going to read some statement and that they wanted me to read. I read it that Moi's government has been overturned.
I couldn't sleep well. I woke at 5 and opened the radio. And then I heard Leonard Mambo Mbotela saying that the military has taken over the country. And the police, I don't know, there were civilians, so something like that. I listened again. It keep on coming, keep on coming.
Joe woke me up again. Do you know, there's a coup. I said, what? There's a coup. And they are saying armed forces have taken the government and police to stay in the house. Give me a Joe. How can them take over? They are in Rodua. Something is not right. I said, which armed forces? They are in Rodua. Hajafika because Magari, imagine those to come to, how? In Kambia, Joe, that now we started, I told Joe, let's find out now what the hell is going on.
In Isili, at the break of dawn, after a long, weary night, Captain Mulata and Captain Joroge are arriving to their would-be safe space at the officers' mess, having been let free by the soldiers at the pavilion. But their woes were still far from over.
So as I was now walking towards them, I had some people say, this is one of them.
One of who?
One of who? Yeah, that's a good question, because that's when I learned they were looking for a helicopter pilot to fly them to go and assess the situation in Kahawa, all over, and give some kind of, you know, air presence in the air for them to see how the situation is evolving all the way across Nairobi and so on. So here, I murmured a few things like, I'm not even qualified, you know, bits of things here and there. But within no time, we had a Land Rover just parked outside the mess there. From similar to where I boarded the previous evening, the one that was to take me to Isli, you remember? Yes. Yeah? There, but now at this time it had soldiers, of course, who had worn ranks here and there. And they were armed to the teeth with the belt and everything else. So we put in there to now be taken to the helicopter squadron to fly helicopter.
What time is it? It's still dark.
No, time has moved now. You know, by the time we were walking to the mess, already dawn has broken. Daylight has begun. A bit of hustling here and there at the mess. 7 already, you know, we're already past 7. then the squadron. So the time is moving really, really fast. So drove all the way to the squadron, came down, and they said, okay, you'll fly. But we told them, no, we don't have our flying kit. We'll not be able to even dress up for flight. Yeah, so they said, no problem. We have the gun. We'll shoot the lockers open for you. Then we'll have your kit. So we said, fine. Even if you shoot the lockers open and we get our flying kit, we wouldn't know which aircrafts are ready and serviceable. And that's when they said, that is our job, because we are technicians. We are the ones who will prepare the aircrafts for you. That's when we made the conclusion that, no, I'll not fly.
As this was happening in Nairobi, the Air Force personnel at the Kiganjo Police College were also learning of the unfoldings.
We woke up Sunday morning, and I'm trying to remember who was the sergeant major, the base sergeant major, who was in charge of the servicemen, and who was in he's basically the man in charge of these men during that parade. And he came to me. He didn't go to Major Serem because he wanted to go through the chain. So he comes to me and tells me that he said this in Swahili. And these are the exact words which he said. Hawa vijana wanasema, ati radio inasema, serikali imepinduliwa ni majeshi. I was standing next to my bed. And when he said that, I just I fell back into the bed and asked him, ati nini? And he repeated the words. Vijana wanasema, radio inasema, serikali imepinduliwa ni majeshi.
What time is this? This is morning?
This is about 6:15 or so, 6:30 in the morning. So I told him, kwenda leta your radio. So he brings me the radio. And it is playing Lingala music. And I asked him, is this VOK? He said, yes. Then I told him, hakuna jeshi hapa. Kama kulikuwa na jeshi, there would have been martial music. There would have been military music playing here, not this nonsense. And then suddenly it stops, and Mbotela, Leonard Mambo Mbotela comes and sema, tunatangaza ya kuwa serikali imepinduliwa ni majeshi, polisi wakae kama raia, and blah, blah, blah. And we are in total, I was totally. So I went and I woke up the major, and I told him, yes, the commander of the parade, and I told him this is what is happening. And from then on, we're in suspense.
And you're inside a police training college?
We're in a police college. But now the police are also very disturbed because sababu wameambiwa wakae kama raia.
In fact, that is, I mean, how are they reacting? Because you're inside there.
Yes.
They're there.
Yes, and we're here. And we are not armed because the guns were taken. They are, and it would have been very dangerous if we were armed. Serem, akaenda kwa police commandant, the college commandant's office. And he meets some of the senior officers there. And this is what he told me later. And shortly after that, they're asking him about what is happening. And then the jets, 2 jets came flying low over the college from Nanyuki heading to Nairobi. And they're flying low. So these guys asked Serem, the police guys asked Serem, are they armed? And he said yes. Because he was a fighter pilot. I was in the transport, but he was a fighter pilot. So when he said yes, they all dived into the flower beds which was there. It's a bit embarrassing. And Serem later is telling me, and he's standing there puzzled, looking at these guys in the flower beds. I mean, what can you do if that thing drops a bomb here anyway?
Several things were happening simultaneously at the different military bases in Nairobi and other key installations in the capital. The VOK was clearly under the control of rebel forces. Senior Private Hezekiah Ochuka had himself captured the station, forced veteran radio presenter Leonard Mambo Mbotela to announce a military takeover. He later himself made an address to the nation as to the reason for the mutiny.
The economy of this country is in shambles due to corruption and mismanagement. The cost of living in Kenya today is among the highest in the world. Wananchi can no longer afford to meet the basic requirements of life due to exorbitant prices of the basic necessities such as food, housing rent, transport. Above that, Kenyans are among the highest taxed people in the world today. Wananchi, under these circumstances, our armed forces have headed the people's call to liberate our country.
In Isili, Captain Mulata at gunpoint was being ordered to overfly several military installations in support of the rebel forces.
And that's when they said, that is our job, because we are technicians. We are the ones who will prepare the aircraft for you. That's when we made the conclusion that, no, I'll not fly. There was a bit of discussion there, and the decision was made to take us to Ochuka.
By this time, Ochuka had just returned to the Isili Air Base, having left the Voice of Kenya under the command of fellow mutineers who owed their allegiance to him. At the base, he had taken his position at the Operations Command Center, from where he was barking orders to different actors, even as he was observing whether everything was going according to plan.
So I walked in, very brief moment. There was a lot happening in there, very many people, lots of commotion here and there. But Ochuka had a few seconds for us where he said, fine, if that's when the issue was presented to him, he said, execute them. That's that simple in a flash of a second.
At the Kenya Army headquarters, then Army Commander Lieutenant General John Malan Sawe and his deputy, Major General Mohammed Mahmoud, were planning a counter on the mutineers, but they were encountering a serious problem. Remember, all the fighting units of the army had not yet made it back to Nairobi from Lodwar. A call was made. Those in Nairobi or its surroundings would be activated. At the Embakasi garrison, where helicopters from the 50th Air Cavalry Battalion had landed from Lodwar the previous evening, army personnel were being quickly assembled for a counter against the mutineers. They too had a challenge of numbers. Captain Charles Wachira and Captain Joe Mwerore, being the only officers staying at Embakasi, were quickly joined by their boss, the commanding officer of the 50th Air Cavalry Battalion, Colonel Christopher Kitundu.
We found they have broken the armory. Yeah. They have no guns. You know, that time that's when they were in town and all that. We went to, we looked for our own duty officer. Now we know something is wrong. Now we want to go and call Rangata, an army unit. Because now we know it's Gadu. Wale wa anti-aircraft guns, wale wa airports.
At the Kahawa garrison, Captain Unshur Muhammad, also a pilot at the 50th ACB, but who could be accommodated at the Embakasi garrison due to a housing shortage there, was also activated alongside other officers and soldiers.
There was an order for us to report back for duty at Embakasi. As we went along the road, we could see Air Force vehicles moving back and forth, and they would, wave at you, and we would just wave back, continue. And yes, we had heard about the fact that there was a mutiny by Air Force rebels at the time, but the situation was not very clear. So, having been asked to report back to Embakasi for operational duty, once we arrived, we got a briefing from the commander. I remember the commanding officer at that time was Lieutenant Colonel Chris Kitundu.
So he came and told us, now I've been given an impossible task. I've been told by the army commander to take over Embakasi garrison.
This is where you are?
This is where I am. We are. And disarm all the soldiers. How are we going to do it? So we were surprised with Wachira because we didn't have troops.
We looked how many pilots do we have? 4, him inclusive.
So I told the CEO we have only 20 soldiers and we have only 5 pilots, you included.
Okay.
Yeah, so we were 5 of them. So then we started asking how could the 20 soldiers take over the whole garrison with over 200 soldiers. There were more, but most of them had gone to town.
But even as they were to take over the garrison, another challenge was quickly building up.
One soldier came running and told us that the GSU are coming to attack the camp. So we could not understand why GSU should come and attack a military facility. So, and because they were very near, about 300 meters, we tasked one aircraft to go and assist those soldiers by providing a suppressive fire. So 2 pilots went and cranked the aircraft, and within a minute they were there and they saw them. So they started the firing, but all the GSU were close now to the perimeter and they were firing to our soldiers.
Yes.
So this chopper went and gave a suppressive fire with the machine gun and the rockets. So the GSU could not stand that fire. They started withdrawing. They withdrew to their camp.
The same tension between officers of the Kenya Police Service and those in the military was also starting to build up miles away in Nyeri at the Kiganjo Police Training College, where the Air Force parade was stuck.
Because we were supposed to leave, we did not have our own food. And we needed some food. We've got 145 men. Yes. And we needed food. And the commandant said, no, we will not give you any food. And they started mounting, people around the camp where we are, because we are rebels.
In Isili, with his execution ordered by none other than Senior Private Hezekiah Ochuka, Captain Adan Mulata and his colleague, together with whom he refused to fly the rebel soldiers, were walking their last steps to their death.
I was walking out, then I heard Sepalan say, Afande Mulata, you can go. You know?
Because he's walking behind you.
Yeah, it's just like here now.
Okay.
With the other 2 soldiers, like here. My other colleague is here. So I heard that. Then I turned back to him and said, Sapalan, you want me to turn my back and you shoot me from behind? He said, no, not you. Just go to the mess. And surely we left, nothing happened.
At the Langata barracks, the 50th Air Cavalry Battalion is getting briefs. The time to bring order back to the country had come. Whether with or without the ground forces, sanity had to be restored.
Langata barracks at that time, if you remember on that fateful day, was the 7th Kenya Rifles, who were actually ordered by General Mohammed at the time to recapture, take back Eastleigh Air Force Base from the mutinying soldiers of the Air Force at the time.
So when we went there, the Army Commander had already given a directive that the 50 Air Cavalry should go and attack Isili Air Base Operational Center because he had talked to Ochuka, Senior Private Ochuka, and he has refused to surrender. And he was in the operation theater. That is where he was giving instructions.
At about 8 o'clock, briefing comes that 4 of us, 2 helicopters, 4 pilots, were tasked to go and the briefing was go and take over the Air Force Operations Command, and the instructions were to actually attack the, we call it Air Force Ops Command, Operations Command.
We were told, this is now another mission you are going to do. You are the people who are going to strike that operation center and aircraft control tower.
And I went to the office. The phone was from Army headquarters or DOD. I think it was DOD. And somebody talked to me. I can't remember who it was because he never mentioned his name. He said, Wachira, do you know where the operations of E3 is? Where yes, where you have been ordered to go and destroy it. Where by who? By General Save. I told him I know his voice. I bring him on the phone. He came on the phone, General Save. Yeah. So, Wachira, do you recognize my voice? I said, yes, sir. Do you know where operation is of E3? Yes, sir. I'm ordering you to go and destroy it.
We took off. First helicopter was commanded by Captain Wachira, retired as a major, good old colleague of mine. And his co-pilot was Captain Dulo at the time. Then I was commanding the second aircraft, assisted by Major Joe Muiruri. He was also a captain. We were all captains at the time. Eventually we became majors, rose through the ranks to become majors. And the instructions were Air Force Operations Command to be taken out. So we took off. In our internal briefing, Captain Wachira then was the team leader. So Wachira said he will go in for the attack, and me and Muiruri would be in the what they call the high bird. High bird is the aircraft that stays up, looking out, taking care of any ground fire coming up to either the attack aircraft or ourselves. So take out opposing fire while the attack aircraft is free to go in for the kill.
Over Huruma, I think Huruma, because we planned, you see that bridge Kariobangi, south, Air Force, Kona Air Force na Kariobangi, there was old road, there was a bridge hapo. That's why we came row level. Actually, we were on the treetops. We were coming on the wires because we knew if God took their anti-aircraft guns there, they have them. Any bright person would go with anti-aircraft guns there. So we knew they have them. So we came row level over the fences and all that, wires and all that. We pulled up there. We pulled up there only to pull up, and then we had the operations straight ahead of us.
And we could see, people roaming all over the place, and when they saw aircraft, some of them were running around. We were about 500 feet above ground over the Isli Air Force Base that morning. Then Wachira, we are up above, Wachira goes lower, circles, identifies Air Force Operations Command and says, going hot, going for the kill.
The first rocket went near Women's Service Corps. The second one hit the swimming pool next to the operations and destroyed the swimming pool. All the other 5 grouping went to the operation. It was about 2 stories, you know, big building. They went there. I saw it I felt so bad. It just looked like a pumpkin. You know? And you know what you are doing. You know, it's a whole building because it's white phosphorus. I mean, a high explosive went.
In that confusion, we can see others running around in the base. So we others firing back at the helicopters, and we would me and Muiridi would pick them up one by one to, you know, keep them away from firing back at us. But there was mayhem after the bombing of Ops Command at Eastleigh Air Force Base, and you could see people scatter and running around.
The 4 officers were seeing the events from above. Meanwhile, fresh from being freed from execution by Corporal Sepelan, Captain Adan Mulata could now see this new development as the 50th ACB attacked the base. A small group of assembled loyal ground troops was also taking over the Eastleigh Air Base on foot.
Walking to the officers' mess, I noticed from the left towards the what we call the base medical center side, the army had come through from the Mathare side, and they had kind of cleared the married quarters, and now they were marching the officers along the main road from our left towards the mess now. Another team of the army had cleared the mess, and they were rounding up officers up on Belia mess in the front of the mess. And here we were now walking up towards that. Yeah. So as we were approaching now the mess, we were told, lie down, Nene. Then we were asked to join the other officers. So basically, we spent some time with the officers. These other ones also were marched and brought to us. We were all, you know, bundled in one place, while still out there because they didn't allow us to go anywhere. The army now didn't allow us to go anywhere, while crowded out there, being guarded. Is when we witnessed now the 50 ACB helicopter come, that should be about 10, 11 there, come and fire a few rockets into the CAF ops room. A few rockets got the target and started smoldering over time and eventually burned. But hardly maybe 30 minutes or an hour after the, you know, the army commotion, you know, when the army kind of secured the space and so on, we saw the Buffalo take off in what we call the disused runway.
At that moment, as Wachira climbs out, we notice in that confusion, a Buffalo takes off. So we see a Buffalo turning right and going low. So because we're the high bird, I tell Captain Wachira, there's a Buffalo that has just taken off.
And then I called the control and asked them, there's an aircraft taxiing in it. Is it friendly or enemy? Can I engage? Because I had the machine gun which I could just move close and just engage it. I was told stand by. I asked again, stand by. I was still there. I asked again, stand by. Then I was just circling there. Then until that time it has taken off. Now it is below me. It's flying towards the river, Mulorongo. Then Kanokitudu comes. Shoot it down, it's enemy. By that time, it had gone on Palekwa Mulorongo. That's when Ochuka was running away. My boss was in the toilet. Kitunu was in the toilet. That's why I was being told stand by, because the others could not give a go ahead. When he came to tell me shoot them down, the enemy, already it has reached the crest, I lost it.
So we tried to chase him, and we chased him low level, 100 feet above ground, and we are right behind him. But it was a little too fast for us, for a helicopter. It's, of course, a lot slower than the Buffalo. And it disappears over the national park, low level, 100 feet above ground, all the way towards the Tanzanian border. We chased it up to the southern edge of the national park, and then at that moment we realized he was disappearing, and we veered off to land back at Langata Barracks, and we reported the progress of the mission we had just undertaken.
We went there and we reloaded. Now we have systems, and we were told that VOK has not been taken. It's the resistant VOK.
It's still under...
Yes. So they needed one helicopter to go and support them. Actually, it was the aircraft with George, and we had started the aircraft. Only on takeoff we saw Kanokitut running to us because there was the communication, he could not hear us, and he had already given verbal go ahead and destroy the VOK. He came, if he was 1 minute late, we would not have gone to destroy the
VOK.
Yes, but he told us it has been taken. He came out running. Then we were just taking over, and we saw him. Then we said, "What's wrong with that?" We put it down. He came and said, "Don't go."
Then when I came out, everything was calm. Then I saw General Mahmoud Mohammed there and said that everything is under control and that the government is still on.
Nani says, Botella says, hapa tuko na Major General Mahmoud Mohammed, and my heart sank at that point, because I said, this is real. He's coming, he's been picked to become the spokesman and announce this thing. This is my feeling out there. And he says, yeah, that is, I thought it's part of the coup. I thought now, my goodness, it is a real coup. And General Mohammed tells him, no, hii ni serikali ya Nyayo, sema hii kitu tumemaliza namna hiyo, something like that. And, you know, I came back to life. I said, oh my goodness, you know, at least this is now.
Late morning of 1st August 1982, it was clear that the mutiny had failed. But that was the beginning of a new chapter for those who were in the Air Force, from Captain Mulata at the Isili Air Base.
We were all bundled, like 50 plus people, into what is even today the TV room. The only difference today is a bit extended, not like the way it was that time. And we used to sleep on the floor, all of us. And the young ones like us ended up sleeping where? At the corridor out there, on plain, I don't know, floor, with very minimal bedding. And it was a tough 2 to 3 weeks for most of us.
Wow.
In the evening, about 7-something, when the president came on the radio.
By the time the president is making an address, you're still in Kiganjo.
We are still in Kiganjo, we're stuck there. And the president is announcing now, hawa ni maharamia wa jeshi la angani.
Nataka niseme kwamba yale yaliyotokea.
Now we're all rebels. And that's why the police are getting, agitated.
A team that had on Friday been on a parade in honor of the president, but on a Sunday just 2 days later, they were captured as prisoners and suspects. After days of investigations and vetting, the chief coup plotters were arrested, most of them being taken to Kamiti Maximum Prison and others to the Naivasha prison. Captain Unshur Mohammed was part of the military officers placed in the multi-agency probing team, where he says so much was revealed in the course of the investigations.
The planning was actually done at a house that belonged apparently to Hezekiah Ochuka in Umoja Estate, and if I remember correctly, it was house number K27.
He also reveals fresh reports from the investigations of the only one soldier who took part in the mutiny but had a plan B to exit the country.
His name was Gigi Ngatia, if I remember correctly. Gigi Ngatia had a plan B. He seemed to be, from what we gathered during the interviews of the rebel soldiers, is the only soldier who had a plan B. He planned, if the coup failed, then he had his car fully refueled. He had gotten himself a car, fully refueled, ready to cross the border into Tanzania. And true to what happened on that day when the coup failed, Gigi Ngatia jumped into the car full of gas, drove across the border into Tanzania. He carried his Kenyan passport. At that time, I believe maybe Kenyans didn't need a visa to go to Sweden, and he flew out of Tanzania all the way into Sweden. I believe he's still alive today. He must be a Swedish citizen, an elderly man. We're talking of 42 years ago. So that's the only guy who was smart enough to have a plan B and did his own things and had probably enough money to take himself across to Tanzania and on to Sweden. So if he's alive, maybe you'll follow up the story and find out whether he's still there.
Captain Unshur and Captain Wachira resigned from the military on the same date in 1988, both going into civil aviation. They had been promoted to majors at the time of their resignation. Currently, Wachira practices farming, and we caught up with him at his farm in Yatta. On his part, Unshur is still in civil aviation, being the chief executive officer at Bluebird Aviation Company based at the Wilson Airport. Captain Joe Mwerure served for a few more years before resigning as a lieutenant colonel. And now, he is practicing farming in Nderi, Kikuyu constituency of Kiambu County. Captain Farah also resigned, having attained the rank of colonel, and is now the chairperson of Bluebird Aviation. On his part, Captain Adan Mulata served for 40 more years after the coup, rising through the ranks to become a 3-star general, retiring as Lieutenant General Mulata in 2022. Today, he heads the Prospect Peace Institute Africa. The powerful recollections of the men who saved what would become Kenya's longest presidency, the story of a coup deterred, 42 years on. Ibrahim Karanja, NTV.
And that's a wrap on Guitar and NTV Weekend Edition this evening. But in case you missed that report, you can find it on our website, ntvkenya.co.ke. Continue engaging with us also on our social media platforms at NTV Kenya. You can also X at Ibrahim Karanja to just perhaps give you a response and perhaps your views on that report. Well, that's a wrap. My name is Zainab Ismail, and the sign language interpretation beat was Flora Tieno. Good evening.
This is NTV.
Holiday Bonanza iko kwa star 570 hash pekee na ni option 4. Inamaanisha mwezi mzima wa August ni tushinde. Dial star 570 hash, chagua option number 4 na ujipatie ushindi wako wa bidhaa au chapa, kwa sababu tumejaza. Kila wiki tunatangaza mshindi wa 250,000 Kenyan shillings na zaidi na zawadi chungu mzima. Alafu guess what? Tumerudisha Probox ndani, na isitoshe Mazda Flare pia iko ndani. Ni star 570 hash pekee, option ni 4. Holiday Bonanza, tushinde! All right, Greg, we have this guy. He'll give you this song. And of course,
all brand new song. I want to invite you for the live recording at the Carnival grounds. Sio Simba Salon grounds.
Ndio maana anasema John, nyote mliolemewa na mizigo, nanyi mtarudi nazo kwa sababu hata mimi niko na zangu, kwa nini bebe zenu?
And of course, I know you all love Rika Pokot. Of course, she'll be there. First of all, the all white edition. The tickets are right here, 9th of August at Carnival Gardens. I can't wait to see you then.
I went there, I saw a lot of oil. I didn't know the oil is here.
Mashallah.
Churchill Show, brought to you by Mivida Homes.
Reach your audience instantly and make a lasting impression with Nation Sema. Affordable bulk SMS at 0.3 Kenya shillings. Own sender ID for 10,000 Kenya shillings plus 10,000 free messages. To sign up, please call 0728434979 or email us on mkibunja@ke.nationmedia.com.
How do you tell a founder that they have a skunk and they need it to iterate and be better?
One thing that founders do is we always think we are the best. Your biggest person to actually get insights from is your customer, not yourself. When you fundraise, you now think you have the financial muscle to overbuild, only for you to realize that it's going to waste a lot of money.
Within the app, we are able to purchase, so you have 1,000 worth of airtime. When you send to our application, you get 700, and we keep the 30%. So, and also when we are selling, we sell at a 10% discount.
NTV, turning on your world.
Umekuja na mama